Grave robbery, the rise of the villainous youngster. Zhao Zhao, who once roamed freely in an ordinary world, found himself unceremoniously thrust into a mysterious and enigmatic tomb-raiding realm by his father's abrupt kick. Upon entering this unfamiliar world, near a quaint village, he was met with eerie flickers of light and strange sounds during the night, all imbued with the ominous aura of ancient tombs. Within the caverns of a valley, Zhao Zhao stumbled upon a young boy possessing the pure bloodline of a Qilin. Thus began an adventure filled with uncertainty. In this world that holds a profound reverence for mystical forces, the secrets concealed within ancient tombs, the enigmatic symbols, and the bizarre phenomena awaited exploration. Accompanied by the young boy, Zhao Zhao navigated through the perilous yet treasure-laden tombs, embarking on the journey of nurturing a villainous youngling. What unique perspectives and behaviors will this villain bring forth to stir the winds of change in the tomb-raiding world? Let us delve into this fantastical and suspenseful adventure of grave robbery together. Chapter 1. An interesting little spirit. Within the abandoned German sanatorium in Shanghai, two agile figures dashed forth, one trailing closely behind the other, both slender of build. The leader, clad in a leather jacket, black trousers, and dark sunglasses, moved with purpose. Following suit was a young man in a hoodie, hood drawn, carrying a long blade upon his back. Upon closer inspection, they were accompanied by another young man, staggering slightly, who appeared to be in his 20s. He possessed an alluring charm, exuding an aura reminiscent of a refined young gentleman or a delicate flower emerging from the water. As the trio approached the exit, a diminutive figure suddenly materialized before them out of thin AI. As He Xiaozi and Zhang Kailing's pupils constricted, they came to an abrupt halt, their vigilance heightened to its utmost. "Hey, little brother, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly stop?" Wu Xie gasped, being shielded behind Zhang Qiling with a single hand. Zhang Qiling pressed his lips together in silence, offering no response. He Xiaozi wore a sinister smile, his gaze fixated on the diminutive figure before him, his tone both perilous and captivating. "It seems I've stumbled upon something intriguingly. Full spirit. How very fascinating." The unexpected apparition appeared to be around 5 years of age, adorned in an opulent black robe etched with intricate patterns, long hair cascading beneath a dark crown. His delicate visage resembled that of an angel who had inadvertently fallen to earth, his brows radiating an extraordinary aura seldom witnessed among mortals. He Xiaozi produced a dagger, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the child's round, glimmering golden irises. In such a desolate location, he could hardly believe this was a genuine child. Perhaps it was merely a transformed entity of some sort. Zhao Zhao silently rose to his feet, rubbing his sore backside while inwardly cursing his father for his lack of humanity. Originally hailing from the vast world, he was a rare black Qilin from the sacred beast lineage, a once-in-a millennium occurrence. Having lived for a mere 450 years thus far, in human terms, he was still just a child of 4 or 5. The lifespan of the Qilin's sacred beast lineage is measured in tens of thousands of years in their realm. He was still merely a young cub. 3 years prior, a cataclysmic battle erupted between the Qilin and Phoenix clans, engulfing their entire lineage. He had been quietly sequestered by his ancestors within the protective array of the clan when a traitor hidden among them discovered him and led him out, intending to sacrifice his precious blood to heal the Phoenix ancestor. In a moment of dire urgency, his father, the majestic Qilin, arrived just in time to rescue him. Aware that a great battle lay ahead, which would span several years, he took measures to protect his son from the prying eyes of their enemies. After stowing away some items in his son's personal space, he gave him a firm kick to send him away from that world. My child, he proclaimed, "I have made arrangements with the celestial powers to place you among the fortunate ones. Enjoy your time here, and once we have vanquished the ancient Phoenix, I shall return with your mother to fetch you." Zhao Zhao nodded obediently, and as he sensed his father's departure, his eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. At last he was free. He was not one to remain confined after 3 long years of imprisonment. He yearned to explore the world. Whenever he ventured outside, voices warned him of dangers lurking nearby. Although he understood their concern, it had stifled him completely. Though this place lacked spiritual energy, the air filled with the scent of freedom felt remarkably refreshing. "Hey, little imp, Black Xiezi remarked, producing a stick from seemingly nowhere and poking Zhao Zhao playfully. Zhao Zhao took a few steps back, his expression one of disdain, finding the large, black creature rather filthy. Black Xiezi, indignant, retorted, "What kind of look is that? I haven't even complained about you being a monster." As he stepped forward to seize Zhao Zhao, Wu Xie intervened, emerging from behind Zhang Qiling. "Wait, he's just a child, there's no need for such a harsh tone." "A child?" Black Xiezi exclaimed, incredulous. He could not fathom how Wu Xie could overlook the fact that this little imp had materialized out of thin air. What else could he be but a monster? Zhang Qiling swiftly scooped up the child from the ground and dashed toward the exit. He Xiao shrugged his shoulders and followed closely behind Wu Xie. Wu Xie glanced back, shivering slightly, and with unprecedented speed, trailed after the two. Suddenly, a six-seater bus barreled in front of them. Zhang Qiling and He Xiao swiftly hopped inside, and upon seeing this, Wu Xie hesitated momentarily, but ultimately boarded the bus, taking a seat beside Zhang Qiling. "Boss Wu? Aning!" Wu Xie exclaimed, surprised to see Aning in the passenger seat. Aning turned to look back. "You were so convincing in Hangzhou, I thought you were completely oblivious." The two engaged in a spirited conversation about the videotape, leaving other matters aside for now. Zhao Zhao, clutching his large black rat, was snatched from Zhang Kailing's embrace by He Xiao as soon as they boarded the vehicle. As he watched the scenery whiz by outside the window, Zhao Zhao began to squirm, shouting, "Let go of me, let go." Had his spiritual powers not been temporarily sealed by the heavenly path, he would have certainly sent this person flying 1,000 miles away. Moreover, they were not even acquainted. Why was he being held? "Release me. You must let go." He Xiao found the little creature in his arms to be exceedingly hot to the touch. Unable to endure any longer, he flipped Zhao Zhao over. Smack! A sharp slap landed on the boy's bottom, the sound capturing the attention of everyone in the bus. Zhao Zhao's body froze, his face instantly flushed crimson. Seizing the opportunity when He Xiao turned him around, he bit down hard on his arm. "You pesky rat! I shall not let this stand." His father had never scolded him like this. The Qiling's bite was surprisingly strong, and the black bear felt as though his arm might be severed. "Release your grip. You let go first." "I refuse," and Zhao Zhao was immensely pleased. Seeing the situation from the front seat, Wu Xie couldn't bear it and swiftly lifted Zhao Zhao from the black bear's arm, giving the bear a chance to pinch his face. Feeling a sharp pain in his cheeks, Zhao Zhao instinctively loosened his grip. As he watched the black bear grow increasingly distant, anxiety surged within him. He gazed at the arm holding him and opened his mouth to bite. In a fluster, Wu Xie turned to Zhang Qiling, "Brother." Zhang Qiling, feeling helpless, casually took Zhao Zhao from Wu Xie. Upon being handed to a new person, Zhao Zhao initially felt anger bubbling within him, but suddenly he detected a familiar scent emanating from this individual. His thoughts whirled, and as he grasped the person's left hand, he noticed the absence of a ring. How peculiar! Zhang Qiling was puzzled, observing the child examining his hand without paying much attention. Strangely, upon first seeing the child, he felt no aversion, rather, a flicker of affection stirred within him. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his finger as the child bit down, breaking the skin and drawing forth a droplet of blood. Zhao Zhao instinctively licked it, his eyes lighting up at the sight. Qilin blood, authentic Qilin blood. This was rather bizarre. How could Qilin blood exist in this world? Zhao Zhao pondered in confusion. Zhang Qiling. "Hey, why are you biting people, child?" Wu Xie exclaimed, noticing the wound and feeling a pang of sympathy. Chapter 2. Why is this kindred so weak? In truth, brother already suffered from anemia, and this child had chosen to bite him upon their first encounter. Zhang Qiling cast a glance at Wu Xie and simply replied, "Nothing." Cao Cao gazed at the wound, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Quietly, he licked it a couple of times, and to his astonishment, the injury visibly healed before his eyes. Zhang Kailing's pupils constricted as he subtly shifted his hand, ensuring no one noticed the change. Who is He Xiazi? He is known as the King of Darkness, and his attention had been fixated on the two of them. Naturally, he had observed everything. His eyes glimmered with intensity. Just moments ago, when that child bit him, the object he carried on his back suddenly let out a piercing scream, nearly shattering He Yes' eardrum. MS. Immediately after the child released him, he sensed a diminishment in the power of that entity. For years, he had poured all his resources into acquiring an ancient remedy from an old Taoist in the Miao region, which could suppress that malevolent force. The entirety of the funds he and the mute Zhang had amassed over the years had been spent on the herbs specified in that ancient formula. And even then, it only served as a temporary measure. Yet, this little creature merely biting him had managed to weaken that sinister entity, which now remained utterly still, obedient to an extraordinary degree. The long-lost sense of ease made He Xiaozi wish he could bring that little rascal closer and allow him to bite him a few more times. With all his focus on the child, He Xiaozi had naturally witnessed the earlier commotion. This little one possesses something remarkable. Cao Cao clung to Zhang Kailing's arm, refusing to let go, as a tempest of thoughts surged within him. How could he possess the blood of Qilin? Where did it come from? Could he be one of his kind? Chao Chaos' eyes lit up with realization indeed. How else could one explain it? However, this kindred spirit appears so fragile, bearing numerous hidden wounds, and his blood seems to be somewhat compromised. Were it not for the essence of the Qilin, he would have long since perished. Upon assessing his bone age, it is revealed to be merely a little over a century, rendering him younger. Then Zhang Qiling. It remains a mystery how he has endured through the years. Sighing, Cao Cao cast a pitying glance at Zhang Qiling, his gaze imbued with profound compassion. Zhang Qiling, feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, shielded his eyes with his hand and muttered, "Sleep." Cao Cao nestled in his embrace, closing his eyes. Given the pitiable state of his companion, he decided to heed his words. Alas, the absence of spiritual energy here was lamentable otherwise. A breath of spiritual aura would have sufficed to mend the injuries. The Qilin, inherently auspicious, would gradually heal while cradling him. When an opportunity arose to revert to his true form, restoration would ensue more swiftly. For the time being, he found solace in the presence of this kindred spirit, who, by age, could be regarded as his elder brother. Cao Cao felt a delightful warmth in his heart. Strangely, after this younger Zhang Qiling drifted into slumber, an unexpected warmth enveloped him. The accumulated injuries, which had long plagued his body, seemed to gradually mend, albeit slowly, yet he undeniably felt a soothing warmth within. Gazing down at Cao Cao, Zhang Qiling instinctively tightened his embrace and gently closed his eyes, seeking to rejuvenate his spirit. The vehicle traversed the pitch-black night for an entire evening, departing from Xinghai's Jemur and arriving at the desolate expanse of the Temuco Desert by dawn. The vehicle came to a halt at the periphery, and Cao Cao, resting against Zhang Kailing's shoulder, was tenderly lifted from the car by him. Wu Xie gazed at the scene before him and seized Zhang Qiling, perplexed. "Huh? Little brother, why are you with these people? When did you emerge from the bronze door?" Izi poked his head out, chuckling mischievously. "Indeed, mute one, why not converse with young Master San and hand this little rascal over to me? You've held him all night and must be fatigued. I, Hei, am both charming and kind-hearted. Allow me to share the burden." In an instant, Cao Cao clutched Zhang Qiling tightly, making a face at Haizi. "Ah, you little imp, utterly oblivious to kindness." "I." Before Haizi could finish his sentence, Wu Xie swiftly slammed the car door shut, trapping him inside. Haizi could hardly endure such indignity if the mountain would not come to him. He would go to the mountain. With a swift motion, he rolled down the window, peering out brazenly. Zhang Qiling, cradling Cao Cao, attempted to depart, but Wu Xie grasped the collar of his shirt. "You shall not leave without speaking today." Upon hearing this, Wuxi's ire flared. He had divulged nothing yet led him here. Cao Cao struggled free from Wuxi's embrace. The scent of this person was peculiar. Just as he touched the ground, a hand materialized from thin air, seizing the nape of his collar and hoisting him up. Cao Cao wore an expression of utter despair. Let it all be destroyed. Haizi exited the vehicle, lifting him up, casting a furtive glance at the individuals still embroiled in their one-sided quarrel, and proceeded to step outside. "Ah, little imp, what is your name? How did you suddenly appear before Hei? You cannot possibly be a demon, can you?" As he spoke, he playfully fidgeted with Cao Cao, who, unable to endure any longer, conjured a hefty iron hammer, his favorite. The eyes of the black bear, hidden behind sunglasses, widened in astonishment. What on earth had he just witnessed? Cao Cao, gripping the hammer with one hand, aimed to strike at the black bear's head. The black bear raised an eyebrow and swiftly evaded the blow, chuckling, "Ha, you missed." However, Zhao Zhao suddenly flashed him a smile, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, a golden light emanated from his gaze, directing itself towards the black bear's eyes. Hiss! A sharp pain pierced through the black bear's eyes, prompting him to instinctively reach for them. Zhao Zhao retracted the hammer, and in the moment it seemed to fall, he leapt into the air, performing a flip. Standing on the ground, Zhao Zhao observed the black bear, who was hunched over in discomfort, a hint of confusion in his own eyes. He had merely intended to engage in a bit of playful banter, yet he bore the weight of a ghost, an icy chill radiating from within him. This not only diminished his moral standing, but significantly affected his health in a few years. He would likely be completely blind. That last strike should have provided ample satisfaction to the ghost within him. So why was the black bear in such distress? Fortunately, they were outside, away from prying eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Zhao inched closer, asking, "Hey, are you all right?" The black bear suddenly sprang to his feet, startling Zhao Zhao. He turned away, removed his sunglasses, and vigorously rubbed his eyes, reveling in an unprecedented sense of relief. Donning his sunglasses once more, the black bear erupted into laughter and, with a swift motion, lifted Zhao Zhao into his arms, exclaiming, "Good lad." Zhao Zhao, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief, thought to himself, thank goodness Nesh was alive, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 3. The black bear disregards the plate, leaving the cub behind. Through the recent events, an inexplicable familiarity blossomed between the two individuals. When the black bear inquired about his name once more, Zhao Zhao replied, "My name is Zhang Zhaolin, but you may call me Zhao Zhao." The black bear's eyes, concealed behind dark sunglasses, narrowed slightly. A member of the Zhang family? Did the mute Zhang know about this? It was unlikely he was one of its associates. They lacked such far-reaching capabilities. Moreover, if he truly were one of them, he would never allow this little cub to venture forth. The black bear, eager to unearth more, coaxed, "Why did you end up here? What about your father and mother?" Upon hearing this, the black bear's imagination conjured a tragic tale of an orphaned child, abandoned by relatives. Considering that this little cub could assist him with his ocular predicament, he declared, "Stay with me. Black Bear will take care of you." Zhao Zhao emerged from his meal, surveying the bear with curiosity. It was the first time a human had uttered such words to him, which he found rather novel. "No, I wish to stay with the one who always holds me." "Mute Zhang?" The black bear raised an eyebrow. "Haven't I told you? Mute Zhang is terribly impoverished, unable to care for himself, let alone you. He has resided here with me for years, and I have been his caretaker, bodyguard, and sparring partner without demanding rent. Tell me, are there many individuals like me in this world?" The mute Zhang, inexplicably tarnished by this slander, Zhao Zhao pondered over the plight of this brother and, without hesitation, produced a gold ingot from his space. "It's all right. I have money I can support him." The moment the black bear caught sight of the golden brick, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly snatched it up and stowed it in his backpack, feeling utterly satisfied. "All right, you take care of him, he can stay with me. Just give him to me directly." Zhao Zhao pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, being surrounded by the continuous flow of fortune and energy between them would sustain him for several years. He nodded in affirmation. The black bear felt a surge of delight. Not only had he acquired a miraculous child capable of healing his eyes, but he also had money in hand. What a splendid day it was. Once everyone was well fed, the black bear suddenly recalled something. "Little Zhao Zhao, do you possess a space to store things?" Zhao Zhao nodded. "Yes, don't you have one?" The black bear rubbed his hands together. "Alas, I do not. Later, I will take you out, and we shall procure some supplies to place within." Indeed, the narrative did not deceive the black bear. He was truly a man of swift comprehension, having ventured through the bronze door. Zhao Zhao pointed excitedly at the lunchbox on the ground. "This?" The black bear cleared his throat. "Yes, and there are many other delicacies even better than this." "Excellent." The young Qilin, experiencing human food for the first time, expressed immense satisfaction. "Very well, boss," he said cheerfully. The black bear acknowledged with a nod, signaling Zhang Qilin to carry Zhao Zhao and casually select an off-road vehicle to head towards Lan Kuo. Zhang Keiling's eyes flickered as he watched them depart. Little brother, you can't leave without saying a word today, he called out, Zhang Qiling. The black bear drove with an exhilarating speed, seemingly indifferent to the safety of others. However, when Zhao Zhao's father transformed into his true form, traveling 1,000 miles was no challenge at all. Thus, Zhao Zhao accepted this experience with grace, marveling that the speed felt akin to a turtle's crawl, which left the black bear in a state of disbelief. Pleased, the black bear nodded his current. Equipment was truly extraordinary. If one were to question the ownership of this space, he would retort that even this little rascal now belonged to him. Zhao Zhao was equally content, savoring a braised chicken leg with delight that, of course, Zhao Zhao's long robe had been exchanged for a compact, white mountaineering outfit the moment they set foot on Lanko, coaxed by the black bear. His long hair was trimmed into a shorter style, though his spiritual power was limited. Changing hairstyles was a trivial matter. After several hours, the vehicle halted at the location indicated by Aining's informant. Unfortunately, it seemed they had arrived a moment too late, as a luxurious car was parked in front of the grocery store. The black bear, upon seeing the license plate, clicked his tongue and instructed Zhao Zhao, "Stay put in the car, do not exit." Understood? Zhao Zhao, munching on a bag of chips, nodded obediently. Once the black bear departed, Zhao Zhao was enjoying a delightful combination of milk and chips when a tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken wafted into his nostrils. His eyes lit up. He placed the unfinished snack on the seat, and without opening the door, he leaped out through the window. It was precisely noon, and the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, freshly prepared by the master chef's exceptional culinary skills, captivating all who said by. The small eatery was not particularly crowded, and when Zhao Zhao arrived, the entrance was fortuitously unoccupied. With a handful of red tickets pilfered from the pockets of the black bear, he exchanged them with the proprietor for 7 delectable chickens, resolutely declining the owner's gene. Rouse offered assistance. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he effortlessly hefted a large bag with one hand and exited the establishment. The shop owner was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before him. "Little rascal, sit tight, black bear will take you on chase, all right? But where was my child?" The black bear, observing the empty cabin and the half-eaten snack of his little one, hastily exited the vehicle. Just then, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar little face in the back seat of a luxurious car belonging to Flower Master ahead. With a swift motion, it vanished before his eyes. Unable to suppress his frustration, he gritted his teeth. Hadn't he just instructed the little one to remain seated and not move in the car? As he climbed back into the vehicle, he pressed the accelerator with determination, abandoning the meal in favor of retrieving his child. Now, how did Zhao Zhao realize he had boarded the wrong vehicle? That tale begins with the 2 individuals who had entered the car prior. The story unfolds as follows.
Chapter 4. Are you related to the young man? Xiao Hua? Huaxiao sniffed the air, the enticing aroma of roasted chicken making her stomach grumble. Initially, she assumed it was drifting in from outside, yet with the windows securely shut, the scent only grew more pronounced. "Do you detect any fragrance?" Jie Yuqing, having also caught the scent, exchanged a glance with Huaxiao before shifting his gaze to the back seat. Zhao Zhao, hearing the commotion, lifted his head and was met by 2 striking faces before him. The one on the left was particularly captivating, indescribably beautiful, exquisitely refined yet imbued with a sense of valor. Clad in a white mountaineering outfit with a pink lining, he exuded an aura of danger despite the gentleness of his attire. Huaxiao couldn't suppress a chuckle, while Jie Yuqing shook his head in resignation, pressing down on the accelerator. Zhao Zhao, realizing something was amiss, quickly looked around and recognized that this was not his previous vehicle. "Oh no, I've boarded the wrong car." Zhao Zhao flashed a sweet smile at them. "Could you please stop? It seems I've made a mistake in getting on the wrong ride." Huaxiao, intrigued, inquired, "Are you affiliated with that fellow in the back? The one with the dark sunglasses?" There had only been 2 cars outside their door, one belonging to them and the other to the man in sunglasses. Zhao Zhao nodded, poised to explain further when Jie Yuqing abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a sudden halt. Huaxiao gasped, exchanging a startled glance with Jie Yuqing as they turned their attention to the group blocking their path. As Zhao Zhao contemplated making a swift exit from the car, he was unexpectedly yanked by the collar and pulled out. Recognizing the familiar strength of the grip, he did not resist. instead wrapping his arms around the person's arm in a gesture of familiarity. With a fervent press of the accelerator, Heixia hastily caught up with the superb vehicle driven by Jie Yuqing. Truly impressive. Zhao Zhao flashed a charming smile at him and offered a succulent chicken leg, specially reserved for him, declaring it a delectable treat. Heixia, without a hint of hesitation, responded with a chuckle. After placing him in the rear of the vehicle, he proceeded to negotiate with Jie Yuqing at the front. On the return journey, Zhao Zhao soon succumbed to slumber, exhibiting an audacity to sleep soundly in the presence of someone he had known for merely a day. However, he possessed a formidable backing and, moreover, he had come to this world purely for enjoyment. After all, joy is of paramount importance. After indulging in a hearty meal, the little rascal began to suffer from motion sickness, leading to a relentless bout of vomiting. Heixia tended to him throughout the ordeal until he finally drifted off to sleep. Zhao Zhao had not intended for this to happen, yet after a day of fermentation, the stench within the vehicle became unbearable, pushing him to his limits. I still wanted to say something, Wu Xie began, but Heixia had already vanished without a trace. Little brother, who is this child? Zhang Qiling hesitated for a moment before responding. A member of the Zhang family. This was a spontaneous inquiry. Wu Xie looked at the child cradled in his arms, perplexed. A member of the Zhang family? Is he a relative of yours? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Qiling conceded, nodding in affirmation. Oh, so your relative possesses quite the prowess, appearing seemingly out of thin air. Is it due to extraordinary speed? Confronted with Wu Xie's inquisitiveness, Zhang Qiling stiffened slightly, mustering the resolve to nod once more. Amidst the night breeze, Zhao Zhao's body began to sense the aura of the Qilin blood, instinctively transforming into its original form. In the ancient texts of our country, there exists a remarkable creature, revered alongside the phoenix, turtle, and dragon as one of the four spirits. With the head of a dragon, the body of a deer, the skin of a serpent, the hooves of a horse, the head of a lion, and a fan-like tail, this creature is known as the Qilin. Perhaps due to its juvenile form, the Qilin that transformed today measures no more than half a meter in length, exuding an irresistibly cute charm. When Wu Xie turned his head, he happened to catch a glimpse of it, and he instinctively took a step back. Little brother, is this your relative? Zhang Qiling, upon lowering his gaze, fell silent, his demeanor typically composed. He was momentarily astonished but soon regained his usual tranquility. Upon sensing the aura of the Qilin, Zhao Zhao rolled comfortably in Zhang Qiling's embrace. Wu Xie, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly composed himself. After all, in these past 2 years, having trailed after his uncle, he had encountered a myriad of wonders, including a bird with a human face that had once chased and bit him before the bronze door. How could he be daunted by a Qilin that had transformed into a human form? It was indeed a marvel. Little brother, give me a hug, Wu Xie exclaimed with curiosity. Zhang Qiling hesitated momentarily, torn between reluctance and willingness, before finally relenting and handing the creature to Wu Xie. Wu Xie found it amusing, remarking, "Little brother, you are becoming more human-like by the day." He teased, "This little Qilin isn't one of your ancestors, is it?" Zhang Qiling shot him a bemused glance, while Wu Xie chuckled softly, playfully stroking the creature's arms and legs with great intrigue. Once their curiosity had settled, Zhang Qiling tucked Zhao Zhao into the pouch of his hooded sweatshirt. Few are aware that Zhang Qiling possesses an affinity for adorable creatures. 2 individuals sat by the flickering campfire. As Zhang Qiling prepared to rise and depart, Wu Xie earnestly addressed him, expressing the thoughts he had left unspoken. "Brother, your troubles have long since become my own. If the answers to all our questions lie within the Western Queen Mother's palace, then I must accompany you on this journey." A flicker of emotion passed through Zhang Qiling's eyes as he softly acknowledged her with a hum before standing to leave. Thus began his reluctant experience of the bittersweet sensation of childhood friendships transformed. The following morning, Zhao Zhao found herself cradled in Zhang Qiling's arms as he placed her into an off-road vehicle. The swift-footed He Shazi trailed closely behind, teasingly remarking, "Mute, you've been holding her all night. Brother, is it not my turn to hold her? Come, let me share the burden," he insisted, attempting to snatch Zhao Zhao from Zhang Qiling's embrace. However, Zhang Qiling deftly sidestepped to the right, evading the attempt and silently declining. The conversation dwindled as the familiar and ominous black gold ancient blade came into view. Eventually, silence enveloped the vehicle, and Ning observed the child in Bei Ya's arms, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind bringing a young one on such a perilous journey. Her dwindling sense of morality compelled her to speak. "Gentlemen, our expedition to the Western Queen Mother's palace is not a leisurely outing. I advise you to reconsider and send her away for her safety." He Xiaozi regarded her with a hint of surprise. "Boss and Ning, this is rather uncharacteristic of you. Rest assured, with Mute and myself here, can we not protect a mere child?" Perhaps Ning's comment was made in passing, as she paid little heed to He Xiaozi's veiled jibe. She had already offered her well-meaning advice. What transpired thereafter was no longer within her realm of responsibility. The yellow sands swirled as several off-road vehicles sped through the desert, one after another. Xiao Chao gazed at the scenery outside, emerging from Zhang Qiling's embrace to sit beside the car door. He gently rolled down the window, eager to witness the rolling sands for the first time. Alas, the moment he opened it, a mouthful of sand invaded his lips, prompting Zhang Qiling to silently close the window. A chuckle escaped He Xiao, who could not contain his amusement. Handing a bottle of water to him, he said, "Little Chow Chow, you are quite the entertainer. If you wish to play in the sand, once we reach our destination, I shall take you to have some fun." Xiao Chow pouted and declined the water, feeling the pangs of hunger. The child had not eaten anything since morning and had only just awakened. He intended to retrieve some food from his space but was discreetly restrained by Zhang Qiling. Earlier, during the previous evening, Nanxia and Bea had discreetly discussed Xiao Chao's unusual behavior, fully aware of the child's spatial abilities. He Xiao extracted a packet of beef jerky from his bag, suggesting he nibble on it for the time being and save the better fare for later. Xiao Chao, not one to be picky, tore it open and began to eat. Outside, the winds began to whip up the sands, and despite it being midday, visibility in the desert diminished rapidly. Aining, clutching a walkie-talkie, directed the trailing vehicles. "The wind is picking up. Maintain formation." Xiao Chao's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he gazed into the distance, but the moment passed, and he turned to the two beside him, pondering quietly why they were heading towards the tornado. He felt a spark of intrigue. Was there a door there? Regrettably, this was not his team and no one would heed his thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Qiling also sensed something amiss, opened his eyes, and commanded in a cold voice, "Stop the vehicle. Otherwise, they would be buried." As soon as the words left her lips, Ning abruptly pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a swift halt. She hastily retrieved the walkie-talkie, instructing everyone to stop. However, at that moment, it was already too late. The cars had scattered in every direction. In this urgent situation, Zhang Qiling gathered his gear and, with one arm securely holding onto Chow Chow, decisively exited the vehicle. Chow Chow held his breath, fearful of sand entering his mouth, but after 2 seconds, he furrowed his brow, realizing that the grains were still infiltrating his hair and clothing. With a slight movement of his hand, Zhang Qiling almost instantaneously noticed that the sand seemed to have bypassed him, as if encircled by a protective shield before him. Instinctively, he glanced down to find Chow Chow joyfully wiggling his little feet. Zhang Qiling cast a glance towards Ning, who was disembarking from the vehicle and was oblivious to their situation. He directed his gaze towards the ever-watchful He Xiaozi, who, after years of unspoken understanding, instantly grasped his intent. He quickly approached Ning to divert her attention. Zhang Qiling gently grasped Chow Chow's small hand and whispered, "Put it away." Chow Chow immediately shook his head, refusing. "No, the sand will get in my mouth." After a moment's thought, Zhang Qiling tucked him back into his sweatshirt, and upon realizing he no longer felt the wind, Chow Chow readily agreed to conceal it. Ning climbed atop the vehicle and launched a flare. Zhang Qiling felt a twinge of concern for Wu Xie, and inserted a small black gold piece into the yellow sand. Upon seeing this, He Xiaozi exclaimed, "With such a fierce sandstorm, visibility is far too low. They may not be able to find us. If the knife of the Mute Zhang is buried beneath the sand, we must first seek shelter from the wind." The relentless sandstorm showed no signs of abating. Heisey advised, "Mute, the signal flares have been exhausted. We must withdraw." Zhang Qiling cast a worried glance in the direction where Wuxia had departed, stating, "I shall remain. No, we can only leave together." Besides, Haizi remarked, eyeing the small bulge in Zhang's arms, "If you do not think of yourself, you must consider this little creature. Let us first find shelter from the storm. Once it subsides, I will accompany you to search for them." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qiling picked up the knife that lay on the ground. Haizi recognized this as a sign of agreement, removing his scarf and binding it, along with a Ning's empty signal flare, to the car's mirror. "I will secure the signal flare here. When they arrive, they will know we are in the vicinity." And Ning had no objections and followed the two, acknowledging that her wilderness survival experience paled in comparison to that of the two before her. By the time they found refuge, approximately half an hour had elapsed. After deliberation, it was decided that Ning would wait in place while Zhang Qiling and Haizi would split up to search for the others. Haizi, disheartened after another failed attempt to seize the cubs, left with heavy footsteps. Once they were out of sight, Zhao Zhao struggled to emerge from Zhang Qiling's clothing. Shaking off the sand that clung to him, he found it somewhat sticky and uncomfortable. Zhang Qiling's eyes brightened as he extended his right hand to gently caress Zhao Zhao's head, who nudged his palm affectionately, a charming gesture that softened Zhang's heart. The little Qilin spoke, "Brother, where shall we go?" Zhang Qiling fell into a momentary silence, glancing at him and then at himself. Brother? Is he calling him? He held him in his embrace, calling him brother. Zhao Zhao immediately shook his head. "I am 450 years old this year, while you are just over 100. I am the elder brother." Zhang Qiling, "Is there a possibility that I am human?" He gestured for him to lower his head. He stood at 1.80 meters well, not even a meter. Zhao Zhao clearly noticed this and felt inexplicably sheepish. That wouldn't he do? He was the elder brother, and he must act like one, instantly regaining his confidence. Chapter 6. Why do you have so many questions? Zhang Qiling remained composed. An elder brother does not allow his younger brother to embrace him. Zhao Zhao appeared somewhat bewildered. Really? Zhang Qiling nodded, his demeanor betraying no hint of deceiving a child. A younger brother may indeed embrace his elder brother. Zhao Zhao, ensnared by his words, willingly called him brother. Zhang Qiling, satisfied, reached out to pat his small paw, obedient. However, Zhang Qiling did not acquiesce. Since ancient times, human society has adhered to a set of living principles. Those not of my kind, though distant, must be eradicated. It seemed he had borne the weight of such consequences, fleeting fragments flashing through his mind, too swift to grasp or comprehend. Zhang Qiling gently closed his eyes, calming his thoughts. Finding Wuxia was of utmost importance at present. He discovered that whether he ran swiftly or walked slowly, he could keep pace without a hint of breathlessness, so he allowed him to continue. Truthfully, with such a minimal exertion, Zhao Zhao did not regard it with much seriousness. Among their kind, the Qilin was considered one of the top 3 in both physique and speed. Zhang Qiling closed his eyes momentarily, realizing the urgency of locating Wuxia and the others. Spending the night in the desert posed considerable peril, especially for Wuxia, who lacked experience in such treacherous conditions, igniting a profound sense of worry within him. As he bent down to lift Zhao Zhao, the little one tugged at his trousers, sniffled, and pointed decisively in a particular direction. Zhang Qiling hesitated, contemplating whether that path led to Wuxia. Zhao Zhao nodded with unwavering determination. They altered their course, and it wasn't long before they stumbled upon the unconscious forms of Jie Yuqing and Wuxia. The two had been unfortunate. The fierce winds had drowned out the sound of the walkie-talkie. Lao Gao had driven them several kilometers before finally halting the vehicle at Jie Yuqing's insistence. Just as they had determined their direction, a gust of wind whisked away Lao Gao's book, prompting him to chase after it, much to the astonishment of the other two. Lacking a clear sense of direction and with minimal water supply, they soon found themselves ensnared in a patch of wet quicksand, rapidly depleting their strength until they eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, they had managed to arrive just in time, appearing to have only recently lost consciousness. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity at their peculiar positions. He found it amusing and wanted to emulate them. Pointing at Jie Yuqing, he exclaimed, "I want to try too." Zhang Qiling regarded the little figure momentarily, contemplating a refusal. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Zhao's bright, eager eyes, His resolve softened, and he gently set Jie Yuqing down. Zhang Qiling thought to himself, perhaps it is best not to dampen the child's enthusiasm, especially when he seems so unfazed. Thus, Jie Yuqing inquired, what about me? Wu Xie added, you are not important? Jie Yuqing, are you certain, Wu Xie? Threatening. Wu Xie smiled faintly. Where is Xiaohua? Wu Xie weakly turned his head, surveying the surroundings, but failed to locate Jie Yuqing. Behind him, Wu Xie felt a flicker of confusion as he glanced behind Zhang Qiling, only to find an expanse of emptiness. There was no one there. Below, Wu Xie looked down and saw Cao Cao dragging Jie Yuqing's feet, pulling him along. Xiaohua! Wu Xie was taken aback, and upon hearing him speak, Cao Cao flashed him a smile. I am late too. Zhang Qiling. Wu Xie. A masterpiece of the world. Immediately, Wu Xie struggled to persuade Zhang Qiling to set him down. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Qiling complied, allowing him to descend. Once Wu Xie was by his side, Cao Cao also released Jie Yuqing. Wu Xie placed a hand on Jie Yuqing's forehead, feeling the heat of a fever. Zhang Qiling handed a water pouch to Wu Xie, who gave Jie Yuqing a few sips before each of them took hold of one side. Just as they prepared to set off, Cao Cao expressed his discontent. No, I want to pull him. Wu Xie chuckled, you're quite the capable child, but it's enough for the two of us. I am not a child. Cao Cao retorted, my name is Zhang Chaolin, but you can call me Cao Cao. Wu Xie looked at Zhang Qiling in astonishment. Brother, is he truly from your family? Zhang Qiling remained silent. Well, one cannot expect someone nicknamed Mute to speak. Wouldn't he that be asking too much? Very well, Cao Cao, it will suffice for me and my brother to accompany you. How about you guide us? Facing Wu Xie, Zhao Zhao did not resist. The aura of the fated child was quite pleasant. Although this aura was somewhat peculiar, being in their presence made Zhao Zhao feel a gradual enhancement of her own abilities. She trotted along with her short legs, guiding the two. The trio lay side by side. In the meantime, Zhang Qiling and He Shazi ventured out a couple of times to search for someone, while Zhao Zhao remained seated between them, playing with sand. Unbeknownst to Zhao Zhao, she found a stick from somewhere and poked Wu Xie. Wu Xie turned his head, inquiring, what is it? Zhao Zhao pointed at Jie Yuqing, asking, why hasn't he woken up yet? Is he dead? Should we bury him now? Wu Xie nearly choked on his saliva, hastily preventing her eager little hands from digging into the sand. He is not dead, not dead. He is still alive. Listen, he is breathing. Zhao Zhao's tone turned somewhat dejected. Then why hasn't he woken up? Wu Xie sighed in relief. He has a fever. Huh? What is a fever? Zhao Zhao asked. It's when inflammation occurs in the body, or when one catches a chill. It might also be due to a parasitic infection causing an elevated body temperature. In any case, it means the body is unwell. What do you mean by inflammation? What does catching a chill mean? And parasites, are there worms inside his body? Shouldn't we catch the worms for him? Why do you have so many questions? Chapter 7. What is payment? Wu Xie felt somewhat overwhelmed, wishing for someone to come and end it all. I don't know, he said, feeling disheartened. Zhao Zhao glanced at him with sympathy. You fool. Wu Xie sat up. What did you say? Foolish child. Must he repeat himself? Is there something wrong with your hearing as well? In an instant, the young man regained his composure. How could he, a distinguished student from Zhejiang University, be looked down upon by a mere child? He rolled up his sleeves, determined that today he would make the little brat understand the meaning of respect and the concept of inflammation. I can teach you. Look, your little arm. Jie Yuqing was roused by their voices. Upon opening his eyes, he saw his dear childhood friend earnestly instructing with a stick in hand. Teaching? He hadn't even noticed when he had awakened. Clearing his throat, Jie Yuqing coughed lightly to announce his presence. Upon hearing him, Zhao Zhao, feeling somewhat dazed, quickly seized Wu Xie's arm. I understand now, Wu Xie, he is awake. You should go and see. Wu Xie, still somewhat reluctant to stop, found the teaching rather amusing. Ah, Xiaohua, you're awake? Here, have some more water. Jie Yuqing chuckled softly, easing the irritation in his throat, then turned to Zhao Zhao with curiosity. Wu Xie, how did he end up in the desert? He is so small. Wu Xie hesitated. He must be from Xiao Gu's family, it seems. His family is gone, and I suspect he came to seek refuge with Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu is quite fond of him and carries him everywhere. The mute Zhang family? Jie Yuchen recalled that just the day before, He Xiaozi had mentioned the same. Indeed, in the midst of their astonished gazes, a bag of milk powder and a small baby bottle appeared from nowhere. After warming it by the campfire, Wu Xie handed it to Zhao Zhao. Here, little one, drink something delicious. Upon hearing the delightful sounds of food, Zhao Zhao effortlessly accepted the offering, casting a curious glance at the peculiar object in his hands. The black bear promptly inserted a pacifier into his mouth, leaving Zhao Zhao no time to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, a wave of sweet, delectable flavor engulfed his senses, awakening his taste buds with delight. It bore a resemblance to the milk fruit he had savored before, yet surpassed it in flavor. As Zhao Zhao happily indulged in the milk from the bottle, the black bear exchanged a triumphant smile with Zhang Qiling, who merely shot him a disapproving glance and turned his head away. While the atmosphere here was amiable, a cacophony was brewing nearby. The richness of their language was astonishing, ranging from ancestral wisdom to maternal admonitions, with the argument escalating in intensity. Zhao Zhao, eyes sparkling as he drank, felt Zhang Qiling cover his ears. Turning his head to gaze at Zhang Qiling, he remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qiling lowered his hand, allowing Zhao Zhao to resume his enjoyment of the performance. The black bear chuckled softly, yet when he caught Zhang Qiling's scornful glare, he discreetly averted his eyes, finding the mute Zhang increasingly amusing. Unable to bear the escalating discord, Wu Xie stepped in to mediate, ultimately restoring order with the help of a Ning. Speaking of a Ning, she was indeed formidable. Efficient and agile in her endeavors, she possessed a sharp intellect and striking beauty, coupled with a daring yet meticulous nature. Despite her petite frame, she commanded respect from numerous mercenaries, who followed her orders without question. A Ning approached to find a vehicle, and upon witnessing this, Wu Xie followed suit. As he passed Zhang Qiling, the latter handed him a compass. The black bear dug a small pit on the spot, clutching a water bottle as he began to wash his hands. Zhao Zhao, he remarked, if you wish for your blind brother to work, there must be compensation. Zhao Zhao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, indeed? What is compensation? Compensation refers to red bills, or perhaps that item you previously gave me would suffice. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Zhao retrieved a golden brick from his spatial storage and handed it to him. He had plenty of such items, all deemed useless, yet humans seemed rather fond of them. He had collected them during an outing with his father at a mine. If the black bear appreciated it, he was more than willing to share. Jie Yuchen observed his unguarded gesture, and his eyes flickered with surprise. The black bear's eyes brightened as he swiftly seized the brick and stashed it in his bag, so quickly that no one had time to react. He then abruptly embraced Zhao Zhao and planted a kiss on his little cheek. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in shock. He felt dirty. Zhang Qiling, unable to bear the sight, picked up Zhao Zhao and distanced them from the others. In the future, refrain from displaying your belongings in front of outsiders. Earlier, they had concealed the situation, and the black bear would manage Jie Yuchen. This world was rife with greed. Should others discover Zhao Zhao's uniqueness, it would surely stir a storm of bloodshed. Perhaps due to their shared bloodline, Zhao Zhao seemed to Zhang Qiling like a younger kin, intricately connected to him. But you are not outsiders, Zhao Zhao protested. Indeed, we are not, Zhang Qiling affirmed. You are the child of destiny. He gently patted Zhao Zhao's head, urging him to comply. Very well. Mourning held no significance. When he retrieved it from his bag, it mattered not, for others remained oblivious to its contents. After the two departed, Jie Yuchen turned to He Xiaozi and inquired, where exactly did you find this child? He Xiaozi raised an eyebrow and replied, Zhao Zhao is my brother, my biological brother. A wave of confusion washed over Jie Yuchen. Was it not said that this was the mute Zhang's younger brother? Observing the two, they bore no resemblance. Could it be that one favored the father while the other resembled the mother? Hearing the commotion, Zhao Zhao immediately retorted, Zhao Zhao is the true younger brother of my elder brother. However, his statement was abruptly interrupted by He Xiaozi. No, I refuse to listen. From this day forth, you shall be my true younger brother. Yet no yet. Just as Jie Yuchen prepared to recline, He Xiaozi's voice floated over softly, Master Hua Air, I trust you will keep Zhao Zhao's uniqueness confidential. Jie Yuchun nodded, closing his eyes to rest. He still possessed a modicum of professional ethics. As night fell, Xia offered Zhao Zhao a bottle of milk, but Zhang Qiling managed to take it away and cradled him, settling down to sleep alongside Wu Xie. Frustrated, Xia plopped down beside Jie Yuchun and began to pester him, or rather, keep vigil. Jie Yuchun cast a glance at the ground before shutting his eyes once more. It was inconsequential. He bore no anger, merely considering it an investment for tranquility. Chapter 8. You are mightier than Wu Xie. At dawn the following day, their party set forth once again, heading towards the Devil City. It was not until dusk that they finally reached the destination spoken of by Jia Shi. Legend has it that the Devil City was once a remarkably prosperous metropolis, where the inhabitants lived in comfort, indulging in pleasures day after day. Over time, their humanity grew numb and indifferent. In an effort to awaken their conscience, a celestial being descended, disguised as a beggar, hoping to redeem them. However, this divine figure endured countless torments and humiliations, leading to a divine wrath that unleashed heavenly fire, burying the entire city beneath ruins. This is the tale that Zhao Zhao heard yesterday regarding the Devil City. Here, various forms of Yardong landforms, resembling warships or ancient castles, stand guard, emanating an aura of mystery, wilderness, and thrill from this desolate region. The group paused at the periphery as dusk approached, and Ning decisively proclaimed that this place could serve as shelter from the sandstorms, and everyone should set up camp separately. The black bear chased after Jie Yuchun, while Wu Xie chose a spot to pitch their tent, and Zhao Zhao followed Zhang Qiling to survey the territory. Not long after, Wu Xie discovered a member of Ning's team who had gone missing earlier. According to him, several others had wandered into the vast Devil City in a daze, and Ning selected a few individuals to search for their comrades within the city, ultimately bringing Wu Xie along as well. Why should I? Wu Xie protested, and Ning raised an eyebrow, explaining that while Xiao Gu might disregard anyone, he would never overlook Wu Xie. Perhaps that little brat might, but bringing him along would be less beneficial than taking Wu Xie. For reasons unknown, Wu Xie felt an inexplicable delight rising within her as she happily followed Ning into the Devil City. Zhao Zhao, with keen ears, naturally overheard their conversation but struggled to comprehend it fully. Brother, what does she mean? The black bear lifted him up and coaxed. Aiming means that you are more formidable than Wu Xie. Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was impressive, yet Wu Xie was also quite remarkable, possessing a wealth of knowledge. Wu Xie had not wandered far. Zhao Zhao glanced up at him, still appearing as before, shrouded in ominous clouds, yet somehow managing to thrive, a reassuring sign that he would not perish. During dinner, Zhao Zhao ate a little before being lulled to sleep by the black bear. Consequently, he was unaware of the events that transpired thereafter. Upon awakening, he found Zhang Qiling preparing to lift him while carrying a backpack, a small one that the black bear had instructed him to wear. Without delay, he scooped him up and headed outside. Upon emerging, Zhao Zhao noticed the absence of the black bear and Jie Yuchun, prompting him to turn and inquire, "Brother, where are they?" Zhang Qiling understood whom he was referring to and moved ahead. Just then, Wu Laosi and the remaining individuals blocked their path. "Hey, I say, Mr. Zhang. As a scholar myself, I had intended to engage you in a pleasant discussion about poetry, yet it seems you prefer this game. Well, that puts me in a difficult position." Despite holding a small person in his arms, Zhang Qiling remained unfazed, hardly acknowledging them. In contrast, the little one in his embrace was full of spirit, his eyes sparkling with eagerness, clearly desiring to join in. As the atmosphere between them grew tense, an off-road vehicle suddenly halted before them, from which emerged a robust man and a stout one, none other than the plate and the plump fellow who had been trailing them. "Little brother." A rare smile graced Zhang Qiling's lips as he approached the two, tossing the backpack he carried to the stout man before him. The stout fellow initially intended to embrace someone, but upon locking eyes with the exquisite little one cradled in his arms, he could not help but admire her delicate features. "Young man, from whence did you procure such a charming child?" he inquired, captivated. The little girl, gazing at the radiant aura surrounding him, pondered the abundance of fortunate children in this world. "Isn't this our vehicle?" she mused. "I say, you lot, do you treat me as if I were invisible?" Old Wu continued to bellow. The stout fellow smirked derisively at them, closed the door, and beckoned his companions. Pan, come, let us offer our young friend some guidance.
Bum.
Cursing, the hefty man was the first to charge ahead. Remarkably, he managed to engage a dozen mercenaries in a stalemate all on his own. Wow! It was the first time the little girl witnessed such an exhilarating battle devoid of spiritual energy. Her eyes were nearly overwhelmed. The stout fellow found it amusing. Young man, whose child is this? Zhang Qiling cast a glance in his direction. Mine. Yours? The stout man exclaimed in astonishment, having not heard of this before. You have a little one at home? Zhang Qiling remained silent, taking a seat in the back of the vehicle with the little girl. He retrieved a bottle, checked its warmth, and handed it to her, who accepted it with ease. The stout man watched in horror as his young companion tended to the child. My, how times have changed. Before long, the tumult outside subsided. In a bid to showcase his prowess before the little one, the stout fellow poured a bucket of oil, creating a fiery barrier, which the child enthusiastically applauded, much to his delight. As they journeyed, the two learned that Wuxia had ventured into Devil City and made a turn towards their destination. However, an awkward predicament arose when the vehicle unexpectedly ran out of fuel midway. Zhang Qiling sighed inwardly, pushed open the car door, and stepped out while cradling Zhao Zhao in his arms. The remaining two exchanged a glance and followed suit. As they walked further in, they soon encountered a fork in the path, marked by a pile of stones at its center. The stout man took a photograph, revealing that this stone pile had been left by Tianjin. If they followed these stones, they would surely find Tianjin and the others. Zhao Zhao, puzzled, wondered why they were not searching for Wuxia instead. Who is Tianjin? She queried. The stout man retrieved a lollipop from his bag and handed it to Zhao Zhao, saying, Tianjin is your brother Wuxia. How about that? Doesn't Uncle Fatty possess some culture? The moment I laid eyes on your brother Wuxia, this delightful name sprang to mind. Pansy chuckled in mock reproach. Oh, spare me. Indeed, how innocent and untainted could the homeless third master Wu be, having never set foot in the world. Over the years, in his quest to keep pace with Wu Sanxing, he had traversed the seven-star Lu Palace, the depths of the Xisha Sea, the sacred trees of the Qinling Mountains, and the celestial realms of Yunding. After enduring such trials, he had long since matured. Though he had yet to meet Wu Sanxing's expectations, that day was surely not far off. You might want to consider how to explain this to the third master, the stout man sighed. Once Tianjin is no longer innocent, what remains is merely a faded version. Zhao Zhao observed them with curiosity about their relationship and approached the stout man, eager to hear his stories. The stout man, fond of the little one, began to share tales of his adventures in the desolate demon city, weaving a narrative of strength and weakness. Chapter 9. The mute mediator. Undoubtedly, he is the strong one while the other is feeble. The young man, akin to a celestial being descending to rescue the two, is a source of undeniable admiration, even if the plump one is reluctant to concede this truth. Throughout their journey, the hefty fellow captured numerous photographs, some of stone piles and others of nearby ancient castles. Ah, young man, your little child is quite remarkable. After walking for so long, even I, Fatty, am growing weary, yet he remains as sprightly as ever. The plump man gazed at the spirited child, who, after a day of travel, still radiated vitality, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Indeed, the Zhang family does not raise idlers. Even a mere child possesses such extraordinary prowess, which warrants admiration. With a dismissive wave, he remarked, What do you know? This is all sustenance for Fatty. Zhang Qiling remained silent, reassured to see that the child, Cao Cao, was still keeping pace. Initially, upon first encountering Cao Cao, Zhang Qiling had contemplated sending him out of the desert, as Ning had suggested. In this vast, treacherous wasteland, even the most agile mercenaries might struggle to ensure their own safety, let alone a mere 5-year-old child. However, upon learning of Cao Cao's identity, he promptly abandoned such thoughts. The child is likely connected to the sacred infant of the Zhang clan, or perhaps holds significant ties to the Bronze Gate. Since he is a member of Zhang's lineage, he falls within Zhang Qiling's protective sphere. Furthermore, the child's unique status does not guarantee greater safety outside their company. Contemplating this, Zhang Qiling lifted Cao Cao into his arms and quickened his pace, much to the dismay of the two trailing behind. The elder brother possesses a bloodline of pure Qilin, reminiscent of the primordial essence, thought Zhao Zhao. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, the group became increasingly irritable, culminating in a heated argument between the rotund man and the plate. What on earth is happening? The stone pile. Has someone deliberately meddled with us and removed it? This is Devil's City, not a tourist hotspot. There aren't that many people flocking here. Their quarrel escalated, threatening to erupt into physical confrontation. Listening to the commotion, Zhao Zhao subtly gestured to Zhang Qiling, signaling that it was time for him to intervene. This is not a matter that necessitates such fervent debate, Zhang Qiling remarked as he set Zhao Zhao down and approached the two disputants. Under Zhao Zhao's expectant gaze, he placed a hand firmly on the rotund man's shoulder and calmly stated, "Remain composed." Zhao Zhao widened her eyes, questioning if it was over. Zhang Qiling diverted his gaze. The rotund man's anger had not yet subsided. "I am calm, quite calm indeed," he retorted. "What do you mean? Are you looking for a fight?" With a swift motion, the plate shoved the rotund man. "And what if I do push you?" Just as their altercation seemed poised to escalate, Zhang Qiling struck with precision, incapacitating both with a swift motion. At last, tranquility descended upon the scene. Zhao Zhao observed the two sprawled on the ground and turned her gaze to Zhang Qiling, who appeared somewhat sheepish. Expecting him to utter something profound, she was instead taken aback as he suddenly brightened, clutching his leg in excitement. "Brother, that was incredible. A single strike and they were down. Teach me. Please teach me." Zhang Qiling simply replied, "They are not dead." "Not dead? Oh, that's inconsequential. What matters is how impressive that was." Zhang Qiling felt somewhat speechless, yet upon reflection, he realized that imparting knowledge was not without merit. He crouched down and began teaching the two individuals on the ground. One taught with utmost seriousness, while the other learned with equal diligence. From a distance, the scene could hardly be described as anything but heartwarming. The two fallen figures, Fat Pan and his companion, lamented, "Is there no one to speak up for us?" When their lesson finally came to an end, the sky had turned pitch black, making it unsuitable to continue their journey. Zhao Zhao illuminated the two with a flashlight, inspecting one and then the other. A chill breeze swept by, causing the duo on the ground to shiver inexplicably. With a gleam of mischief in her eyes, Zhao Zhao remembered the two Fat Pan individuals buried in the sand, leaving only their heads exposed. Zhang Qiling gently ruffled the child's hair, offering a reluctant compliment, "Very good." Instantly, Zhao Zhao's spirits soared, and she retrieved several boxes of self-heating rice from her space to offer to Zhang Qiling. "Eat," she urged. Zhang Qiling examined the packaging, discovering it contained green pepper and shredded pork over rice. Zhao Zhao also glanced at it, affirming, "This one is delicious." Suddenly, the two figures on the ground caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, awakening with a start. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves buried in the earth, staring at each other, while the two individuals sitting nearby were calmly enjoying their meal, observing them. "Little brother." After silently appreciating the moment, Zhang Qiling approached with the small black gold and began to dig the two out. The portly gentleman regarded the food on the ground without a hint of skepticism, assuming it had been taken from a Ning's group. After satisfying their hunger, the group rested in place for the night. Zhao Zhao, still not fully awake, lay with her head on Zhang Qiling's chest, feeling the warmth of his breath against her neck. Zhang Qiling's body stiffened momentarily as he recalled how, in the desert, Zhao Zhao had managed to locate Wuxia and Jie Yuchen solely by their breathing. Gently rousing him from slumber, he inquired, "Where's Wuxia?" With his eyes still shut, Zhao Zhao inhaled deeply and nonchalantly pointed, "Over there." Zhang Qiling, cradling Zhao Zhao, proceeded in that direction. The plump man and the dish, both perplexed, wondered why this young man placed such unwavering trust in his child. Yet, adhering to their faith in Zhang Qiling, they followed closely behind. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at the site of the half-submerged wreck. Upon their arrival, they beheld the diligent crew of Ning, busily extracting items from the massive sunken vessel, hauling them away in a continuous stream. Wuxia appeared to have just awakened, somewhat dazed as he wandered towards the center. Innocent, Young Master San. The plump man and the dish hurried to greet him, while Zhang Qiling trailed behind, still holding Zhao Zhao. What brings you here? Wuxia expressed great delight at their presence, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. Simultaneously, a surge of anger welled up within him. It was unmistakably the scheming of his elder uncle, that old fox. This had all begun back in the hospital, with his uncle declaring that he wished to prevent Wuxia from coming. Wuxia's teeth clenched in frustration. Old Fox. Chapter 10. Danger. But I want to eat. Upon witnessing Wuxia's reaction, the plump man felt an immediate sense of trepidation. He knew he would be the first to face the consequences once Wuxia regained his composure. Casting his gaze around, he turned his attention to the slumbering Zhao Zhao in Zhang Qiling's arms. Taking a few steps forward, he attempted to lift the child. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself unable to do so. Undeterred, he prepared to exert himself once more, only to be met with a chilling glare from Zhang Qiling. Upon meeting those frosty eyes, he conceded, "All right then." The corpulent individual chuckled awkwardly, yet his curiosity regarding Zhao Zhao's identity intensified. Observing the young boy's demeanor, could it be that he is indeed the younger brother of the gentleman? Zhang Qiling, noticing the plump man's fleeting thoughts, approached Wuxia while cradling the little furnace in his arms and softly called out, "Wuxia." Understanding that Zhang Qiling had been sent by his uncle, Wuxia felt a wave of joy. Is he asleep? Zhang Qiling nodded in affirmation. Wuxia, sensing this, reached out to take the child, but after a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qiling decided to hold him himself. Zhao Zhao was quite light, weighing merely a few dozen pounds, even less than the black gold ancient sword strapped to his back. Moreover, as he held the child, the internal injuries he bore gradually began to mend, proving beneficial to him. Coupled with his fondness for adorable beings, Zhang Qiling found himself reluctant to relinquish his hold. Wuxia found the scene somewhat amusing. Typically, he worried that Zhang Qiling had little attachment to this world, save for himself and the plump man, lacking any visible connection to the realm around him, much like an elusive cloud in the sky. Yet now, there seemed to be a touch of humanity added to his character. Meanwhile, Ning had also noticed the situation and approached Wuxia to discuss it. The plump man and the plate had arrived, making it impossible for them to leave. For Ning, as long as she could fulfill the task assigned by her employer, nothing else mattered. Without hesitation, she agreed to their inclusion. Turning to Zhang Qiling, she remarked, "Mr. Zhang, please do not leave. I have already made a payment." Zhang Qiling nodded in acknowledgement. Ning gritted her teeth, unsure of what to say to Zhang Qiling, especially since she would still need to rely on him in the future. However, the black bear had taken her money and simply run off with someone else. Humph, she thought, he can forget about that final payment. By the way, Wuxia, you are knowledgeable in this area. Come over and take a look. These are all from the sunken ship. Ning pointed to the clay jars on the ground. The plump man, wrapping an arm around Wuxia's shoulders, jested, "It must be our naive, talented student from Zhejiang University, whose family has 3 generations of archaeologists." Pansy muttered a curse at the fat man but followed closely beside Wuxia. Wuxia flashed a grin at the fat man, and in his startled gaze, delivered an elbow to his chest, causing the fat man to grimace in response. As the group approached the sunken ship, they found the ground littered with earthen jars. Wuxia looked down and instantly understood. It was the 3 Qing birds. Then Wu Laosi began to share a legend concerning these jars. On ancient battlefields, the victorious would seal the heads of the defeated's children within clay jars, feeding them through the narrow openings. Zhang Qiling suddenly stirred awake, his ears twitching at a pleasant aroma. In an instant, his demeanor shifted as he stepped protectively in front of Wuxia, signaling danger. Wuxia, somewhat perplexed, queried, "Brother?" The fat man exchanged a puzzled glance with Pansy. Ning hesitated. If it were anyone else, she might dismiss it, but since Zhang Qiling had spoken, could not be without reason. Gritting her teeth, she commanded, "Pack up the gear. We are preparing to depart." Most of Ning's subordinates were obedient to her commands, and thus, the moment she spoke, several individuals sprang into action. However, a few discontented souls, venting their frustrations, hurled a clay jar to the ground, inwardly lamenting. "Indeed, it's just a woman, narrow-minded as ever. Little did they know, at the very instant the jar shattered, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From within the jar, a crimson insect suddenly emerged. Wu Xie was taken aback. It was the corpse toad king. The portly fellow, upon recognizing this familiar creature, exclaimed in shock, "Isn't this the one from the royal palace of Lu? How did it end up here?" One individual, dismissive of the threat, swatted at it, only to be bitten by the corpse toad king, which swiftly burrowed into him. In an instant, he was left gasping for breath, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Just as they were about to voice their concerns, the jar quivered violently, and hundreds, if not thousands, of corpse toad kings erupted from it, surging into the crowd. Pansy seized Wu Xie, clutching his equipment, and bolted, exclaiming, "To hell with where it came from, just run." And Ning, well aware of the creature's ferocity, dared not delay and followed suit, racing behind the throng. Through her numerous escapades, she had discerned a pattern. Although Wu Xie was somewhat peculiar, he invariably found a way to survive dire situations, so following him was undoubtedly a wise choice. She urged everyone to check their essential gear and flee swiftly. The crowd dispersed in an instant. Amid the chaos, Wu Xie realized he had lost sight of Zhang Qiling and panicked, calling out, "Where's brother? Has anyone seen him?" Pansy quickly turned back, glanced behind, and, feeling relieved, grabbed Wu Xie, saying, "Brother is over there, carrying that child and running." Incorrect. The plate came to a halt, the face filled with bewilderment. "Look, young man." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xie turned and pursued the direction of Zhang Qiling. He exchanged a glance with the plate before following suit. Ning, after much contemplation, gritted her teeth and trailed closely behind the others. Meanwhile, on Zhang Qiling's side, he had initially intended to flee the moment the swarm of corpse toads emerged. However, before he could make his escape, he was tugged by the child in his arms, Cao Cao, who was eager to venture into the midst of the swarm. Zhang Qiling cast a wary glance at Cao Cao, sensing danger. Cao Cao licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with desire. "I want to eat. Once I do, it won't be dangerous anymore." As she spoke, she produced a chunk of earthy yellow substance from her bag, releasing an intoxicating aroma that instantly attracted the swarm of corpse toads, which began to buzz and surge towards Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling glanced at Wu Xie, noting their apparent safety, before swiftly turning and fleeing with Cao Cao in his arms. "Wait, my turtle." Cao Cao turned and reached out with her hands. Zhang Qiling moved with remarkable speed, quickly distancing himself from the others as he leapt over several abandoned castles, the swarm of corpse toads relentlessly in pursuit. After half an hour, sensing the absence of human presence nearby, Cao Cao urged Zhang Qiling to halt. "Brother, there's no one here, no one at all." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qiling finally stopped, cradling the child in one arm while drawing his black gold ancient sword with the other, his expression vigilant as he kept a watchful eye on the swarm of corpse toads. Chapter 11. He has something for you. Zhao Zhao carefully stored the gray soil into his spatial realm, causing a flurry among the corpse toads as the enticing aroma dissipated. Zhang Qiling, initially apprehensive about potential mishaps, felt a wave of relief wash over him when he observed the little Qilin pouncing forward, devouring several toads in a matter of moments. He settled onto a relatively flat boulder, producing a pack of compressed biscuits, his gaze unwaveringly following Zhao Zhao. Zhang Qiling regarded him with curiosity as Zhao Zhao extended both hands, each clutching a corpse toad with its delicate, pale claws. Perhaps due to a lack of control over his strength, the toads were lifeless. Zhang Qiling remained silent, choosing not to partake. Noticing his inaction, Zhao Zhao assumed he was hesitant and attempted to feed him a corpse toad, insisting it was delicious. Zhang Qiling lifted his head, evading the offer with a gentle refusal. "You eat. I am not hungry." Disappointed, Zhao Zhao lamented that the delicacy was indeed delightful, akin to human snacks like sunflower seeds, but with the distinct advantage of not requiring shelling. He sighed, lamenting his lack of fortune. Observing the little one's demeanor, a glimmer of insight sparked in Zhang Qiling's eyes, leading him to consider Wu Xie. After pondering the matter, Zhao Zhao recalled how Wu Xie had shared food with him during their time at the camp. Despite the lingering aura of malevolence surrounding Wu Xie, it mattered not. He was unbothered by it, as was Zhao Zhao. They had been away long enough, prompting Zhang Qiling to scoop Zhao Zhao into his arms and proceed onward. Zhao Zhao, however, halted him, pointing to the left, indicating a direction. Zhang Qiling retracted the little black gold, secured the child in his embrace, and swiftly made his way toward that path. The innocent chubby fellow and his companions were already driven to the brink of madness. After witnessing the two vanish, they relentlessly pursued the corpse-toad king, but in the blink of an eye, the creature disappeared from sight, eluding all attempts to locate it. Although the young man possessed remarkable skills, the corpse-toad king was no trivial adversary. He could hardly contend with so many of its kind while cradling a child in his arms. The danger was palpable, leaving him no choice but to press on without pause, choosing a direction to chase after it. With the keen nose of Zhao Zhao leading the way, the two parties converged at an intersection. As Wu Xie felt a wave of relief wash over him, anger surged anew. How could you run off without a word? The chubby fellow, noticing the situation, stealthily approached the plate, sensing something amiss. Before the plate could utter a word, a Ning disdainfully scoffed, "Annoying dog man." Zhang Qiling, feeling somewhat guilty, suddenly recalled something and lifted Zhao Zhao, presenting him to Wu Xie. "He has something for you." Wu Xie paused, his anger momentarily interrupted. However, confronted with the child, he found it difficult to remain upset. After all, wasn't this how the young man always behaved? Reflecting on their journey, Wu Xie thought of how the young man would often take off without a word. With a joyful expression, he embraced Zhao Zhao, his voice becoming particularly tender. "Wow, Zhao Zhao is giving me something. What could it be?" The chubby fellow, the plate, and a Ning all shivered in unison. Zhao Zhao raised his clasped hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is so delicious. I saved it just for you." Innocently, Wu Xie gazed at the grotesque corpse of the Demon King in Cao Cao's hands, his body stiffening in surprise. He understood that Cao Cao was a Qilin and logically, his physique should possess formidable strength. However, he was taken aback by such ferocity. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "No, it's unnecessary. You may keep it for yourself. I have no taste for such things." Cao Cao pouted, disappointment evident on his face. The rotund figure, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached, mistakenly believing that the child was merely reluctant to eat the candy Wu Xie had offered. "How naive. The child specifically saved this for you. At least take a couple of bites." "Little Cao Cao, if you want to eat it, I certainly will. I quite enjoy it." "Really? That's wonderful. Here you go," Cao Cao exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon discovering someone's appreciation. He eagerly thrust the Demon King into the fat man's hands and struggled to extricate himself from Wu Xie's embrace, seeking Zhang Qiling. "Demon King," the fat man gasped, immediately dropping the grotesque offering, his voice raised. Han Zi and a Ning hurried over. "What's the matter, fatty?" Han Zi inquired, having heard the commotion and taken aback by the sight of the creature. However, upon reflection, he thought it rather endearing that this young man was so indulgent towards children, allowing such a thing to be toyed with, and Ning shared a similar sentiment, shaking his head. Judging by the sky, they would likely remain there for a while, so he found a spot to sit down. At that moment, Wu Xie regained his composure. Noticing the fat man's reaction, he kindly wrapped the corpse of the Demon King in a piece of paper and placed it back into the fat man's arms, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Let us keep it for later, my dear fatty. If you discard it, Cao Cao will surely be heartbroken." The fat man, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Oh, how naive. You've turned wicked." With an innocent smile, Wu Xie appeared utterly naive, which amused the stout man, yet filled his heart with solace. That evening, he prepared a fragrant pot of meat porridge using 2 boxes of meat and several packs of compressed biscuits. Zhao Zhao was so engrossed in eating that he hardly lifted his head, silently elevating the stout man's status in his mind. After their meal, the group deliberated. With many members of Ning's team either dead or injured, she found herself alone and, in desperation, opted to collaborate with Wu Xie, sharing information. After discerning the patterns of the Devil City, they planned to set out at dawn the next day, heading towards the stone-laden direction based on the principles of Chimanduanjia. That night, Zhao Zhao slept soundly, his little belly rising and falling, while Zhang Qiling opened his eyes to gaze at him. Wuxia lay beside him, and through Zhao Zhao's petite form he looked towards Wuxia. After a long pause, he too closed his eyes, resting in this perilous environment, where he rarely succumbed to sleep. Chapter 12. I can fly. I will take you down at the break of dawn. Zhao Zhao rose without needing anyone to call him, and he pulled Zhang Qiling to find a secluded spot to wash up. Refreshed, he turned to Zhang Qiling, who was munching on an apple, and asked with curiosity, "Where are we going?" "To the Queen Mother of the West's palace," he replied, hesitating as he looked at Zhao Zhao. He had initially contemplated sending him away. The dangers here were too great, and various factions would soon converge in this area. Being at the center of this predicament, he could not assure Zhao Zhao's safety. Upon perceiving the expression in his eyes, Cao Cao promptly shook his head, declaring, "I shall not depart. Wherever you go, I shall follow. This place is far too enjoyable, with delightful treats, and I have no intention of leaving." Zhang Qiling contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided it was best not to force him out, as doing so would likely pose greater danger. He cautioned, "Once we enter, stay close to my side." Cao Cao eagerly nodded. He had no desire to exit. Just moments ago, he sensed the aura of a sacred object belonging to his clan, yet curiously, it felt as though it were merely a quarter of the artifact. Unable to fathom this mystery, Cao Cao dismissed the thought, knowing they must enter regardless, and the answers would unveil themselves within. After traversing the fossilized remains of the fishman, they discovered a vehicle belonging to Anning's team, stocked with supplies, which the group eagerly gathered. Cao Cao, unburdened by the need for assistance, donned a small backpack and trailed closely behind Zhang Qiling, occasionally producing snacks to munch on as they walked, evoking envy among the others. Suddenly, Zhang Qiling's ears perked up. Nearby, a mountain peak began to stir. Before long, a horde of corpse toad kings emerged, likely remnants of those previously scattered. Cao Cao's eyes brightened at the sight. Casting aside his snacks, he dashed toward the creatures. In an instant, his collar was seized by someone, and Cao Cao, perplexed, lifted his foot. Oh well. Zhang Qiling was now carrying him as they retreated. "Let us go." The others wasted no time and followed suit. "No need to run. I can devour them," Cao Cao exclaimed, but his words fell on deaf ears, dismissed as mere childish play. Zhang Qiling, aware of the truth, remained focused on leading Wuxia into the Western Queen Mother's palace, and thus said nothing further. Suddenly, everyone came to an abrupt halt, for beneath their feet, between them and the towering stone wall 100 meters away, loomed a vast chasm. The abyss below was unfathomable, shrouded in mist, leaving its depth a mystery. The stout man exclaimed, "This immense basin is nothing short of a meteorite crater." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Zhao turned his head, inhaling the primal scent of the jungle trees. He pointed downwards and called out to Zhang Qiling, "Jump!" The stout man nodded, indicating they had no choice but to leap, though he pondered whether their safety rope would be sufficiently long. He gulped nervously, cautioning, "You too, don't jest. If the rope isn't long enough and we get stuck midway, that would be rather awkward." Yet, faced with peril from both sides, Anning decisively declared they should descend first. "No, we cannot," Wuxia objected. "The fog is dense down there, and we know nothing of the circumstances. It would be far too dangerous." Zhao Zhao found it perplexing that they hesitated in such a moment. The corpse king behind could be devoured, but Zhang Qiling forbade it. The Qilin, naturally fond of water, had longed for a refreshing bath. With a water source below, Zhang Qiling, mistaking his eagerness for fear, leaned closer and whispered, "Brother, do not be afraid. I can fly. I will take you down." With that, seizing an opportune moment when Zhang Qiling was unprepared, he rolled out of his embrace, gazing at the edge of the cliff with newfound determination, his eyes alight with excitement. In the astonished gaze of Zhang Qiling, he leapt into the void. Zhang Qiling strode forward, swiftly seizing Cao Cao by the collar with a firm grip. Anger flared within him. "Do not presume that your youth dissuades me from striking you." Despite his smaller stature, his fury was undeniably adorable. Zhang Qiling pressed his lips together, cradling the little one tightly before grasping the rope and descending first. The sound of 3 swift slides echoed as Zhang Qiling and his companions, Aining and Pansy, landed safely on the ground. They found themselves in the heart of a desolate desert, having entered a vast basin after navigating the cliff. Surrounding them were chaotic piles of rocks and dense foliage, creating an atmosphere of stark barrenness. Upon closer inspection, an eerie silence enveloped the area, truly unsettling. It was no wonder this was once the realm of the Queen Mother of the West, a place both enchanting and fraught with peril. Cao Cao wriggled free from Zhang Qiling's embrace, surveying the surroundings and formulating a plan. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from behind, prompting Cao Cao to exclaim, "Is anyone there? Brother, I shall investigate. Do not concern yourselves with me. We shall meet at the Queen Mother's palace." With a swift grab of her backpack, she vanished in an instant. Pansy and Aining were momentarily stunned. How could this child move with such speed? Zhang Qiling's expression hardened, and just as he contemplated pursuing her, he felt the weight of the backpack. He glanced up at Wuxia and the fatty still above, then at the direction Cao Cao had taken. After a brief hesitation, he decided against chasing after her. Pansy approached Zhang Qiling, a note of concern in his voice. "Little brother, aren't you going to pursue her? That child will undoubtedly perish here." Zhang Qiling gently shook his head. Although Cao Cao moved with remarkable speed, in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. This little rascal had a penchant for wandering off on his own, and to prevent him from dashing into the unknown, Zhang could only surmise that he possessed some means of self-preservation. In this dense jungle, Cao Cao was undoubtedly safer than Wuxia, and the direction he fled seemed to lead toward the domain of the black bear. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang felt a sense of reassurance. Noticing Zhang Qiling's lack of response, the dish did not press further. After all, in his mind, the well-being of the 3 was paramount. His earlier remarks had merely stemmed from a human's instinctual protective desire towards the young. And Ning waved his hand dismissively, not particularly concerned. Once Cao Cao had scampered away, a wave of relief washed over Zhang as he stowed his bag into his spatial pocket and transformed his body into its original form. However, this time, he minimized his size to that of a fly. Unless one looked closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern that he was a diminutive Qilin. Choosing a random direction, he took flight and soon arrived deep within the rainforest. In the heart of the jungle, a gentle stream flowed, surrounded by a multitude of towering trees and bustling shrubs. With a splash, Cao Cao, in his full Qilin form, leaped into the water, joyfully splashing about. Having spent several days in this place, this was his first opportunity to bathe so freely. Previously, in the desert, the 2 individuals had adamantly denied him the chance, even forbidding him from using his spatial resources. This primordial jungle held an air of peculiarity, the oddity being its profound silence. In a typical forest, a complete ecological system exists. Predators devour prey, and herbivores graze upon grass, forming an intricate chain. Yet here, an eerie stillness prevailed. The sounds of birds and raptors were conspicuously absent. The thicket sprang up 3 feet high, appearing chaotic and somewhat abnormal. Besides the sound of snakes slithering, there was nothing but the rustling of insects. Chapter 13. The Arrival of Divine Forces. After several hours of joyful play, Zhao Zhao donned a black garment from her space, transforming back into a small fly, ready to seek out Zhang Qiling and his companions. Suddenly, her ears perked up at the sound of a female voice, insisting on bringing Wu Xie into the palace of the West Queen Mother. Upon hearing Wu Xie's name, Zhao Zhao paused, curiosity piqued. Taking advantage of her diminutive size, she confidently flew over, alighting gently on a leaf, peering downwards. Below stood a figure, caked in mud, facing a middle-aged man whose attire was less than pristine. His face adorned with stubble, exuding a shrewd demeanor. He spoke, "I know, but I must ask. When Jean, after this farewell, who knows when we shall meet again?" The muddy figure smiled with a sense of relief, responding, "San Xing. Being in the 9 gates, I had no choice. You 2 are bound by circumstances." A silence enveloped them, just as Zhao Zhao prepared to depart. The muddy figure inquired, "The next destination is the Zhang family ancient tower, is it not?" Though phrased as a question, it bore the weight of certainty. The man nodded in affirmation. "The Zhang family ancient tower? Zhao Zhao pondered. Does it relate to my brother? As I was poised to listen intently, the two individuals concluded their conversation and prepared to depart. Before leaving, the man addressed the clay figure, saying, Wenjing, I shall accompany you on your final journey. The clay figure smiled faintly, remaining silent, and swiftly rose to leave, moving with the speed of an eel. The man watched her retreat for an extended moment, lingering until the dawn began to succumb to slumber before he finally stood. Upon descending to the ground, he found his foot sullied by mud, which he suspected had been left by the clay figure. Recalling the nearby pool, he ambled over with his short legs. He plopped down onto a large rock by the stream, swiftly discarded his shoes, and dipped his feet into the cool water. Just as he was relishing the moment, a snake with a crest upon its head suddenly lunged forth, its sharp fangs sinking into his ankle. However, in the next instant, the snake opened its mouth wide, revealing that no mark was left upon his skin, and all its fangs had fallen out. Amused, he grasped its tail and remarked, You dare to bite me, yet you have lost your teeth. Surely, the body of a Qilin could not be harmed by such a lowly serpent. Just as he was feeling bored, the snake made its appearance. He coiled it around and twisted it, instantly transforming it into a twisted shape. The snake hissed, surprisingly uttering human words, Young master, young master. You can speak? He said, placing it on the ground with astonishment. If you say a few more words, I shall release you. However, after a prolonged wait, the snake, seeing that he remained still, turned to flee. Zhao Zhao strode forward, inadvertently stepping on the tail of a snake, which writhed in agony and seemed intent on biting his leg. Yet he could not afford to be lenient. Grasping its head firmly, he abruptly thrust it into his mouth and took a savage bite. In an instant, blood flowed freely. After merely a couple of chews, his eyes suddenly brightened. How delectable! Within moments, he had devoured the entire serpent. Savoring the taste, Zhao Zhao licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with desire for more. Donning his shoes, he leaped into the water, heading straight for the abode of the coxcomb snake. Following the river downstream, he journeyed until he reached an immense cluster of rocks, where the snake's lair resided. Gazing upon the vibrant heap of red, Zhao Zhao was elated. Here, he felt he was at the pinnacle of the food chain. After satisfying his hunger, he found a cozy spot and indulged in a deep slumber. However, his rest extended longer than anticipated, and upon awakening, he discovered it was already the following afternoon. He stirred, roused by a series of explosive sounds, the origin of which remained a mystery in this primal jungle. The reverberations reached even him. Shaking his wrist where he had tied the remaining coxcomb snake, having consumed nearly all of them, he decided to keep this last one for Pongzi. Having already feasted on the corpse-toad king, it seemed illogical to overlook a delicacy like the coxcomb snake. Indeed, he considered himself quite benevolent. After a moment of self-reflection, Zhao Zhao resolved to seek out Zhang Qiling. He was perplexed as to why the Providence had sealed his final layer of magic and why his elder brother would not permit him to revert to his original form. Should he encounter any trouble, he would likely face a scolding. Thus, he decided to walk instead, feeling quite exasperated with the beastly nature of his predicament. By the time Zhao Zhao arrived at the scene, a day had already elapsed. The forest was vast, teeming with a myriad of creatures, and the scents had dissipated entirely. Fortunately, Zhao Zhao was not human. Otherwise, the overwhelming atmosphere would have been unbearable. As Zhao Zhao sniffed the air, a sense of delight washed over him. He detected his brother's scent. He promptly chose a direction, swinging a string of snakes in his hand, and set off. The wild chickens cried for help. Meanwhile, Wu Xie and his companions, who had just endured a harrowing encounter with wild mushrooms and grass tablets, stumbled upon a colossal snake, its head as large as 2 or 3 men. It was a pity that Zhao Zhao was not with them. When Zhao Zhao finally arrived, the enormous serpent had just swung down a black gold ancient sword, and before he could utter a greeting, he was struck by the descending blade. A divine intervention, indeed. Once Zhao Zhao regained his composure, he realized that the group had already fled, pursued by the giant snake. The forest was a cacophony of mingled scents, and with a heavy sigh, Zhao Zhao lamented his misfortune. Grasping the black gold sword, he was taken aback by its weight. He tied the snakes to the hilt of the sword and, holding onto their tails, prepared to chase after the others. Perhaps having never witnessed multiple snakes rolling their eyes in unison, Zhao Zhao hastily untied them and resecured them in his hand before sheathing the sword. He then settled down, took out some food and began to eat. Strangely enough, the sight of the string of snakes was rather appealing, eliciting a chuckle from him. After finishing his dinner, Zhao Zhao noticed two plumes of smoke drifting in from opposite directions in the sky, one red and the other yellow. Where are we headed? Zhao Zhao gently shook the drowsy string of snakes in her hand and muttered to herself, "You are red, so we shall walk towards the red. Let us embark." When Zhao Zhao approached again, cradling the snakes, she was met with the sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Not far away, the dense woods echoed with frantic shouts. "Snakes! Snakes! There are snakes! Is anyone there?" Zhao Zhao pondered for a moment and stealthily crept closer. Before her lay a large encampment, its perimeter lined with several corpses. In the center of the camp, a group of robust men in their 20s and 30s surrounded a middle-aged man, their torches raised, eyes wide with alarm as they stared at the menacing circle of cockatoo snakes encircling them. Taking a couple of steps forward, Zhao Zhao recognized the middle-aged man with some surprise. He was indeed the one who had spoken with the clay figure, yet something felt amiss. The essence was not quite right. Never mind, she thought, her red spicy strips, he has arrived. With determination, Zhao Zhao tossed the snakes onto the ground and, as she passed a metal barrel, she deftly covered them with the lid before sprinting towards the menacing circle of snakes. Wu Sanqing, who had been on high alert, brandishing his torch to fend off the serpents while dodging the indiscriminate strikes from the mob, suddenly turned to witness a bewildering scene. A 4- or 5-year-old boy was charging straight into the midst of the cockatoo snakes, his little legs moving with fervor. Wu Sanqing's heart leaped into his throat, and he was left with no time to ponder how this child had found his way into such a perilous situation, as he instinctively reached for his wooden firearm. The little boy, with both hands grasping a wild chicken's neck, brought it to his mouth amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers. Within a few bites, he swallowed it down, his eyes sparkling with delight as he dashed after another wild chicken. Before long, the camp's wild chickens had fled completely. Wu Sanqing, feeling somewhat dazed, wondered if it was due to his prolonged confinement. Were children today so ferocious? The onlookers were thoroughly frightened, inching closer to Wu Sanqing. Three, Master, that child is not human but a ghost, right? To be frank, he now feared the boy who devoured wild chickens more than the wild chickens themselves. Suddenly appearing in this primeval forest and exhibiting such fierce behavior, was he not a ghost? As he contemplated, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Sanqing squinted to observe the boy closely. Indeed, he cast a shadow where he stood. He slapped the mop on the head and scolded, "Damn it! What ghost? That child has a shadow." After satisfying his curiosity, he approached an iron bucket, retrieved his string of coxcomb snakes, and pondered before stepping in front of Wu Sanqing. Wu Sanqing regarded the boy, clad in a dirty black mountaineering outfit, yet his small face was remarkably delicate. In this vast rainforest, their group of adults had already suffered considerable losses, and this child appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old. How had he arrived here? Wu Sanqing watched as the venomous snake, which the boy was playing with by its tail, showed no signs of resistance, stirring within him a desire to engage. "Little one, where do you come from?" Zhao Zhao pondered for a moment, then pointed to the sky. Wu Sanqing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He found himself rather foolish for engaging in a conversation with a child of such limited reasoning, realizing that the answers he received were seemingly void of substance. Yet, he remained somewhat hopeful. "What about your parents? Why are you here all alone?" Zhao Zhao hesitated briefly, then gestured again towards the heavens, indicating that they were up there. Wu Sanqing froze, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. Softening his tone, he gently inquired, "How did you end up here?" "I came to find my brother. After arriving, I got separated from them." "Do you know where my brother is?" Zhao Zhao looked up at Wu Sanqing with bright, expectant eyes. The scent his brother left in the forest had long since dissipated. After wandering for so long, this was the first living person he had encountered. Perhaps he had seen his brother before. Tuoba observed Wu Sanqing conversing with the child, feeling a deep respect for him. No wonder he was called the Third Master. Just look at his audacity. Could anyone compare to him or his band of brothers? Wu Sanqing instructed Tuo Ba and the others to attend to the remains of their fallen comrades while he squatted beside Zhao Zhao, attempting to appear amiable as he asked, "What is your brother's name? Perhaps I know him." Wu Sanqing's pupils contracted. Could he possibly know the young master and Wuxia? He scrutinized Zhao Zhao with suspicion, wondering if he belonged to the Wang family. Glancing around, he dismissed the thought of keeping the child here. If he truly knew the young master, it would be a significant loss. As he reached out to ruffle Zhao Zhao's hair, the child stepped back, wearing a look of disdain. Wu Sanqing glanced at his hands, caked with dirt, and offered an awkward chuckle. "You should follow me for now. Your brother will join us shortly." Zhao Zhao looked on with skepticism. "Really?" Wu Sanqing, maintaining a composed demeanor, reassured her, "Of course your brother is in my employ." Zhao Zhao, puzzled, inquired, "Employ? What does that mean?" Wu Sanqing hesitated, realizing he was speaking to a child. I pay your brother, and in return, he protects me or follows my instructions." As he spoke, his gaze fixated on the wild chicken's neck she held, wary of any sudden movements. "Is your brother really that poor?" Zhao Zhao sighed internally, resolving to bequeath him the mountain of gold in his space, having heard from the black blind man that it could be exchanged for money, which he had no practical use for. Just as he finished his lament, he noticed Wu Sanqing eyeing his red spicy strips with longing. Reluctantly, he extended a string towards him. "Do you want some? Here." Wu Sanqing recoiled, hastily waving his hands. "No, you keep it for yourself." At that moment, a subtle rustling emanated from the distant woods, prompting everyone to adopt a defensive stance, their eyes fixed on the source of the sound. They soon discerned two figures emerging from the underbrush, the black blind man and Xie Yuchen. Wu Sanqing relaxed his guard, signaling for his companions to lower their weapons. "It's our people." The black blind man approached with a mischievous grin, playfully slapping Wu Sanqing on the shoulder. "Third Master, your blade remains as sharp as ever." Xie Yuchen stepped forward and greeted them. Third Master Wu Sanqing nodded, swatting away the hand of the black Xiezi, exclaiming, "If you don't arrive soon, this treasured sword of mine shall be broken here." He then gestured towards the two, saying, "Come, allow me to introduce you to a child. We owe him a great deal." Chapter 15. "I go," the black Xiezi snorted, about to speak, when he noticed a child in the distance, gripping a string of wild chickens by their necks, squatting uncertainly. Recognizing the familiar little outfit, he called out, "Zhao Zhao." Before Zhao Zhao could react, he leaped forward, kicking the snakes from the child's grasp and lifting Zhao Zhao into his arms. The sudden loss of food left Zhao Zhao bewildered, but upon turning around and locking eyes with the black Xiezi, his face lit up as he hugged the black Xiezi's neck, exclaiming, "Xie xie." For the black Xiezi, Zhao Zhao was always someone special. Perhaps it was the fact that he was the first person he encountered in this unfamiliar world. Despite the slightly unsightly things surrounding him, there remained a certain innocence akin to that of a fledgling bird. The black Xiezi regarded this little creature purely as a younger brother. Moreover, the mute's bank card was in his possession, thus making the mute's brother effectively his as well. It all seemed perfectly reasonable. Xie Yuchen, somewhat astonished, turned to the visibly surprised Wu Sanqing and inquired, "Third Master, how did Zhao Zhao arrive here?" Wu Sanqing glanced back at him and replied, "We just encountered a swarm of snakes, and this child appeared out of nowhere. By the way, is his name Zhao Zhao? Do you know each other?" Xie Yuchen asked with uncertainty. The introduction of the South's blind and the North's mute had brought forth their younger brother, whom they had parted ways with in the Devil City. Previously, the black blind had learned about Zhao Zhao's identity from the mute Zhang and had come here alone. Although he understood that nothing untoward would happen, a twinge of concern lingered in his heart. He gently patted Zhao Zhao's little head and led him towards the two men, surveying the ground littered with corpses. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Third Master, let us depart from this place. The wild chicken neck harbors grudges and may well launch a second attack." Wu Sanqing nodded in agreement, signaling to the group carrying the mop to gather their belongings. Just as the black blind was about to leave with Zhao Zhao in his arms, the child halted him, exclaiming, "My snake! I haven't taken my snake yet." The black blind, momentarily perplexed, inquired, "What snake?" Upon realizing the truth, he felt a wave of exasperation. It was the wild chicken neck, venomous enough to deliver a fatal bite. Zhao Zhao countered, "It can't kill me. I'm tough. I've already eaten plenty of them. That one is reserved for Fatty." Who? The black blind felt a pang of jealousy. In the child's eyes, the mute Zhang held the top position, a fact he begrudgingly accepted. Yet, where did this Fatty come from? Zhao Zhao chuckled, "Oh, the one with wuxia. I noticed he quite enjoys eating. He devoured that insect before, and this one is for him. Do you want some? If you wish to eat it, I won't save it for him." Instantly, the black blind felt a sense of satisfaction, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Black Master shall abstain. Let it be saved for Fatty." Zhao Zhao nodded, promising to bring something even more delectable next time. "That sounds wonderful." As Jiayuchen passed by, he shivered slightly, and upon noticing, He Xiaozi scooped up Zhao Zhao and headed towards Jiayuchen. "Huage, we have something delicious for Zhao Zhao. Would you care to try?" Jiayuchen, feeling a touch of awkwardness yet maintaining his politeness, responded with a slight smile. "No, He Yi should indulge himself." Once they located a place to rest, He Xiaozi gently set Zhao Zhao down, allowing him to play with a small red toy as he prepared milk using warm water from his backpack. Jiayuchen observed the transformation of He Xiaozi into a doting caregiver, a smirk gracing his lips as he squatted beside Zhao Zhao. The little one gazed at Jiayuchen, his eyes sparkling, captivated by the handsome older brother. Jiayuchen offered a gentle smile, poised to ruffle Zhao Zhao's hair, when he noticed the child's clothes were soiled, prompting a brief pause as his cleanliness obsession kicked in. At that moment, Zhao Zhao reached out for a hug, and Jiayuchen, resigned, retrieved a handkerchief to dampen and clean the child. By the time He Xiaozi returned, Zhao Zhao had transformed into a pristine little lad. They had not been seated for long when the mop gang began to express their discontent. Prior to their arrival, they had confidently asserted that the task would be relatively easy, yet now, after days of injuries and still no sight of their destination, half of their group was incapacitated. Just as Mop began to voice his grievances, a chilling glare from He Xiaozi and Jiayuchen silenced him. Undeterred by their intimidating presence, Mop, relying on the numbers on his side, launched into sarcastic jibes directed at Wu Sanqing, taunting, "You claim to know the forest? What nonsense! Camping in a snake pit. It takes a certain level of foolishness to make such a blunder." The black bear grinned wickedly, abruptly rising to his feet and placing the milk-drinking Zhao Zhao beside Jiayuchen. At that moment, a subordinate of the Mop sat beside it, washing his hands. The Mop, irritated, slapped him and barked, "What are you doing? This is where I sit." The subordinate, somewhat timid, replied, "Boss, the floor isn't drying." Wu Sanqing, overhearing this, turned his gaze. Meanwhile, the black bear approached, seized the water jug before the Mop, and, feigning thirst, purposefully spilled some water onto the floor. Oh dear, he exclaimed. The Mop, displeased, knocked the jug away and coldly retorted, "You're trembling." Grasping the black bear's collar, he added, "I see you're just looking for trouble." Witnessing this, Jiayuchen's expression hardened. In a swift motion, he darted over, seized the Mop's wrist, twisted it, and with a firm grip on its neck, forced it down to the ground, stepping on its back. The black bear, reveling in mischief, took a couple of steps forward, resting one hand on Jiayuchen's shoulder while placing a foot on the Mop's rear, both indulging in the spectacle as the Mop cried out in pain, unable to utter a word. "Xiaojiu, remain calm. Out here, harmony breeds prosperity," the black bear suggested, though his foot exerted no less pressure. Just then, Wu Sanqing arrived with his entourage, gesturing for them to cease. They withdrew their feet, observing as the Mop was helped up by its subordinate. At this moment, Zhao Zhao approached with a snake, prompting the Mop's entourage to retreat several steps at the sight of the slithering heads. The black bear let out a disdainful grunt, remarking that these individuals lacked even the courage of a child, truly a sign of diminishing spirit with age. Zhao Zhao clung to Jiayuchen's leg, her curious eyes fixed on Wu Sanqing, who had discovered the entrance. With a thunderous sound, the group moved the stones above, revealing a narrow water channel barely wide enough for a single person. Gazing at the waterway, the black bear suggested, Let's descend and take a look. With that, he jumped into the channel, but quick as a flash, he grabbed the scruff of his companion's neck, gruffly admonishing, "You stay put right here." Chapter 16. Do I look good? Zhao Zhao pouted, always keen on tugging at his collar. Jiayuchen affectionately ruffled Zhao Zhao's hair and gestured to the others. Stretching his limbs, he secured a rope around his waist. The black bear above gradually loosened the rope, allowing Jiayuchen to descend through the gap, leaving behind a disgruntled Zhao Zhao. Suddenly, an unknown commotion erupted below. The rope tightened abruptly, causing it to plummet significantly from the black bear's grasp. Startled, the black bear quickly steadied himself, wrapping the rope around his hands several times to regain control. Calling out to Jiayuchen below yielded no response. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Zhao Zhao leaped into the channel, and the black bear barely had time to react. She exclaimed, "I'm going to take a look." Just as Jiayuchen steadied himself below, he heard the startled cries from above. He looked up abruptly to see a figure falling, and before he could react, it landed squarely on his shoulder. Turning, their eyes met, and Jiayuchen was taken aback. This was Qi? In the midst of the scene, a young Qilin suddenly spoke, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" The voice was unmistakably that of Zhao Zhao, prompting an astonished reaction from Jiayuchen. Indeed, Zhao Zhao's original form was captivating. Zhao Zhao swayed playfully beside Jiayuchen, who, regaining his composure, called out to the heads peeking above, "Zhao Zhao is fine." He then cautiously guided Zhao Zhao downwards, expressing earnestly, "It would be wise to conceal this appearance. If one day we are absent, be wary of being captured for experiments." Beneath them lay a deep sewer, its walls lined with large stones, stained and murky from the relentless flow of wastewater. Instinctively, Jiayuchen felt the urge to turn and flee, but in the next moment, he was seized by the black bear, who playfully swatted his small backside twice. The black bear moderated his strength. It wasn't painful, yet it was undeniably embarrassing. Next time, should you act so recklessly again, the consequence will be far graver. "Do you understand?" he said. Seriousness etched on his face as he noticed Zhao Zhao's tearful eyes. Zhao Zhao, defiant, retorted, "No, I am formidable." With that, the black bear took the little one aside for a lesson. Jiayuchen and Wu Sanqing exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads in mirth. As they recalled their pressing matters, they began discussing the situation below. After listening to the details, Wu Sanqing nodded affirmatively, declaring this sewer must lead to the palace of the West Queen Mother. The little subordinates of the mop expressed their delight, reveling in their triumph. The mop, feeling revitalized, turned to Wu Sanqing and said, "This journey has been worthwhile, third master." Without allowing Wu Sanqing to speak, he addressed Jiayuchen, "Young Master Zhou, you are familiar with the circumstances. I would appreciate it if you could lead the way." Turning to the nearby black bear, he added, "Black Lord, your skills are commendable. I would be grateful if you could bring up the rear." Jiayuchen then inquired of Wu Sanqing, "The waters ahead are treacherous and unfathomable. Have you brought diving equipment?" "Indeed, it is at the previous campsite." Upon hearing Wu Sanqing's words, the mop was discontented at the prospect of returning to that snake's den. "What? That snake's den? Third master, do you wish for my brothers to perish even more?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Just as the mop was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he turned and caught sight of the string of wild chicken necks in his hand, which rendered him momentarily speechless. Wu Sanqing pondered for a moment, then issued a few instructions to the mop, leading Jiayuchen and Black Bear towards the campsite to retrieve their gear. The mop and his group, anxious that Wu Sanqing and the others might secretly procure the equipment for the West Queen Mother's palace, hurried to follow them. Once they caught up, Wu Sanqing exchanged a knowing glance with Black Bear, who silently nodded and took Zhao Zhao ahead to forge the path. "Come, little Zhao Zhao. Today Black Lord will teach you what it means to clear the way." This left Wu Sanqing and Jiayuchen to converse. The sight of a ground strewn with dead snakes sent shivers down the spines of the mop and his companions. Zhao Zhao, having descended from Black Bear's embrace, squatted beside a still-living wild chicken neck, playfully prodding it with a stick. Jiayuchen glanced around, momentarily oblivious to the fact that a wild chicken's neck lay on the ground, still struggling for life. Just as a snake was about to sink its fangs into Jiayuchen's leg, the man in dark glasses stepped forward, stamping on the serpent and pulling Jiayuchen away. "Be careful," he warned. The wild chicken, feeling its neck trapped, instinctively bit the foot of the man in dark glasses. "Your foot!" Jiayuchen exclaimed in surprise. With a swift kick, the man in dark glasses dislodged the wild chicken and jested with Jiayuchen. "No worries. I'm wearing imported combat boots, sturdy and durable." His sentence trailed off as he fainted. Jiayuchen caught him and retorted, "With that cheap pair of boots of yours, someone help." Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Zhao Zhao hurried over, concern etched across his face as he examined the injured foot of the man in dark glasses. Just as he was about to step inside, Wu Sanqing scooped him up, reassuring him, "Zhao Zhao, it's fine. Xiaohua will take care of it." Inside the tent, Jiayuchen administered a serum to the man in dark glasses, who soon regained consciousness. At that moment, he received a handful of money from Jiayuchen and was delightedly counting it. Chapter 17. "You are a distinguished person." Wu Sanqing entered with Zhao Zhao. "Third Master," Jiayuchen greeted. Zhao Zhao, noticing the weakened state of the man in dark glasses, anxiously approached and examined his foot. The man in dark glasses smiled and gently caressed Zhao Zhao's small face. "It's nothing. I'll be fine shortly." Pondering for a moment, Zhao Zhao discreetly retrieved a tiny spirit fruit from his pocket, no larger than a thumb, which emanated a delightful fragrance as he presented it. Climbing onto the bed, he placed it into the mouth of the man in dark glasses. The black bear smiled as he consumed the fruit, initially believing it to be merely a child's comfort. However, the moment the fruit descended into his stomach, a wave of warmth surged downward, enveloping his feet, instantly warming the bitten limb and invigorating his entire being. The black bear slightly shifted that foot, pondering its recovery. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly suppressed. Jiayuchen cast a glance at him, seemingly sensing something, yet he remained silent. Suddenly, a faint rustling sounded from outside the tent, prompting several of them to exchange glances. Noting the drowsy Zhao Zhao, who could barely keep his eyes open, they laid him on the bed, covering him with a blanket, gently patting his back. The familiar scent lulled Zhao Zhao, whose weary body succumbed to slumber after days of exertion. Jiayuchen, observing the peacefully sleeping Zhao Zhao, turned to Wu Sanqing and whispered, "Third Master, we have been in the camp for several hours now. The mop gang lacks patience. If we linger too long, they are likely to cause us further trouble." Black Glass nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Third Master, they have not ceased to hinder us along the way. We must avoid escalating matters at the last minute." Wu Sanqing nodded, realizing that if tensions escalated, they would have to confront them decisively. With both of you here, they would not dare to make too much of a commotion. The two exchanged a glance, a fleeting glimmer of resolve flashing in their eyes. Outside the tent, a listening underling turned to the mop, who was busy dealing with corpses. The mop, already impatient, listened as the underling embellished the overheard information. The mop instantly sat up, his face contorted with rage, cursing, "Damn it, Wu Sanqing dares to play tricks on me. If this continues, we shall find ourselves in a rather passive position." A throng of subordinates fixates on the mop, which has drawn them close. "We shall seize the equipment and venture into the West Queen Mother Palace ourselves. In a short while, I shall lead a few individuals to stabilize the situation, while the rest of you take the opportunity to acquire the gear. Once we have secured our belongings, we shall promptly sever ties with them." As soon as Zhao Zhao, seeking relief, emerges with Xiao Hong, she is greeted by a sea of subordinates surrounding the mop. Alongside the mop itself, who is weeping audibly. Black Glasses, brandishing a dagger, prepares to plunge it into the mop's eye. At that moment, a drowsy Zhao Zhao ambles over, swiftly transferring the dagger into Wu Sanqing's grasp, whistling as she approaches, and lifting Zhao Zhao into her arms. How did our Zhao Zhao awaken? It's not yet dawn. Let us return to slumber. With that, she strides towards Jiayuchen. Wu Sanqing gazes at the dagger in his hand, then at the mop, who is sobbing uncontrollably, his expression darkening with dismay. The following morning, after a day of travel, the group arrives once more at the water channel's entrance. Wu Sanqing gestures for everyone to halt. The water channel lies just ahead, but darkness is fast approaching. Thus, We shall rest here for the night and dispatch a team to light the way in the channel. At daybreak we shall proceed. It is at this moment that the distinction between Wu Sanqing's leadership and Ning's becomes evident. Resolute and valiant, demonstrating significant progress. As night falls, the two groups settle by separate fires. Jie Yuchen retrieves a small pouch, filling it with provisions, preparing to attach it to Zhao Zhao for the morrow. The mop observed a few individuals seated in the distance and summoned a subordinate to approach. The two of them strolled a short distance away, locating the entrance. They planned to dismantle that foul blind man and the pink brat one by one, with intentions to act tonight, keeping a wary eye on the young one. The subordinate, however, hesitated, having endured several beatings. Boss, we still have to manage this. Our previous attempts to deal with them have not been fruitful. The mop struck the subordinate's head in frustration, lamenting the lack of wit. Think, will you? They have undoubtedly grown complacent. Tonight is the opportune moment to strike. The subordinate approached the group with a sycophantic grin. Third Master, your skills are exceptional. Why not go down and scout the way? We, the less capable ones, cannot handle the evening's circumstances. Jie Yuchen and Wu Sanqing exchanged glances, and Jie Yuchen clapped his hands in preparation to rise. I shall go. However, black glasses firmly held Jie Yuchen back, placing Zhao Zhao in his arms. I will go. You keep an eye on Zhao Zhao and prepare some milk for him later. Zhao Zhao, having dozed off in black glasses' embrace, was now wide awake, contentedly nestled in Jie Yuchen's arms, not struggling at all. Among those present, Jie Yuchen's embrace was the most comforting. Before departing, the blind man removed his leather jacket and handed it to Jie Yuchen. It will get chilly tonight. Keep this. You should keep it. If you won't use it, we will cover Zhao Zhao with it. Has he always been this eager? Wu Sanqing leaned against a tree, arms crossed, commenting it's quite unusual. He would usually prefer to lie down rather than sit, yet today is a rare occasion for him to move. Jie Yuchen contemplated for a moment before turning to the child in his arms, Zhao Zhao, and gently inquired, Zhao Zhao, are you hungry? Would you like some milk? Zhao Zhao patted her belly and nodded eagerly. Jie Yuchen smiled as he handed her the warmed milk powder. Watching her drink heartily from the bottle filled him with a sense of contentment, and he settled down to chat with Wu Sanqing. Do you remember when you were little? I brought you to meet Wu Xie, and we encountered a fortune-teller beneath the overpass. The fortune-teller proclaimed that Wu Xie would lead a life of toil. Jie Yuchen chuckled. Did you not smash his stall in response? Wu Sanqing added a handful of twigs to the fire, remarking, he merely offered a prediction about you and Wu Xie. Regardless of its accuracy, we shouldn't ruin his business, right? Later, I even had my men send him a little money. Jie Yuchen smiled and asked, and then? Wu Sanqing continued, you won't believe it, but since that day, I have never encountered him again. Jie Yuchen raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as Wu Sanqing gazed at his face. Don't you want to know what that old man foretold for you? Even if you told me, I wouldn't believe it, Jie Yuchen replied, ruffling Zhao Zhao's hair. Wu Sanqing laughed softly. Well, I was just making conversation. He mentioned, you are a noble person. Chapter 18, Wu Sanqing? Jielian Huan. A noble person? Will I meet a noble person? Jie Yuchen looked up, puzzled. No, it is you who are the noble one. You are a benefactor to so many who come and go, yet you do not cherish your own worth. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around Xie Yuchen instantly turned frigid. The men of the Xie family met untimely deaths, as if cursed. I was merely 8 years old when I assumed the family mantle. I am no one's benefactor, and the fortune-teller was mistaken. At this, Wu Sanqing turned his head away, his lips twitching slightly, yet he refrained from uttering another word. Zhao Zhao observed the icy exchange between the two, nestled in Xie Yuchen's embrace, gently shaking his hand. Big brother, are you here to find someone? Xie Yuchen, taken aback, inquired, how did you know? Truth be told, he had come to the West Queen Mother Palace at the behest of unseen forces, yet his true purpose was to unearth a long-sought truth, one he had yearned to discover since he was 8. Was that person still alive, or had they succumbed to death? But how did Zhao Zhao possess this knowledge? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Zhao leaned closer, whispering softly into his ear, ensuring Wu Sanqing could not overhear, you know me. I can perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow, acknowledging, indeed, I have come in search of someone. Zhao Zhao possessed the extraordinary ability to see what others could not, such as the auras above a few fated individuals, alongside the perception of bloodline powers. Seizing the pretense of needing to use the restroom, she tugged Xie Yuchen towards a secluded spot. Do you have any belongings belonging to that person, or anything else? Even worn clothing would suffice. I can help you find them. After a brief hesitation, Xie Yuchen retrieved an ancient coin from his wallet and handed it to Zhao Zhao. This coin was a gift from Xielian Huan when he had just been adopted into the family, and according to him, it served as a talisman for his survival. Zhao Zhao clasped his hands together, and a faint green luminescence enveloped his palms. After a minute, he lowered his hands, puzzled. Xie Yuchen inquired, Zhao Zhao, what's the matter? It's nothing. If I can't find it, so be it. I've grown accustomed to it, Zhao Zhao replied, shaking his head and gesturing towards the direction of Wu Sanqing, as if he were right there. Xie Yuchen was momentarily taken aback, and when the words sank in, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. He suddenly sprang to his feet. That direction could only point to Wu Sanqing. No, he ought to be referred to as Jielian Huan. Xie Yuchen, undoubtedly astute, realized that Zhao Zhao had provided him with but a single clue, yet after mulling it over twice in his mind, he grasped the implication instantly. Had Zhao Zhao conveyed this before today, he would have been skeptical. However, after witnessing Zhao Zhao's peculiarity and those crystal-clear eyes, he believed every word. Zhao Zhao had no reason to deceive him. Anger surged within his gaze. No wonder he had never allowed Wu Xie to safeguard the Wu family but had instead consistently urged him to protect the Jie family. It was clear that he was Wu Xie's uncle. Zhao Zhao was somewhat baffled. Had the blind man not claimed that person was Wu Xie's uncle? How had it transformed into a relative of Xie Yuchen? Could it be that his incantation had faltered? That seemed unlikely. Although the heavenly Tao had suppressed his magic to an overwhelming extent, it was merely a minor spell and should not have gone awry. What then had gone amiss? Xie Yuchen closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, as he gently patted Zhao Zhao's head, accepting the coin and lifting him into his embrace, murmuring softly, "Brother understands, thank you, Zhao Zhao." Zhao Zhao wrapped his arms around his neck, remaining silent, yet Jie could sense the profound sorrow emanating from him. After much contemplation, Zhao Zhao spoke with a weighty significance. "Do you still cover the window in your room with a black cloth?" Xie Yuchen suddenly shut his eyes tightly, concealing the moisture that threatened to spill from them. Indeed, this was the legacy of Jielian Huan. Fate is often impartial. Once, everyone believed the Jie family to be an indomitable clan, yet none anticipated the curse that would befall them. After Jielian Huan's demise, his father swiftly followed suit, and soon after, several uncles succumbed to illness, culminating in his grandfather's passing. In an instant, the entire family was reduced to but a single soul, himself. Consequently, the women of the family, embroiled in disputes over inheritance and remarriages, left him with nothing but a shattered legacy. Following his grandfather's death, there was no longer any notion of restoration. The Jie family had lost everything. His mother strived to uphold the family's reputation externally, while he was thrust into the role of the young master. Reflecting upon it now, he realized he was merely 8 years old at that time. With the fall of the Jie family, chaos ensued, and countless adversaries emerged to trouble them. Fortunately, his grandfather had acted with great prudence, preparing for the inevitable. He arranged for him to learn opera under his second uncle, signaling a familial bond of mentorship. The Jie family still possessed certain enterprises, which allowed him to survive from the tender age of 8 to 26. All thanks to his grandfather's foresight and the protection of his second uncle. Eventually, however, his second uncle also departed, leaving him utterly alone. The year he took over the Jie family, he had already shed his innocence. Otherwise, he would have been devoured by the conspiracy of this monstrous beast, leaving not a shred behind. Within the expansive courtyard, he found himself alone, with 7 different places to rest each night. He took pleasure in draping black cloth over the window of his room, fearing that the relatives of the Jie family might spy on him or worse, invade his sanctuary and take his life with a dagger. This was a reality he had genuinely faced. What becomes of a soul living under such relentless pressure? Perhaps madness looms, or a descent into despair, yet he had no privilege of choice. With no avenue of retreat, he bore the weight of his grandfather, Master Zhao, who entrusted the Jie family to his care. Thus, he could neither afford nor permit its downfall under his stewardship. The catalyst for it all was the supposed demise of Jialianhuan. Now, to be suddenly informed that Jialianhuan had not perished but had instead been serving as an uncle to others all these years. How ironic. A faint smile crept upon Jiayuchen's lips as he recalled the night he assumed leadership. It was a night of torrential rain, yet the air was thick with the scent of blood, although he had found none. He adored the hue of blood, yet despised its odor. With this thought, Jiayuchen scoffed softly, his eyes opening to reveal a clarity within. The affairs of the Jie family need not trouble Master San. Wu Sanxing frowned, then offered a wry smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. They had sacrificed for this plan, deserving of everyone's trust, except for Wu Xie and Jiayuchen. Meanwhile, Jiayuchen's voice rang out once more. Zhao Zhao, shall we engage in a little game? All right, what game shall we play? Let us engage in a contest of who can awaken first from slumber. Shall we? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. Chapter 19. He smells better than you with eyes closed, his ears acutely attuned. The raucous group led by Mop began to stir once more. Their mockery and pretentiousness met with a swift rebuttal from two individuals. Before long, Black Bear, whistling casually, approached with his motley crew of subordinates in a carefree manner. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Zhao opened his eyes. Upon noticing, Jiayuchen quickly shielded his eyes with his hand. He had sensed something amiss ever since Jialianhuan had suggested he wear sunglasses. However, despite searching, he found no smaller pair of sunglasses in Black Bear's coat. He resolved to let Zhao Zhao rest, hoping that by morning the fog would dissipate. Little did he know, this young one was remarkably resilient. Zhao Zhao blinked and said, "Big brother, I am quite all right. This mere fog cannot harm me." Jiayuchen was taken aback but, considering his physical condition, relaxed somewhat. Zhao Zhao grinned and remarked, "I won the game we just played. We have yet to decide what the prize will be." Very well, Black Bear approached, stating, "Third Master, there are no abnormalities at the entrance, and the lights are functioning properly. We can set off early tomorrow." Upon hearing the title Third Master, Jiayuchen scoffed and took Zhao Zhao's hand, steering her away. Jialianhuan was perplexed, unable to fathom how Little Flower might have discovered something. Yet, he could not grasp the situation due to Zhao Zhao's extraordinary presence. The Black Bear cast a worried glance toward Jiayuchen. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, yet now, the man's demeanor was clearly amiss. After exchanging a few words with Jialianhuan, he hurried over to Jiayuchen's side. Jialianhuan, trailing behind, reached out in vain. He hadn't even given his consent yet. Observing the scattered mops and the others in disarray, he nostalgically reminisced about the past, feeling a deep sense of helplessness as he resolved to assist them in dispelling the poison. "Master Hua, you wear those sunglasses far better than I do," the Black Bear remarked, clearly searching for conversation. However, Jiayuchen, accustomed to such banter, lifted his head with a hint of arrogance. Of course, in this crowded place, where many eyes were upon them, he had always maintained a rational demeanor. He would settle accounts with Jialianhuan after exiting the West Queen Mother's palace. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the Black Bear's eyes. "Indeed, our Master Hua is exceptionally handsome. By the way, Cao Cao, have you eaten yet?" Upon noticing that Cao Cao was not wearing sunglasses, he was already aware that the poisonous mist posed no threat to him, and he felt somewhat surprised to see him still awake. Yes, Cao Cao nodded, having already eaten. The Black Bear's eyes darted, and with a swift motion, he lifted Cao Cao while draping an arm over Jiayuchen's shoulder. Jiayuchen stiffened momentarily but then acquiesced. Come, let's join Black Master. He has a grand secret to share with you." Not far ahead, they encountered a muddy pit. Jiayuchen felt a twinge of curiosity and was about to inquire about it when, unexpectedly, the Black Bear, standing behind him, gave him a push. With a splash, Jiayuchen found himself sprawled in the mud. Gazing at the mud that enveloped him, Jiayuchen's obsessive cleanliness erupted. His fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. Black Bear! This sight elicited a chuckle from Zhao Zhao, whose laughter faded as she noticed the darkened expression on Black Bear's face. A sudden realization struck him as he glanced at the small creature in his hands. Without hesitation, he tossed it into the mire as well. Zhao Zhao, unprepared for her landing, met the ground face first, letting out a cry. She quickly scrambled to her feet, shaking her hair free of mud. Confronted by two menacing glares, Black Bear grinned and squatted before them. Let me enlighten you. This mud is a talisman against the wild chicken necks.
Come.
Allow me to spread it evenly for you. Jiayuchen, suddenly both furious and amused, remarked, Our Black Lord is indeed knowledgeable. Indeed. Zhao Zhao wiped the mud from her face, asserting that as a Qilin, she feared not the so-called wild chicken necks. If they were to encounter such, it would surely be the enemies who fled. With a sudden burst of energy, she lunged at the now clean Black Bear, knocking him to the ground. Witnessing this, Jiayuchen momentarily cast aside his cleanliness obsession and smeared mud onto Black Bear's form. Black Bear howled in protest but could not evade the fate of being coated in muck. Seeing Jiayuchen's joyous laughter, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After their playful antics had run their course, Black Bear lifted the now thoroughly mud-coated Zhao Zhao, playfully tapping her tiny nose. Ah, little rascal, despite my kindness, you conspired with Flower Lord to assault me. Zhao Zhao crossed her arms defiantly, turning her head away. I am a Qilin. Black Bear, bewildered, pondered the meaning of her words. So what? As Jiayuchen tended to his appearance, he raised an eyebrow and leisurely responded. So, he is not afraid of that wild chicken's neck. He Shazi's body stiffened momentarily before bursting into laughter. No need to worry. Just in case, let me take you to wash up. Half an hour later, a pristine little Zhao Zhao emerged. As Zhao Zhao munched on a small biscuit, he gazed curiously at the two muddy figures before him and asked, Why haven't you two washed? Hey Shazi, preparing to transport water and mud, replied, We fear snakes. What if, like before, that wild chicken's neck suddenly comes rushing at us? That would be disastrous. But you are with me. They won't bite you, Zhao Zhao said, taking a sip from his water bottle. Upon hearing this, both men turned to him, and He Shazi tossed aside the bucket in his hand. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me, Zhao Zhao replied. The two exchanged exasperated glances, conceding that he was right. Suddenly, Jiayuchen recalled an earlier incident at the campsite involving a snake. He rubbed his forehead and glanced at his own clothes, which were caked in mud, and decisively entered the water to cleanse himself of the grime. By the time the trio had thoroughly washed up, the night had deepened. Zhao Zhao rested sweetly on Jiayuchen's shoulder, sound asleep. He Shazi had intended to carry him over but was thwarted when Zhao Zhao candidly remarked that Jiayuchen smelled better than he did. He Shazi. His eyes flickered as he turned to gaze at Jiayuchen. Jiayuchen cast a sidelong glance at him, cradling the child in his arms, feeling quite at ease. After all, with the power of the Qilin blood coursing through him, he was not at risk of being bitten by insects. Moreover, the warmth was undeniably comforting. Chapter 20. Swift resolution for precautionary measures. Early the next morning, the group gathered, ready to descend into the passage. The mop crew had been thoroughly subdued the previous night, now obediently complying with any task assigned to them. Jelian Huan observed the child, Zhao Zhao, nestled on Jiayuchen's shoulder, furrowing his brow. After much deliberation, he finally suggested, Little Flower, perhaps we should leave this child outside the camp while we explore. I can assign a few individuals to ensure his safety. We are unaware of what dangers lie beneath the passage, and while the adults may manage to return unscathed, a child's safety is far less certain. Jiayuchen shot him a glance, fully aware of the ulterior motives of this cunning old fox. Leaving Zhao Zhao above might very well mean he would be lost by the time Jiayuchen emerged. He Xiao took Zhao Zhao from Jiayuchen, allowing the child to cling to his oxygen tank. Indeed, Third Master, this little Zhao Zhao is under the watchful eyes of both me and Flower. You need not worry. Besides, our Zhao Zhao is no less capable than those reckless youths. Jelian Huan felt a sense of helplessness. Was he truly such a heartless demon? Though the child was an unexpected variable in their plan, upon first encountering him, he had indeed considered eliminating him. Yet, gazing at the child's exquisitely delicate face, reminiscent of Little Flower's childhood, he found himself unexpectedly softening. After all, who could truly rid themselves of him? with a string of wild chicken necks in hand. Jelian Huan sighed, longing for the days of the past once more. Let us embark. Zhao Zhao cast a casual glance at him, unperturbed. He Xiaozi and Jie Yuqing descended along the rope, approximately 6 or 7 meters, before they landed with a splash in the water below. This was somewhat awkward. He Xiaozi lifted his foot and, with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, glanced at Jie Yuqing. Is this what you meant by turbulent waters? Unfathomable depths? Jie Yuqing, shining his flashlight at him, retorted stubbornly. One must be adequately prepared. It is imperative. He Xiaozi cradled Zhao Zhao in front of him, concealing his amused lips, while Zhao Zhao looked at him with curiosity. He Xiaozi whistled and shifted his gaze away. Jie Yuqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned his head to feign ignorance. He Xiaozi, catching the moment, teased, "Third master, being well prepared is indeed essential. However, it seems that not just I among this crew has poor eyesight. Wouldn't you agree, little Zhao Zhao?" "Be quiet." All right, Jelian Huan quickly interjected. "If these two continue, it will never end. Everyone listen to me. Though the water is not deep, it flows from the surface and may conceal some deep-seated dangers, possibly snakes. So proceed with caution and spread out to scout ahead." Jie Yuqing and He Xiaozi took separate paths, advancing ahead of the group. Along the way, He Xiaozi glanced at Zhao Zhao with curiosity. "Zhao Zhao, I have yet to ask. What brings you to the West Queen Mother Palace?" Zhao Zhao tightened her grip on the snake in her hands. "I believe my family's sacred object is here." He Xiaozi pondered for a moment. "Sacred object? Yes. I'm not certain what it is, but I can feel its presence. We must be nearing the deepest part of this tomb." Zhao Zhao looked up at him and inquired, "And what about you? And what of my brother? Did you come here because there are treasures within?" The black bear chuckled. "I follow the boss's orders. Wherever he commands, I shall go. Your brother may have his own matters to attend to." "From whom did you hear about the treasures here?" From the mop came the reply. "Ha! That lad is not mistaken. Indeed, there are many treasures here." Zhao Zhao, given your brother's temperament, he would not permit you to act alone," the black bear stated seriously as he set him down. "How did you arrive here?" Zhao Zhao felt a sense of danger, glancing around before whispering, "I just came over." "What? You little rascal," the black bear sighed, recognizing that the child had not faced the harsh realities of the world. Since their arrival in this jungle, various factions had converged here. It was perilous. He could hardly fathom what would befall them if the Wang family were to capture him. Crouching down, he resolved to impart some wisdom. "Zhao Zhao, you are aware of your uniqueness. If you inadvertently reveal yourself to others, what awaits you is confinement in a small black room, and tortures far worse than mere skinning." Zhao Zhao did not comprehend. "But no one here can defeat me." The black bear patted his head. "I acknowledge your prowess. Yet what if? What if they seized you while you slumbered?" Zhao Zhao pondered for a moment. "Then what?" Thus, the black bear's gaze hardened. "If you detect anyone who perceives your uniqueness, you must eliminate them swiftly, as a precaution." "Huh?" Zhao Zhao appeared bewildered. "What do you mean, huh? Have you not heard me?" With a nod, Zhao Zhao acknowledged the lesson, but what did it mean to eliminate first and act swiftly thereafter? "Ah! It meant encountering him and ending his life." The black bear produced a dagger and began instructing him, hand in hand, on the most expedient methods of taking a life, where to strike for maximum arterial bleeding, and so forth. Thus, Zhao Zhao had opened the door to a new realm of existence. Suddenly, a heavy splash echoed from nearby, as the black bear rushed over. His keen eyesight caught sight of a plump figure unconscious in the water, alongside the innocent standing in the shallows, and the approaching Jie Yuqing. After placing Zhao Zhao in a spacious area to wait, he gestured to Jie Yuqing and, together, hoisted the heavy-set man toward Zhao Zhao's direction. "Wait, what? He's that?" Zhao Zhao gazed at the corpulent figure lying beside him, perplexed. "What happened to him? Is he dead?" "He is not dead," replied the black bear, loosening his shoulders. "He was bitten by a snake. I'll administer an antivenom and he'll awaken shortly." He retrieved a syringe from his backpack, drew up the antivenom, and firmly pressed it into the plump man's arm. Zhao Zhao shivered, exclaiming, "My heavens, how terrifying!" That thick needle piercing his arm. He looked at the black bear, his eyes wide with fear. After administering the antivenom, the black bear noticed Zhao Zhao's frightened expression and retorted, "I'm not going to stab you. So what are you afraid of?" Zhao Zhao shook his head, stepping back a pace, his voice trembling. "I'm not afraid. Who said I was afraid?" The black bear glanced at his quaking legs, smirking. "If you're so brave, then straighten your legs before you speak." He tucked away the needle, casting it far aside. The little rascal exhaled a sigh of relief, prompting a chuckle from the black bear, who found the child exceedingly amusing. Originally, Zhao Zhao intended to give him a fruit, but the black bear declined. The crowd was too large and too watchful. It was evident that the plump boy had been bitten by a snake, and a direct recovery would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others, drawing unwanted attention to Zhao Zhao. Chapter 21. You little rascal. After the black bear finished his task, he hoisted the chubby boy onto his back and made his way to reunite with Jielian Huan, accompanied by Zhao Zhao. At the end of the passage lay a spacious area where Jielian Huan had gathered people to start a fire and settle in. Upon noticing the arrival of the black bear and the boy, he was momentarily taken aback but quickly directed others to investigate. With no further business to attend to, the black bear retrieved a milk bottle from his backpack, preparing to warm up some milk. Zhao Zhao squatted beside him, eagerly anticipating the moment. Before long, Jie Yuchen approached with wuxia. "Uncle!" The instant the uncle and nephew recognized each other, Jie Yuchen distinctly perceived a flicker of surprise and relief in Jielian Huan's eyes. A wave of inexplicable disappointment washed over him, only to be followed by a resigned smile. Perhaps this was simply his fate. Not far off, the black bear waved at Jie Yuchen, gesturing toward Zhao Zhao, who was drinking milk, and shook the milk bottle in his hand, indicating he had some as well. Jie Yuchen chuckled lightly, his demeanor softening. As the two approached, Jielian Huan lifted his foot, exclaiming, "You little rascal! Why are you so disobedient?" Before he could land a kick, wuxia suddenly toppled over. "Huh? I haven't even kicked him yet?" Jie Yuchen exclaimed, quickly bending down to check on wuxia. "Wuxia! Wuxia!" Jielian Huan crouched down, assuming he was merely feigning unconsciousness, and poked at his head, questioning the pretense. Jie Yuchen instantly turned his head to glare at him, his eyes filled with fierce intensity. It was only then that Jielian Huan realized that wuxia had indeed lost consciousness. Wuxia was over there, tending to the neck of a small wild chicken on his back. Jie Yuchen, with great kindness, took a handkerchief and wrapped it around the dragon-patterned stick, offering it to his dear childhood friend without a hint of disdain, and afterward carelessly stowed it into his own bag. Hyangzi had not brought Zhao Zhao over. Upon witnessing the scene, he feared that his friend might lose his appetite. Yet, as it turned out, he had overestimated the situation. Zhao Zhao could swallow even the wild chicken's neck whole, let alone such a trifling amount of blood. Once the task was completed, Jie Yuchen approached, creating space for conversation. As he drew near, Zhao Zhao handed him another baby bottle, urging him to drink. "No thank you," Jie Yuchen declined. "You should keep it for yourself." "Come on, Flower Lord." Hyangzi interjected, forcefully taking the bottle from Zhao Zhao's hands and thrusting it into Jie Yuchen's embrace. "Zhao Zhao specifically saved this for you. It's been warming for quite some time." Jie Yuchen shot him a glare, but Hyangzi pretended not to notice. In this chilling tomb, a sip of something warm would indeed be beneficial for the body. As for why he refused to drink, well, it would tarnish the illustrious image of the esteemed Black Lord. Seeing someone accept the offer, Zhao Zhao felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, all that remained was to wait for the plump one to awaken, so he could present him with the wild chicken neck he had saved specifically for him, having held onto it for quite a while. Jie Yuchen tucked the baby bottle into his embrace, planning to warm it for Zhao Zhao later. He glanced at the skewers of wild chicken necks in Zhao Zhao's hands, casting a sympathetic look at the still unconscious plump one. At least he was receiving milk. "Oh, innocence is here, but where is my brother?" Zhao Zhao looked around anxiously, yet still could not spot Zhang Qiling. He Shazi raised an eyebrow, suggesting that your brother should be arriving shortly. Just as Zhao Zhao was about to voice her thoughts, Jielian Huan suddenly stood up and called out, "Everyone, pay attention. This place is not safe. Let's pack up and set off shortly." The two approached Zhao Zhao, who sat on the ground, looking weak and despondent. He Shazi squatted beside him, resting a hand on his shoulder, asking, "Do you think he did it on purpose? Intentionally or deliberately? Undoubtedly, it was intentional. Anger flickered across Wu Xie's face as he glared at Jielianhuan's retreating figure. The group exchanged knowing smiles, for Zhao Zhao was indeed naive. And you? Wu Xie approached and squatted down, pinching Zhao Zhao's cheeks and scolding. Why did you run off as soon as we arrived in the rainforest? Do you have any idea how worried your brother and I were? What if you encountered danger all alone? Zhao Zhao dismissively swatted his hand away, replying, I told my brother. You call that telling him? Wu Xie nearly choked on his own words in disbelief. Oh, you mischievous child. Fine, I won't argue with you. Just wait until we see your brother. Then we'll see what happens. After their playful banter, the group seemed to have attracted the attention of the wild chickens once more, and everyone began packing their belongings as they ventured into the underground palace. After traversing through 3 or 4 passages, they stumbled upon a massive white snake shedding. Just how large was this shed skin? It was certainly big enough for 2 or 3 people to stand inside and still have room to move around. Since the serpent's shed skin is present here, it serves as evidence that this enormous serpent once lived, or perhaps still resides, within this subterranean palace. The skilled practitioner of the art of unraveling mysteries, Jielianhuan, boldly led the group into the depths of the chamber. As Wu Xie took a few steps forward, he shared his knowledge, recalling an encounter with a grand serpent's relief in a temple, which he had initially believed to be mere mythological totem worship. In retrospect, it must have been this very creature. Zhao Zhao reached out to touch the thick, remarkably elastic shed skin, inexplicably licking her lips, captivated by its size, imagining how delectable it must be. After a moment of contemplation, she poked her finger at the nearby black bear, who nearly reacted with a kick, exhaling a sigh before squatting down to inquire, What's wrong? Are you unable to proceed? The eyes of Black Bear brightened instantly as he embraced Zhao Zhao and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, You truly are my dear little brother. With that, he brandished his black gold dagger, seeking an appropriate spot to commence slicing the serpent's skin. The moment the blade made contact, Black Bear was taken aback. His dagger was crafted from the same material as the ancient black gold sword belonging to the Muzhong. He confidently asserted that such material was exceedingly rare in the world. Yet, to his astonishment, the blade only left a mere scratch. How intriguing! Jieyuchen's eyes flickered with interest. Blessed with keen hearing, he caught Zhao Zhao's words. Observing Black Bear's actions, he pursed his lips and retrieved a butterfly knife to assist him. Black Bear chuckled, patted Jieyuchen on the shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up. Jieyuchen rolled his eyes at him, gesturing for him to continue his task. Observing the busy individuals around him, Zhao Zhao found a spot to settle down, leaning against the shed made from snake skin. He retrieved some snacks from his backpack, munching on them while watching the two work, embodying the role of a supervisor. Chapter 22. The old fox. The duo toiled from afternoon until evening, managing to create a sizable opening in the snake skin. Zhao Zhao stored the skin in his spatial pouch just as Wu Xie and Jielianhuan concluded their discussion, with Jielianhuan approaching. Upon seeing him, a thought suddenly struck Zhao Zhao. He exchanged a few words with Black Bear before rushing towards Wu Xie. Jielianhuan observed his retreating figure, lost in contemplation, sensing an inexplicable chill behind him. Wu Xie sat there, sifting through the contents of his notebook, when Zhao Zhao arrived, just in time to hear a peculiar sound emanating from the tape inside, one that was oddly familiar. Wu Xie turned, inquiring what's the matter, Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao composed himself, took a seat beside him and leaned in to whisper, I have something to discuss with you. Wu Xie found it amusing and set his notebook aside, replying, Go ahead, I'm listening. I saw a clay figurine over by the pond, speaking with your third uncle. Zhao Zhao recounted the incident in detail. The more Wu Xie listened, the more unsettled he became. Chen Wenjin, it truly is her. But why is that third uncle leading him further into this place? After much hesitation, Zhao Zhao finally voiced his concern. I feel that this isn't your third uncle. The man speaking with that clay figurine is the real one. In an instant, Wu Xie stood up, resolutely declaring, Impossible. In the midst of confusion, I pondered why it was deemed impossible. Previously, I had sought counsel from that charming elder brother, who indicated that this third uncle had some connection, albeit a tenuous one, to him. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he bore the surname Jie, not Wu.
Mi pupils dilated in sudden realization, ye Lianhuan.
A memory surged forth from my childhood when, in a moment of innocent mischief, I stumbled upon my second uncle reprimanding my third uncle, who knelt before him, apologizing for some transgression against the Jie family. Could it be? Did Jie Lianhuan truly escape death in the underwater tomb? And what of my third uncle? No, that couldn't be right. Upon hearing the news of Jie Lianhuan's survival, I felt an inexplicable sense of relief. The blood inscriptions from the underwater tomb had haunted me, and the sight of Xiaohua always stirred a deep-seated guilt. Yet, I remained perplexed. What could have driven them to such lengths? Those cunning old foxes. 2 of them, indeed. However, I was acutely aware that should I approach that wily old fox now, the response would undoubtedly be evasive, perhaps even met with a diversion or a hastily changed subject. No inquiries. The conclusion drawn from years of trailing behind him was clear. Since they had led me here, they must possess some vital clues to impart. I sensed it was imminent, drawing near. My eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Over the past year, I had relentlessly pursued Wu Sanqing, encountering numerous unfortunate souls who met untimely demises at the hands of serpents or toads. With every corpse I uncovered, a chilling dread gripped me. What if it were my own? Suddenly, I was jolted from my reverie by the gentle tug of a small hand before me. Xiaoxia, Cao Cao exclaimed, sighing like a miniature adult. Where is that big sister? Big sister? I was momentarily taken aback, unable to process her words. It is the elder sister who walked with us before. Wu Xie, realizing this, said, when we were in the jungle, a Ning was bitten by a snake. Fortunately, it did not strike her major artery. We administered the serum, and when she awoke, she contacted someone and left. Zhao Zhao felt a tinge of disappointment. She has left. Then, Zhao Zhao pulled out the neck of a wild chicken from behind. She had previously shared some with me, and I wanted her to taste it as well, for it was quite delicious. Wu Xie's lips twitched slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she replied in a gentle tone, she might not be fond of this. Zhao Zhao sighed, indeed, none of you enjoy it. Only the chubby one relishes it. I shall save it all for him. Wu Xie cleared her throat and, with a shift in her gaze, affirmed, yes, he certainly enjoys this. We shall give it to him when he awakens. Just then, an unsettling thought struck Wu Xie regarding Xiaohua, causing her to hesitate momentarily. What about Xiaohua? Zhao Zhao mentioned that she had learned about it from Xiaohua, which implied that Xiaohua was also aware of this truth. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Zhao nodded, yes, the elder brother knows. Jie Yuchen leaned against the shed snake skin, a significant portion of his form cloaked in darkness. Later, when the Jie family underwent tremendous changes, upon encountering Xiaohua once more, Wu Xie found it impossible to connect him with the lively and adorable companion of her childhood. As the only child in her family, Wu Xie had always been the cherished object of everyone's affection, and she did not lack the love that Wu Sanqing provided. However, at that moment, the love from family was profoundly precious to Jie Yuchen. Over the years, Jie Lianhuan and Wu Sanqing had disguised themselves as one, and beside him, Jie Yuchen felt a sense of guilt, even though it was never his intention. Jie Yuchen lifted his gaze to meet his eyes, glancing at Zhao Zhao, and suddenly comprehended the unspoken words lingering between them. A smile broke across Jie Yuchen's face as he shook his head at Wu Xie, indicating that he was unfazed. Tears instantly welled up in Wu Xie's eyes, and he turned away, seeking solitude to process his emotions. Zhao Zhao followed closely, remaining by his side in silence. Jie Yuchen looked up at the enveloping darkness, pondering the significance of knowing who was who at this juncture. The arduous, challenging, and painful moments had already faded into the past. Jie Yuchen had never been one to dwell on hindsight. Moreover, as the head of the Jie family, weakness had never been a trait befitting him. Suddenly, the black bear placed a hand on his shoulder, offering no words. Jie Yuchen raised an eyebrow and smiled, tacitly approving of his gesture. Everything was understood without utterance. Chapter 23. I still believe I am older than you, Wu Xie. Zhao Zhao sat beside him, playfully poking him with a finger out of sheer boredom. Wu Xie opened his eyes and turned to look at him, inquiring, what is it? Where is my brother? The mention of Zhang Qiling stirred a wave of frustration within Wu Xie, who thought to himself that he had run off again. Detecting the joy in his tone, Wu Xie cast him a sidelong glance. Why do you sound so pleased? Upon this matter, Wu Xie found himself overwhelmed with tears and snot, as the larger one dashed off without a word, while the smaller one had learned the essence of evasion. How he had once hoped the smaller would keep an eye on the larger. Yet, to his surprise, the smaller one bolted, and in their frantic search to find him, they lost track of the larger. Zhao Zhao blinked his big eyes, attempting to feign innocence. Wu Xie tousled his hair, sighing, reflecting that the child was still young and that proper guidance awaited them once they ventured outside. That night, Zhao Zhao suddenly opened his eyes, having caught a whiff of his brother's presence. Contemplating for a moment, he held his breath and stealthily crept past Wu Xie, glancing at the sleeping He Xie and Xie Yuchun not far away, and quietly made his way past them. Once he was a distance away, Xie Yuchun turned to He Xie, his gaze suggesting whether to pursue. He Xie grinned, signaling that the mute would remain outside. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Yuchun nodded and resumed his meditative repose. Upon exiting, Zhao Zhao followed the original corridor, turning right and proceeding straight ahead. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, yet his night vision enabled him to traverse the path with ease. After navigating numerous twists and turns, he finally arrived at a door at the end of the passage. This door appeared to be crafted from bronze, quite large, and emitted an overpowering stench. Zhao Zhao covered his nose with his hand, reluctant to push the door open, but the scent of Zhang Qiling lingered here, vanishing into the unknown. Enduring the repugnant odor, he moved to the right, unable to suppress his nausea. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly found himself falling into an abyss. Zhao Zhao looked down. Thud! Ouch! That hurt terribly. Zhao Zhao rubbed his bottom and rolled upright, and upon looking up, he was astounded to find he had fallen from a height of at least 10 meters. He was not human. Otherwise, he would have perished by now. Glancing around, his round eyes instantly widened. He found himself in a tomb chamber, or rather, it should be referred to as a palace, glistening with gold and adorned with a myriad of treasures, filled with various gold and silver artifacts, multicolored glass lamps, luminous pearls, malachite. The entire palace was overflowing with such wonders, and even the well-traveled Zhao Zhao could not help but feel a sense of awe. Zhao Zhao approached and picked up a jade flute from a display stand, its surface radiating a rosy hue, clearly a fine piece. He liked it and decided to take it. With a wave of his hand, the jade flute vanished from sight. The luminous pearl caught his fancy as well, so he claimed it. South Sea pearls? Delightful, he collected those too. This collection spree continued for about half an hour, leaving Zhao Zhao utterly satisfied, his eyes sparkling with delight. After gathering an array of bizarre yet invaluable items, he turned his gaze to a corner piled high with gold ingots, feeling a bit disdainful. They were so square and unappealing. However, the black bear seemed to have an affinity for such things. He shrugged and decided to take them as well. As he surveyed the now desolate palace, Zhao Zhao finally recalled his purpose and began searching for a way out. He still needed to find his brother. Half an hour later, he plopped down onto the ground, realizing this place was a one-way trap, meaning the space could only be entered, not exited, with the mechanism to open the door located outside. Zhao Zhao pouted, feeling quite disheartened. He then took out a box of stir-fried rice with shredded green peppers from his space. Well, under the current circumstances, filling his stomach was the most pressing matter. Just as Zhao Zhao was enjoying his meal, a sudden thunderous sound erupted from the wall behind him. Startled, he turned to see a once impenetrable bronze wall opening, revealing a doorway. At the entrance stood a figure ethereal and otherworldly. Upon recognizing the visitor, Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up with joy. He placed his lunchbox on the ground and rushed forward, his voice tinged with grievance. Brother. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Qiling, who was well aware of Wu Sanqing and Wu Xie's whereabouts. He had intended to summon Zhao Zhao under the cover of night to check on his well-being. However, he noticed an eerie silence as he approached, sensing that something unexpected had occurred. Upon finally unlocking the mechanism and entering, he found the child, oblivious to the world, seated on the ground, indulging in his food. A flicker of exasperation crossed Zhang Qiling's eyes as he ruffled Zhao Zhao's hair and lifted him into his arms. Exiting the palace, he cast a sweeping glance around. The traces left behind clearly indicated that something had once occupied this space, leaving him momentarily astonished. Could this be the treasure chamber of the Queen Mother of the West? With a hint of curiosity in his tone, he pondered the significance of the items here. Zhao Zhao glanced at the now darkened tomb chamber and nodded with a cheerful grin. Zhang Qiling extended his hand to accept the situation, gently stroking the blade of his dagger, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he softly murmured, "Thank you." At the sound of his tone, Zhao Zhao's eyes brightened. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, how about calling me brother? I still believe I'm older than you, so calling you brother seems a bit off. Or hey, where are you going? Do you agree?" At this moment, Wu Xie, having navigated the chaos of the wild chicken neck, had already separated from others. Recalling the words of Xiao Gu, he smeared the damp earth from the ground upon his face and leapt into the burial pit, holding his breath and daring not to exhale, as he observed the flock of wild chicken neck pass before him. Chapter 24. Disparate treatment. Only after enduring the crisis did Wu Xie realize where he had concealed himself. He promptly clasped his hands together, silently reciting, "Apologies, apologies, do not take offense. I merely sought refuge in this auspicious location, harboring no ill intent. Forgive me, forgive me." Once he had completed his contrition and was about to reunite with the main group, he heard the sound of flapping animal wings. He anxiously looked up, and at that moment, Zhao Zhao, having heard the commotion, flew over, resulting in a moment of mutual surprise. Their eyes met. Ah! Zhao Zhao paused momentarily, realizing, wait, am I not here to frighten Wu Xie? After checking his own small heart, he sighed in relief, still beating. Upon recognizing the small Qilin before him, Wu Xie's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Zhao Zhao!" Zhang Qiling silently shook his head, and, under Wu Xie's astonished gaze, gently descended, extending his hand towards him. "Come out." Wu Xie, without further ado, emerged and stood with hands on his hips, gazing at the duo before him. Pointing at the larger figure, Yu, Zhang Qiling regarded him, his eyes conveying an expression of utter innocence. Zhao Zhao's face instantly fell, perplexed by the discrepancy. Soon after, displaying a look of despondency, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Qiling, who merely averted his gaze. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in an instant. Sensing Zhao Zhao's gaze, Zhang Qiling interrupted Wu Xie, who was still speaking, with a slight cough. "Someone wishes to see you." Wu Xie was taken aback, vaguely guessing who it might be. Zhang Qiling picked up the still morose Zhao Zhao and, flashlight in hand, led the way ahead, with Wu Xie closely following. After navigating through several turns, they arrived at a relatively open space. A woman with braided hair stood with her back to them. Upon hearing their approach, she turned her head, smiling as she regarded them. Upon seeing her face, Wu Xie's pupils constricted in surprise. It was none other than Chen Wenjin. Zhao Zhao nestled in Zhang Qiling's embrace, inhaling deeply. "It smells so good." Zhang Qiling cast a glance at Wu Xie, then carried Zhao Zhao a little further away, hiding in the shadows to listen to the conversation between Wu Xie and Chen Wenjin. Zhao Zhao watched Chen Wenjin from a distance, her lips curving into an involuntary smile before she looked up at Zhang Qiling. "Brother, is she about to transform?" Zhang Qiling, preoccupied with Wu Xie's seemingly subdued emotions, absent-mindedly responded with a non-committal hum. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then can I eat?" Zhang Qiling immediately turned to her, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly as he firmly replied, "No." "Oh," Zhao Zhao replied dejectedly, but then sneakily glanced at Zhang Qiling, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. "But what if I don't let brother see? She smells so delightful after shedding her shell." Inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting before her, Zhao Zhao felt her mouth watering uncontrollably. She retrieved two oddly shaped fruits from her spatial pocket and handed one to Zhang Qiling. He accepted it but refrained from eating, instead storing it away. Meanwhile, Wu Xie had already unraveled the truth of the underwater tomb in Xisha. The proximity allowed Zhao Zhao to overhear their conversation, though she could not comprehend the multitude of words exchanged. Chen Wenjin felt a twinge of confusion. According to their calculations, Wu Xie should be either exhilarated or heartbroken at this moment. Why, then, did he maintain such an impassive expression as he gazed at her? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he tentatively inquired, Wu Xie, are you all right? Wu Xie glanced at the words on the ground. Jelian Huan caused my death. Not Ming Mu Wu Sensheng. Wu Sensheng caused my death. Not Ming Mu Jelian Huan. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, what a clever scheme. Truly a brilliant calculation. Wu Sansheng, Jelian Huan. Chen Wenjin's lips twitched as he steadied his nerves and continued to relay the unfolding events. Wu Xie furrowed his brow, sensing that Chen Wenjin's words contained both truth and deception. What could it possibly be? After finishing her fruit, Zhao Zhao stored the pit back into her spatial pocket and turned to Zhang Qiling, questioning whether she was speaking of a monster. Zhang Qiling subtly shook his head and embraced her, proceeding towards Wu Xie. When Wu Xie noticed him approaching, he glared at him in anger. Even you have kept secrets from me. Zhang Qiling met his gaze with seriousness, replying, I hinted at it before. Wu Xie's confusion deepened. Nonsense. When did you ever hint at me? Your eyes. Zhang Qiling responded. What about my eyes? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiling cast a glance that evoked no discernible meaning. Fixing his gaze upon Wu Xie, suddenly enlightened, Wu Xie exclaimed, Oh my, what kind of look is that? Who can comprehend you? Zhang Qiling bowed his head, embracing Cao Cao and offering solace. Do not be saddened. Chen Wenjin observed the unfolding scene, an instinctive sense of unease stirring within her. Wu Xie appeared decidedly off-kilter. Yet, Zhang Qiling had never shown such gentleness towards anyone but Wu Xie, leading her to believe that Wu Xie had not been replaced. However, the trajectory of events was wholly beyond her anticipations. Catching a glimpse of Chen Wenjin's expression from the corner of his eye, Wu Xie's heart sank. She was indeed deceiving him, or perhaps calculating would be a more fitting term. Just as the atmosphere between the two parties grew increasingly tense, Wang Pengzi's voice cut through the air. Xiao Xie, I finally found you. Your third uncle has been injured. Upon hearing this, Wu Xie dashed after Wang Pengzi towards their destination, while Zhang Qiling exchanged a glance with Chen Wenjin before following suit, cradling Cao Cao. When they leaped through the passageway and arrived at the center, they were met with a scene of chaos. Xielian Huan, battered and bruised, leaned against the stone wall, while Xie Yuchen tended to his wounds. He Xiaozi stood nearby, observing them with a bemused smile. Wu Xie gazed at Wu Sanqing, who lay on the ground, teetering between life and death, his eyes reddening. The atmosphere grew heavy in an instant. Cao Cao, oblivious to the underlying tension, noticed that Pengzi had awakened. His eyes suddenly brightened as he leaped down from Zhang Qiling's embrace. Approaching the dark bear, Zhang Qiling cast a glance in this direction. Not sensing any imminent danger, he decided to follow along. Chapter 25. Do not argue with a child. The dark bear, visibly perturbed, seized the back of his collar and yanked him out. Along with him emerged a long string of wild chicken necks clutched in the hands of Cao Cao. Puzzled, Cao Cao turned to him and asked, What is wrong? Upon seeing the wild chicken necks, the dark bear felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily placed the child on the ground and began rummaging through his bag. Thankfully, it was intact. He squatted before Cao Cao and glared at him. Did you put them in my bag? Cao Cao nodded, of course. The dark bear's eyes widened in disbelief at the child's nonchalant tone. Aren't you afraid they might bite me? At that moment, the dark bear contemplated pinching himself to ensure he was awake. They won't bite, right? Wild chicken necks? Child, have you forgotten all those corpses poisoned by them in the rainforest? Noticing the dark bear's suddenly grim expression, Cao Cao felt a twinge of guilt. He took a step back, carefully clutching the wild chicken necks and stealthily attempting to hide behind Zhang Qiling's leg, covering his ears as if to block out the reality. Whispering, You can't see me, you can't see me. Zhang Qiling glanced down at him, his cold gaze shifting toward the dark bear. Jie Yuqing, observing this dramatic scene, chuckled softly. Come now, you're no longer a child, yet you're arguing with one. Upon hearing this, the dark bear incredulously pointed at himself. Me? Argue? Jie Yuqing nodded, then turned his attention towards Wu Xie. Hike Siazi. I have nothing more to say, little brat. Just ensure you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, your rear end. Humph. Hike Siazi's expression was grave as he clenched his fist. Zhao Zhao. Oblivious to the exchange, was quite carefree as she rushed over to the fatty with a bunch of wild chicken necks in hand. She bundled the necks together, pried open Fatty's grip, and stuffed them into his hands. Satisfied, she nodded and scampered back to Zhang Qiling, continuing to cling to his leg. Fatty, who was anxiously watching Wuxia, suddenly felt something thrust into his hands. Caught off guard, he instinctively accepted it. The object moved unexpectedly, startling him. He looked down. Ah! Wild chicken necks. Shocked, he immediately hurled them away and, in a reflex action, grabbed his weapon and rushed over, striking down a few times. The wild chicken necks, already on the brink of demise, were reduced to a mushy pulp by his actions. Zhao Zhao, hearing the commotion, turned to see Fatty's movements, her little face drooping as she shook Zhang Qiling's leg, her tone sorrowful. Wah, my snake, Fatty is so mean. He had them for such a long time. Zhang Qiling bent down to lift her up, cradling her in his arms, offering silent comfort. Haixiazi couldn't help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking in delight, reveling in the misfortune of others. Indeed, witnessing someone else's calamity was far more amusing. On one side, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, while on the other, it was so tense it felt as if it could drip with water. Wuxia gazed at Jelian Huan, who leaned against the wall, his eyes rimmed with red. Throughout his life, he had spent more time with Wu Sanqing than with his biological parents, Wu Sanqiong and his wife, who were often absent, leaving him in the stern company of Wu Erbai. Consequently, he grew up closely following Wu Sanqing. Clenching his teeth, Wuxia picked up a bandage to tend to Jelian Huan's wounds. Jelian Huan looked at Wuxia, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in his eyes, recognizing that young third master had matured. After a moment, he turned to the figure standing in the shadows, Jie Yuchen, and after much hesitation, he rose, saying, I shall venture ahead to find the way. He turned and walked forward, with the stout man trailing behind. Zhang Qiling exchanged a silent glance with Jelian Huan, nodding slightly, before he too embraced Zhao Zhao, intent on catching up. Zhao Zhao, realizing they were all leaving together, huffed in annoyance, struggling to free herself from Zhang Qiling's grasp. Brother, you go ahead. I'll follow you shortly. Zhang Qiling pondered briefly, then relented, handing her over to the care of Haixiazi. Look after her, he instructed. Haixiazi nodded, assuring him, you can rest easy, I've got this. Once the group had departed, Haixiazi surveyed the stillness of the scene before him and remarked, Zhao Zhao must be hungry. Let us procure some food for her. He turned and exited the area. Come, my dear child, bring out something to eat. I'm famished. Zhao Zhao's eyes darted, and she retrieved a box of Haixiazi's favorite dish, stir-fried pork with green peppers, handing it to him. Haixiazi, without a moment's hesitation, opened the container and began to indulge himself. As the black bear had consumed half of his meal, Zhao Zhao glanced at the dark mist behind him, licked his lips, and remarked, Xia Xia, having devoured my sustenance, do you not owe me a recompense? The black bear immediately tightened his grip on his pocket, a look of wariness crossing his face. What are you up to? Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled as he pointed at the dark mist behind the black bear. I desire that. If you continue your practice of the ghostly path, your time is limited. Better to let me consume it. Upon hearing this, the black bear first felt a surge of joy, for he had long been troubled by the specter haunting him. Now, the opportunity to rid himself of it was at hand. However, anxiety soon followed. The young rascal lacked discernment, and the energy of this ghostly entity was far beyond that of the previous insignificant adversary. Hesitating, he inquired, could it cause you any harm? Zhao Zhao shook his head. Not at all. In fact, it will enhance my prowess. But if I were to consume it now, you might find your life extinguished in an instant. Once we are outside, I shall use the shed skin of that great serpent to craft something splendid. The black bear, overwhelmed with elation, scooped him up in a fervent embrace. Good lad. Very well, this matter concerning the entity behind me shall be entrusted to you. I owe you a personal favor. Whatever you desire in the future, I shall traverse mountains and seas of fire to fulfill your wishes. Zhao Zhao furrowed his brow, questioning why his mere consumption of an item warranted such extreme measures. The black bear offered no further explanation. If Zhao Zhao could indeed eradicate the entity he bore, What was traversing mountains and seas of fire in comparison? Once the others had departed, Jiayuchen emerged from the shadows, while Jielianhuan leaned against the stone wall, his gaze towards him filled with complexity. I still remember the day when Jiayuchen was entrusted to Jiejia, a mere child, not even reaching the height of his thigh, his eyes filled with innocence and bewilderment. In Chapter 26, Relief, the present Jiayuchen stands resplendent, yet exudes an undeniable aura of danger. Renowned as the head of the Jie family, the trials Jiayuchen has endured over the past decade or more are far too profound to be encapsulated in mere words. Jielianhuan finds himself at a loss for words, his eyes glistening with moisture. Yuchen. Jiayuchen gazes intently at him. Lianhuan? Although framed as a question, the tone is one of certainty. Jielianhuan's voice trembles. Yuchen, do you understand? Jiayuchen crouches down, retrieves a water flask, and offers it to him. After he has finished drinking, Jiayuchen replies, yes, I learned not long ago. He fixes his gaze upon Jielianhuan's eyes, which reflect sorrow and guilt, but conspicuously lack any trace of regret. Suddenly, Jiayuchen smiles with a sense of relief, rising to his feet. I do not know what your next steps will be, but I implore you to live well. You have not fulfilled your duties as a father in the past, so I bear you no grudge. If there comes a day when you no longer need him, please return him to me. After Jiayuchen departs, Jielianhuan stands for a long while, watching his figure disappear, until another person enters, strikingly similar in appearance and even attire to Jielianhuan himself. Slowly, Jielianhuan rises, wipes the bitterness from his face, and calls out, third brother. Wu Sanqing responds with a soft patting Jielianhuan on the shoulder. Let us go. It is time to arrange our next steps. Jielianhuan glanced back once more before stepping forward to follow Wu Sanqing into the darkness. Over here, Haixiazi found himself increasingly fond of Zhao Zhao, feeding the child snacks with delight. One was joyfully fed, and the other was joyously indulging. Was this the outcome? Certainly. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Zhao had overeaten, and it is often said that after a hearty meal, sleep should follow. There was no error in this wisdom. Haixiazi cradled the child in his arms, gently lulling him to sleep. Before long, Zhao Zhao had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a voice emerged from a distance, prompting Haixiazi to turn his head. It was none other than Jiayuchen. Haixiazi chuckled. Ah, Master Hua, what brings you here? Jiayuchen took a seat beside him, thinking, how could that old fox resist? Haixiazi produced a pile of small bread rolls and placed them before Jiayuchen. Picking one up, Jiayuchen raised an eyebrow at Haixiazi, who responded with a broad grin. With a resigned shake of his head, Jiayuchen, having satisfied his hunger, lifted the slumbering Zhao Zhao from his back. Are you not concerned that your playful antics might cause Zhao Zhao to fall? Haixiazi placed his hand on Jiayuchen's shoulder. This little rascal is sturdier than he appears. He won't get hurt. Besides, how could Haixiazi, possibly let a child fall? Such a notion would surely invite ridicule. Zhao Zhao patted his round little belly, rubbed his eyes, and nestled into Jiayuchen's shoulder, drifting back into a blissful sleep. The warm breath grazed Jiayuchen's neck, causing a tingling sensation. Jiayuchen gazed at him, alongside the teasing remarks from the black bear, and Zuyen behind him, feeling a wave of tenderness swell within. Yet, he soon diverted his attention to the round little belly of Zhao Zhao, unable to restrain himself from firmly pushing the black bear's hand away, coldly admonishing, you foul creature, how much have you fed Zhao Zhao? The black bear was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Zhao Zhao's small belly, a flicker of guilt washing over him. Not much, just a little, dear Huar, you must believe me. If you doubt me, you can ask this little rascal when he wakes up. The black bear hurriedly trailed behind, apprehensive that the child might reveal too much. He muttered beside Jiayuchen, and with a swift slap that landed on the black bear's back, silence finally enveloped him. In the dim light, the three figures advanced step by step, as radiant as their shared future. Only a sleeping bag remained at the spot, its surface marked by the faint traces of a serpent's passage, while those who had once been present had vanished. Jiayuchen snorted softly. Indeed, the marks seemed like those left by a snake dragged away. The black bear clicked his tongue. What can I say? That's the essence of San Yi. Such willpower, such audacity. Before the black bear could complete his thought, a sudden bang reverberated, shaking the entire tent. Jiayuchen and the black bear exchanged a glance, quickly clutching Zhao Zhao and rushing toward the source of the commotion. Zhao Zhao, groggy and disoriented, began to lose his grasp on reality as his surroundings seemed to recede. As they followed the sound and arrived at the scene, a magnificent door made of bronze stood before them. He Xiaozi gently placed the awakened Cao Cao a short distance away and, alongside Jiayuqing, exerted their strength in an attempt to pull the door apart. Strangely, despite their efforts, the door remained steadfastly unmoving. He Xiaozi took a deep breath and shook his head, declaring it impossible to open. Before Jiayuqing could respond, Cao Cao eagerly scampered over, exclaiming, "Let me try." He Xiaozi's eyes brightened, and he immediately waved his hand, inviting her to take a turn. Jiayuqing shot him an incredulous glare, incredulous that he would jest at such a critical moment. He Xiaozi flashed him a grin, adjusted his sunglasses, and then turned his attention to little Cao Cao. To Jiayuqing's astonishment, Cao Cao placed her tiny hands against the crevice of the door and, with a slight exertion, the massive bronze door, weighing several thousand pounds, creaked open with a resounding thud. Jiayuqing's pupils dilated as he rushed to Cao Cao's side, examining her small hands before glancing at He Xiaozi, who merely responded with a broad smile and strolled inside. The three of them entered, only to find Wuxie and his companions engaged in an intense confrontation with the jade servant. He Xiaozi stepped in and remarked to the perspiring crowd, "Oh, everyone is quite engaged. I see. It seems we arrived rather early," he exclaimed before charging forward with a dagger, swiftly kicking down a jade envoy rushing towards him. Wang, the plump fellow, wore a look of astonishment. Having repelled a jade envoy, he mused that fortune favors the bold. Just as he intended to call upon Jiayuchen for assistance, he noticed him cradling Cao Cao in his arms. Perhaps it was best for the rotund gentleman to take matters into his own hands. Cao Cao, eager to join the fray, struggled against Jiayuchen's firm grasp. In such a crowded and chaotic scene, exposing the child's abilities to so many onlookers would certainly not be wise. After the group managed to fend off this wave of jade envoys, a collective sigh of relief was released, and Jiayuchen finally set Cao Cao down. The child immediately dashed over to Zhang Qiling, looking up at him with concern. Zhang Qiling gently ruffled his hair but remained silent. In Chapter 27, titled "Do Not Photograph Me, I Am Nervous," Wuxie awkwardly approached Jiayuchen, inquiring about his well-being. Jiayuchen shrugged and ran off. Wuxie clenched his teeth and muttered, "Old fox." His voice was somewhat loud, catching Cao Cao's attention. The child tugged at Zhang Qiling, whispering, "Where's the fox? Cannot see it," and then proceeded to sniff around, appearing quite puzzled. Zhang Qiling remained silent, his gaze drifting into the distance. The black bear approached, squatting beside him, and whispered, "Does our Cao Cao want to eat a fox?" Cao Cao instantly shook his head, declaring, "No, it stinks." At that moment, the remaining individuals could hardly contain their laughter when suddenly, there was a resounding crash in the entire tomb chamber. Everyone swiftly turned their heads to see the mob, wearing a sorrowful expression, clutching the corpse-spirited pill. "My esteemed gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention." Before anyone could respond, the bronze door slammed shut once more, and all the jade servants sprang into action, while the smile on the black bear's face froze in place. Wang the Fat glared at the mop and remarked, "You're truly like a tractor stepping on the accelerator, creating chaos." Then, with a resounding crack, the enormous bronze alchemical furnace above swayed precariously and ultimately plummeted downwards, prompting everyone to hastily evade. As the smoke dissipated, a large hole was revealed on the ground. The group exchanged glances and collectively gazed at the opening, at which point the black-haired serpents among the jade servants emerged, lunging towards them with ferocity. Zhang Qiling swiftly scooped up Zhao Zhao and placed her into the arms of the struggling black bear, positioning himself defiantly before the others. With a swift motion of his dagger, blood spattered onto the ground as he leaped about, diverting the serpents. Little brother, brother, Wuxie cried out, attempting to rush forward, but was halted by Wang the Fat. The black bear placed the writhing Zhao Zhao into the embrace of Jiayuqing and gestured towards the dark hole. "You all go ahead. I will assist the mute Zhang." With that, he brandished his dagger and made several leaps, charging onward. The group watched their retreating figures, a sense of concern washing over them, when the mop approached with a forced smile. These two gentlemen truly embody loyalty. Wang the Fat added, in every endeavor, there is always a surplus of misfortune. Jiayuchen regarded him with a gaze that was icy, as if a chill had seeped into his very bones. I apologize, esteemed gentlemen. It was truly unintentional. My younger companion merely nudged me. At that moment, Chan Wenjin approached, offering them reassurance. Do not fret. These serpents pose no threat to the blind of the south and the mute of the north. Let us proceed inside. Remaining here would only be a burden. Reluctantly, they complied with her words. Once they had all entered, Zhang Qiling and Heixiao exchanged a knowing glance, and with a few agile leaps, they entered the stone cave, sealing the entrance with a large rock. Only then did they exhale in relief. Zhao Zhao arrived before Zhang Qiling, noticing the injury on his hand, flesh torn and raw. She was about to tend to him, but Zhang Qiling subtly shook his head. At that moment, Wuxia also approached with bandages, emotionless as she wrapped Zhang Qiling's wound, casting a glance at him before sitting apart, absorbed in her own frustration. Why does no one show concern for me, Black Master? Heixiao lamented, feeling neglected. His sense of grievance compelled him to voice it, though he managed to smile, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Zhao Zhao sat beside Zhang Qiling, offering him a small fruit. He placed it in his mouth, and moments later, he felt warmth spreading through his hand. The bleeding had ceased, and it seemed he was healing. He gently ruffled Zhao Zhao's hair, sharing a faint smile with her. Instantly, Zhao Zhao was entranced by his serene expression, exclaiming, "Wow, how beautiful!" After a few individuals had rested sufficiently, Wuxia managed to soothe himself as well. He approached Zhang Qiling to inquire if he had sustained any injuries elsewhere. The group proceeded along the corridor, but suddenly halted as they encountered a peculiar stone door. At that moment, Wuxia and Fatty spotted Xiao Guo's mark, prompting them to ask Zhang Qiling to lead Cao Cao to the front. Heixiezi embraced Cao Cao, exclaiming, "Little Cao Cao, I've missed you dearly during this brief separation." Jiayuchan untied the cloth from his wrist, dampened it with water, and gently wiped the dirt from Cao Cao's face. The atmosphere between them was remarkably light-hearted, which did not sit well with Heixiezi. What is this? Does Flower Master intend to snatch the child away? That simply won't do. One mute Zhang is sufficient. Why should you, Flower Master, covet the child as well? While Heixiezi pondered how to reclaim the child, Xiao Gu had already opened the stone door. Curiously, the passage appeared unwelcoming to people, allowing only a single individual to pass through. Given its height, it seemed that only Cao Cao could walk upright within it. With only one path ahead and no retreat possible due to the multitude of black snakes behind them, Zhang Qiling noticed Cao Cao was safe with Heixiezi and took the initiative to enter first, with the others closely following. Heixiezi and Jiayuchan scanned their surroundings for danger, placing Cao Cao between them. Heixiezi led the way while Jiayuchan followed closely, crawling forward. Halfway through, Cao Cao, observing the rear of Heixiezi as he crawled, felt a twinge of concern and promptly patted him, exclaiming, "Blind." The black bear felt a sudden tension in its rear as it snapped, "What are you doing? Please, refrain from passing gas. It unnerves me." As Zhao Zhao spoke, his voice dwindled, for he noticed the black bear turning its head, glaring at him with ire. Upon hearing his words, the others who had been scrambling to ascend halted their movements, laughter erupting one after another. Wang Pengzi, trailing behind, chuckled as well, his ample frame finding the narrow passage particularly unwelcoming. "Indeed, Black Master, do spare our Zhao Zhao from your gaseous emissions," he jested. The black bear scoffed at them, muttering as it crawled out, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being teased by the youngsters. It was one thing to play with children, but to be ridiculed by a bunch of adults? Humph, it had no intention of stooping to their level. Once everyone emerged from the passage, they arrived at a spacious area where the subterranean river lay, its depth unknown, and the ground strewn with stones that appeared to be naturally formed. Tuoba was the first to wade into the water, when suddenly he sensed something lurking within. After extracting it with his fishing net, he was startled to discover an unfamiliar species of shrimp. Alarmed, he hastily tossed it back into the water. "What on earth is that?" he exclaimed. Wang Pengzi approached, delivering a light slap to Tuabara's head, and retrieved another one from the water. No need for alarm. In dire circumstances, this is quite a treasure. High in protein and reminiscent of chicken. Chapter 28. This is not inferior to the young master Zhao Zhao, who had not caught the earlier conversation, perked up at the mention of chicken. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, instantly forgetting the previous incident as he approached Wang Pengzi, remaining silent while his large, glistening eyes fixated on him. Wang Pengzi was taken aback by his gaze, unable to comprehend the meaning behind it. He Xiaozhi let out a soft chuckle and approached, saying, "This little rascal heard you mention chicken flavor and wants to taste it. Why don't we let him try it first to see if it truly tastes like chicken? Then we can have some too, all right?" Little Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked towards Wang Pengzi, while the others behind him exchanged faint smiles, deliberately ignoring his silent plea for assistance. Zhao Zhao was clearly satisfied. Wang Pengzi, in a fit of frustration, tossed aside the shrimp he was holding and hurried over to Wu Xie's side. Zhang Qiling took the lead and advanced, only to be confronted by a colossal statue of a bird with a human face at the corner ahead. Wang Pengzi couldn't help but curse. Damn it, why is this ancestor here again? Seeing this statue surely bodes ill. The presence of the Birdman statue indicated that they were not far from the palace's center, prompting Chun Wenjin to caution everyone to tread carefully. After finishing his warning, he stepped ahead into the statue's shadow. The others exchanged glances before following suit. They traversed alongside the reservoir for what felt like an eternity, spotting several marks left by the previous explorers along the way. Following these signs, they finally reached the heart of the reservoir by the afternoon of the second day. After carrying the little one for an entire day, He Xiaozhi's arms began to tire, yet the little rascal clung to his neck stubbornly, refusing to budge. "Come on, little darling. Let us have you down so I can catch my breath." At this moment, Zhang Qiling, who had been forging ahead, turned back and reached out to Zhao Zhao in He Xiaozhi's arms. The little one's eyes lit up, and he eagerly shifted into Zhang Qiling's embrace. Suddenly, Zhang Qiling embraced and carried him over to Wu Xie's side. He Xiao loosened his hold, realizing that although this little rascal appeared slender, he was surprisingly sturdy. Jie Yuqing cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly uttered one word: "Feign." He Xiao's hand stiffened, and he shot an angry glare at Jie Yuqing, gritting his teeth and retorting, "Am I, He Xiao, merely feigning?" Jie Yuqing swatted away his outstretched hand and scoffed, insisting that feigning was indeed feigning, refusing to acknowledge otherwise. Jie Yuqing rolled his eyes at him and distanced himself slightly. After emerging from a narrow opening, they ignited a cold flame, revealing a colossal palace before them. Surrounding them was a vast expanse of murky black water, with a gigantic coffin at the center, draped in a crimson shroud, its contents a mystery. Encircling the coffin were several stone platforms. Zhang Qiling led Zhao Zhao forward, gently placing his hand on the lantern's shade, and in an instant, flames ignited one after another, illuminating the space. Ever since entering, Zhao Zhao had sensed an odd aroma, tugging at Zhang Qiling's sleeve and pointing towards the depths of the palace, eager to play. Zhang Qiling, taken aback by his words, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Just then, Wang Pengzi approached, scooping Zhao Zhao from Zhang Qiling's arms into his own. Zhang Qiling glanced down at the emptiness in his embrace, pursing his lips in silence. "Shall we not play? Your Uncle Fatty will get you some delicious treats." In truth, Wang Pengzi had heard Wu Xie mention Zhao Zhao back in Devil City. This little fellow, being the brother of his brother, was indeed adorable enough to warrant the title of uncle, and wasn't he of a generation higher than the little brother? Hearty laughter filled the air as the chubby fellow secretly delighted in the moment. He produced a can of meat, already warmed, from his backpack to offer to Zhao Zhao. Upon tasting the first bite, her eyes sparkled with joy, momentarily disregarding the vague allure emanating from the depths of the palace. Sitting beside the portly man, she exuberantly called him Uncle Fatty, while Innocent shot him a glance, muttering a quiet reprimand. Shameless. However, a thought struck him. Zhao Zhao referred to the chubby man as uncle, while she addressed him as Brother Innocent. That meant he was of a lower generation than the portly man. Unacceptable. Yet, before he could voice his concerns, a mop, having followed Chun Wenjin, fell into the water, startled by the shards of ceramic beneath, and plopped down with an audible splash. The onlookers exchanged bemused glances. At that moment, Chen Wenjin appeared somewhat anxious, leaping over the reservoir to stand before the grand door opposite the palace. As the group organized themselves one by one, they descended into the water. Zhao Zhao clutched a tin of meat, eager to join, but was held back in the embrace of Zhang Qiling, unable to escape despite her struggles. Let him hold me, she thought, appreciating the ease it afforded her. As they gathered beside the coffin, Wang Fatty suddenly queried innocent. Why do I feel like this old thing is becoming increasingly radiant? He gestured towards a pile of unknown objects atop the coffin that had grown increasingly crimson. The group turned their attention to the red coffin, which indeed appeared to glow brighter and more vibrant, encircled by a ring of bronze wild chicken necks, reminiscent of the 9 dragons lifting a coffin. At that moment, Black Glasses glanced down and, with a cold voice, warned the group. Something's amiss. There are insects in the water. Quickly, we must exterminate them. With that, he brandished his black gold dagger and struck downwards. The crowd was taken aback, swiftly brandishing their weapons in aid. A series of anguished cries echoed as several of Mop's subordinates fell to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths as they perished. From that moment, all but Mop succumbed to their fate within the West Queen Mother Palace. As blood pooled at the bottom of the basin, the coffin grew increasingly crimson. Suddenly, the 9 bronze-necked wild chickens encircling the red coffin bowed their heads slowly. Atop them, the array of small, gnarled faces surrounding the orifices emitted a crisp snap as they opened all at once, causing arrows to rain down instantaneously. The crowd gasped and scattered in alarm. Zhang Qiling placed Zhao Zhao behind a stone pillar by a lantern, then leaped onto the 9 serpents platform, where he struck down with a dagger, achieving a noteworthy victory. He Xiao also ascended, joining Zhang Qiling in severing the long, red worms above. Another snap resounded as crimson wild chicken necks burst forth from the openings. Suddenly, the entire palace trembled, and the stone door before Chen Wenjin swung open unexpectedly. The group exchanged glances, and one by one, they dashed forward. Beyond the stone door lay a colossal staircase, numbering in the hundreds and towering several meters high. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld an imposing throne positioned at the center. Seated upon the throne was a woman adorned with an ornate crown, her eyes closed, draped in splendid attire, embodying the essence of femininity. Flanking her were 2 soldiers clad in jade garments, their bodies gaunt and desiccated. Strangely, the woman upon the throne appeared as though she were a living being. Wang Pongzi extended his hand beneath her nose, exhaling sharply, believing for a moment that she was a living being, which startled him profoundly. Following this, several individuals engaged in a discussion regarding the Xian Nu and the West Queen Mother, while Cao Cao observed them, feeling neglected. After finishing a can of food, drowsiness began to envelop him, and he nestled against Xie Yuchen, teetering on the brink of slumber. Xie Yuchen adjusted his posture, ensuring Cao Cao could rest more comfortably. Suddenly, an exquisite fragrance wafted into Cao Cao's nostrils, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Chen Wenjin, realizing she was about to become even more delectable. Chen Wenjin, caught off guard by Cao Cao's intense stare, felt her body stiffen as she detected the increasingly potent scent emanating from herself. Time was of the essence. Abruptly, she dashed toward the rear of the throne, prompting the others to hastily follow. Before them loomed a colossal spherical meteorite, towering several hundred meters high, its surface an inky black and its shape bizarre. The meteorite was riddled with countless small holes, and under the beam of their flashlight, it appeared utterly dark, emanating an aura of mystery and danger. Its interior seemed to have been hollowed out, with a narrow passageway at its center, just wide enough for a single person to traverse. Chen Wenjin gazed at the immense stone with palpable excitement, declaring, "This is my destination." Wang Pongzi, equally astonished, replied, "Your destination is the stone ceiling of the West Queen Mother." Before anyone could utter another word, Chen Wenjin prepared to ascend the passageway. Wu Xie swiftly intercepted her. "Aunt Wenjin, are you really going up? Please be cautious." Chen Wenjin gazed at the younger generation before her, reflecting upon the path that Wu Xie would embark upon in the future. She nodded gently. Her contributions had reached their limit, and the ensuing journey now rested upon their shoulders. casting a final glance at Jie Yuqing. She seized one end of the rope and, with a graceful leap, vanished from sight in mere moments. The others, armed with flashlights, peered into the opening when suddenly, the rope fell. Wang Pengzi quickly grasped it, exclaiming in innocence that she had not caught hold of it. Aunt Wenjin, as Zhang Qiling prepared to depart, he glanced down at the slumbering Cao Cao in Jie Yuqing's arms, advising Jie Yuqing and He Xiao to keep a vigilant watch over her. Observing Chen Wenjin and Zhang Qiling following closely behind, Wu Xie grew anxious. However, his lack of strength prevented him from leaping upwards. In a moment of desperation, Wu Xie turned to Jie Yuqing, addressing him as Xiaohua. Jie Yuqing, discerning the intent in his tone, surveyed the height of the meteorite and remarked nonchalantly, "Since we are here, I shall take a look." With that, he prepared to hand the sleeping Cao Cao to He Xiao, but He Xiao swiftly intercepted him. Their movements, though not subtle, stirred Cao Cao from her slumber. She glanced around and inquired, "Where's brother?" They remained silent, their gazes fixed on the depths of the meteorite. Cao Cao followed their line of sight, her pupils suddenly brightening, realizing the treasure lay within easy reach. After several attempts to break free, mindful of the potential harm her powers might inflict upon He Xiao, she cast a fleeting glance at the others. Seizing the opportunity amidst her struggles, her small hand reached toward He Xiao's backpack. He Xiao, feeling an unexpected weight, was momentarily caught off guard, allowing Cao Cao to break free. With several agile leaps, she followed suit into the celestial jade. As Zhao Zhao observed Chen Wenjin and Zhang Qiling, he too hastened to follow. In a moment of urgency, Wu Xie, Wang Pengzi, and Xie Yuqin attempted to ascend, but He Xiaozi's gaze flickered with uncertainty. After a brief struggle, he ultimately restrained Xie Yuqin. "He Xiaozi," Xie Yuqin exclaimed, genuinely infuriated. While he could tolerate Chen Wenjin and Zhang Qiling, Zhao Zhao, merely 4 years old despite being a Qilin, was still just a child. He Xiaozi led Xie Yuqin aside, removed his sunglasses, and spoke in a tone laced with mystery. "The unknown is indeed daunting. You are not mute, Zhang." After a moment's hesitation, He Xiaozi donned his sunglasses once more, retrieving his backpack and unzipping it for a glance. With a sly grin, he remarked, "A little supplement from our young Zhao Zhao." He glanced at the worried expression of Xie Yuqin, then at Wu Xie and Wang Pengzi approaching, and finally at the mop lying unconscious not far away. He assured, "Rest easy. Zhao Zhao's abilities are not yet formidable enough to cause harm. Besides, Mu Zhang is still inside. Thus, we shall wait here for 5 days." Meanwhile, as Zhao Zhao climbed atop the meteorite, he distanced himself from the others and stood upright, filled with curiosity. When he gazed at the meteorite, an unexpected scent, reminiscent of the treasures of his Qilin lineage, wafted from within. Contemplating this, Zhao Zhao sprouted 2 wings from his back, and the alluring call from the depths of his bloodline surged forth, guiding him to select one of the passageways and soar toward it. Uncertain of how long they had flown, Zhao Zhao only remembered the winding paths. With the last corridor fading away, they arrived at the center of the fallen jade. Upon discerning the scene within, Zhao Zhao's pupils contracted. The interior mirrored the space of the throne outside, yet it was adorned with various golden and jade artifacts, each one larger than the last, suspended like colossal silkworm cocoons. In the spot where the red coffin had once rested, a massive white orb of light stood resolutely. It towered 5 or 6 people high and spanned 3 or 4 meters in width, and there sat Zhang Qiling, his head leaning against the luminous sphere, eyes tightly shut, his expression etched with anguish. "Brother." Zhao Zhao disregarded everything else and rushed forward. However, before she could reach Zhang Qiling, an invisible force repelled her. That force was a treasure? Zhang Qiling was in the midst of receiving a legacy. Zhao Zhao finally exhaled in relief. "Ha! You indeed know what this is for." A sudden, booming laughter echoed through the space. Zhao Zhao's expression tensed as she stood before Zhang Qiling. "Who are you?" Chapter 30. Not a single good thing. One of the 4 great treasures of the Qilin clan, the falling light sphere, as its name suggests, harbors the essence of heaven and earth, conveying the clan's secret arts and understanding past and future events. It remains a mystery how it came to reside in this realm, and it seemed that this orb was merely half of its entirety, its power significantly weakened, now serving only as a vessel for inheritance. A figure suddenly materialized 3 paces away from Zhao Zhao. Fixing her gaze, she recognized the woman from the throne. No, what had Wuxia said about her? Oh right, the Queen Mother of the West. Unlike the figure seated upon the throne, the Western Queen Mother was adorned in resplendent attire, yet her body emanated a foul stench. Her visage resembled that of an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s, her face a tapestry of wrinkles. Zhao Zhao pinched her nose, discreetly stepping back a couple of paces, drawing closer to Zhang Qiling, yet still shielding him behind her. The Western Queen Mother gazed at Zhao Zhao with a frenzied look, her lips incessantly murmuring, "Heaven help me. Ha ha ha!" Without waiting for Zhao Zhao's reaction, she lunged forward, brandishing a knife. Zhao Zhao swiftly bent down to evade the attack, while the Queen Mother's gaze remained fixated upon her. Stealing a glance at Zhang Qiling, Zhao Zhao subtly shifted the battlefield, and the air was soon filled with the resounding clash of fists and feet. Zhao Zhao attempted to kick the Western Queen Mother's leg but winced in pain, clutching her foot, tears welling in her eyes. The Queen Mother, seemingly impervious, felt as rigid as stone. Striking her was akin to kicking a boulder. "Ouch! That hurts terribly," Zhao Zhao lamented. It was one thing to encounter ordinary stones, yet she was a Qilin. What sort of stone could possibly harm her? Not far away, the Western Queen Mother spat blood, realizing that this confrontation was not one to be taken lightly. She had underestimated Zhao Zhao. The battle was proving to be on par with that of the seated patriarch of the Zhang clan. What a little monster, she thought bitterly, casting a glance at the nearby glowing orb of light. Deep down, she felt a pang of resentment, but in her injured state, she recognized that she was no match for the little creature before her. Reluctantly, she resolved to retreat. As long as she could escape from this place, the world would be hers once more. Zhao Zhao, nursing her foot, turned her gaze towards the escaping Western Queen Mother and scoffed. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. With a sudden movement, the Queen Mother of the West's pupils constricted. Before she could utter a cry of despair, a powerful fist from Cao Cao struck her on the head. This blow, imbued with spiritual energy, was terrifying despite the limited power within Cao Cao, especially effective against an entity like the Queen Mother, who had survived for millennia through the aid of a precious artifact. In an instant, everything before the Queen Mother faded to white, and in her final moments, she murmured 2 words, longevity. Her gaze then vacated, plunging into complete silence. Cao Cao furrowed her brow, pondering the mention of a long worm. What sort of worm could exist here? She glanced around, finding nothing but emptiness and a few silkworm cocoons. Shaking her head, she huffed in annoyance before turning her attention back to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed in apparent agony. After a moment's hesitation, Cao Cao gently placed her hand upon the luminous orb, allowing a gentle flow of spiritual energy to pour from her palm into the sphere. Logically, one would expect that receiving a legacy, more accurately a memory, should not be such a painful ordeal. Yet, this fallen orb was exceedingly domineering. If it had been whole, it might have been manageable, but it contained only half of its energy. Invisible to the naked eye, threads connected to the orb linked one after another to the silkworm cocoons. The Queen Mother, through the fallen jade, had ensnared half of the fallen orb's energy here, using the power of the corpse-toad pill alongside the orb's energy to pursue immortality. However, in doing so, she had also become trapped in this realm, alongside those silkworm cocoons, which were deeply intertwined with the ambitions of greedy individuals seeking eternal life. In the natural order of existence, all things grow under immutable laws. To seek to extend one's life through a mortal vessel is fundamentally at odds with the harmony of the heavens. Zhao Zhao infused her spiritual energy into the luminous orb, harnessing its power to facilitate Zhang Qiling's reception of ancestral memories. Time slipped away, its passage indiscernible, until Zhao Zhao gradually opened her eyes. With a series of hand gestures, the orb diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a bead no larger than a thumb. At this moment, the tension in Zhang Qiling's brow eased, yet for reasons unknown, he remained in slumber. Contemplating her next move, Zhao Zhao threaded the bead onto 2 strings, suspending it around his neck. The fallen luminous orb, born of celestial energies, had long developed its own consciousness over millennia. Severed into two by malevolent forces, it had been exploited, harboring deep-seated resentment, yet was helplessly confined within the fallen jade, unable to move. This orb possessed the ability to sense those with the bloodline of the Qilin, prompting it to expend its remaining energy to subtly manipulate the memories of the Zhang family. Each time a family member came of age, an overwhelming urgency would surge within them, accompanied by significant memory loss. Upon awakening, a singular thought consumed them, to seek it out and reunite with its other half, or to bring the other half to it. Regrettably, this fallen jade appeared to harbor its own mysteries. Every member of the Zhang family, upon obtaining their ancestral memories, would find their recollections reconfigured upon departure. One by one, the orb began to lose hope. Yet, several decades prior, it sensed that its subtle manipulations within the memories of the Zhang family had become entwined with the fate of a singular individual. The little wretch has come several times, each outing resulting in a brutal reformatting, leaving its spirit somewhat extinguished. It was initially hoped that after this visit, once it was sent away, it would succumb to complete silence, never allowing these avaricious souls to claim an ounce more. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged, as a young Qilin appeared on this continent. The falling light sphere was elated, and thus it offered no resistance to any of Chaoko's demands. In their discussions, Cao Cao discerned the intricacies of the situation, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang Qiling, feeling a pang of sorrow for him. One could only wonder what he had truly endured. The incessant reformatting, the countless hidden wounds within his body. Had it not been for the formidable Qilin blood, he might have perished innumerable times. Upon first learning of this, he had harbored a desire to obliterate the falling light sphere, if it were not for this entity, his brother. Yet, at the core of it all, it merely wished to survive. Importantly, as it claimed, uniting it with its counterpart could restore his brother's memories completely, ensuring he would never again suffer from amnesia. By sparing its life and attaching this sphere to his brother, the faint spiritual energy emanating from within would gradually aid in his recovery. Furthermore, Zhang Qiling's kin, in their attempts to evade the chaos of memory, had heaped all the burdens upon him. None of them were virtuous. Chapter 31. Why draw so close? With a sigh reminiscent of a great lord, Cao Cao pondered how to extricate the individual from this place, as the space here would soon undergo a mutation due to the disappearance of the falling light sphere. Under the pressure, all that lived and perished within would inevitably dissolve into dust. Zhao Zhao pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with inspiration. He retrieved a large piece of snake skin from his spatial storage and spread it across the ground. There had been an abundance of this snake skin, so using a piece was inconsequential, and in terms of durability, nothing could rival the hardness of this material. Zhao Zhao carefully moved Zhang Qiling onto the snake skin, gripping him with one hand and gradually dragging him towards the exit of the meteorite. Wuxie and the others had been waiting here for a full 5 days. In the beginning, Wuxie was nearly driven to madness, along with the plump fellow, as they clung to the edge of the black hole, eager to climb up. However, the mouth of the meteorite was crafted in such a way that it was exceedingly slippery. Without considerable skill, it was nearly impossible to ascend. With no means to enter, they were left to wait below for someone to emerge from above. As the days passed, 5 days vanished in an instant. Notably, the one called Dopa had left after 2 days, seemingly in a hurry due to some urgent matter. These days had rendered them quite bored. Yet the black bear had miraculously produced a deck of playing cards, providing some amusement as they passed the time at the bottom of the black hole. In the deep of night, the four fell into a slumber. Wuxie, in a hazy state, sensed some movement emanating from the black hole. Rubbing his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a small figure, and his heart leaped with joy. He quickly got up, standing at the bottom of the black hole, and shone his flashlight inside. As Wuxie moved, the plump companion, who had leaned against him, nearly fell to the ground, mumbling as he stood up. The black bear and Jieshu Yuqing, hearing the commotion, approached from a distance. "What's going on? Why aren't you all asleep at this late hour?" Without uttering a word, Wuxie was suddenly startled as a figure tumbled out from the black hole. Fortunately, the black bear reacted swiftly, extending his right hand to catch the person and cradling them in his arms. Jieyu Chun exclaimed in astonishment, "Zhao Zhao." Zhao Zhao smiled at him, gently nudging the black bear's shoulder. The group examined the newcomer, relieved to discover no imminent danger. Wu Xie quickly inquired, Zhao Zhao, where is your brother? Wasn't he with you? Zhao Zhao smacked his forehead, exclaiming, oh dear, in my excitement, I completely forgot about him. He leaped from the black bear's embrace and dove back into the black hole, re-emerging shortly after, dragging Zhang Qiling along with him. The group hurried to support him, noticing that Zhang Qiling remained unconscious, his brow furrowed in distress. Little brother, the black bear checked his pulse and soon exhaled a sigh of relief. He's fine. Judging by the circumstances, he seems to have lost his memory again. Lost memory? Is that what you call being fine? Wu Xie glared at the black bear. The black bear shrugged. Well, for the mute Zhang, this is quite common. Don't worry, I have encountered several instances of mute Zhang losing their memories, and they always recover once they awaken. Zhao Zhao touched the meteorite bead hanging around Zhang Qiling's neck, and it emitted a brief, brilliant glow before fading away. As the group packed their belongings in preparation to depart, Wu Xie hesitated, remembering that Aunt Wenjin was still inside. The fatty urged, naively, that Chan Wenjin's skills are worth two of you. The black bear, carrying the unconscious Zhang Qiling, reminded Jie Yuchen, flower boy, keep an eye on this little fellow. Jie Yuchen embraced the perpetually downcast Cao Cao, who instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and closed her eyes. He channeled all his remaining spiritual energy into the falling light orb, intent on mending his brother's frail body. Feeling somewhat drained, he leaned against Jie Yuchen's shoulder and succumbed to a deep slumber. Wu Xie, gritting his teeth, glanced at Zhang Qiling before turning his gaze toward the falling jade. With resolute determination, he made his decision to leave. The rotund figure patted his shoulder with a sense of reassurance and handed him the backpack. The group retraced their steps toward the throne, and the rotund man, eyeing the lifeless body, could not help but lament, alas, I, fat master, have suffered greatly. After such a long journey, I have encountered not a single treasure, and my brother has lost a fortune. What a tremendous loss, indeed. Hearing his words, the black-eyed one interjected, if you feel aggrieved, the crown atop that woman's head is worth a considerable sum. Go and retrieve it. The rotund man quickly waved his hand. That crown is clearly a trap. I shall not be fooled. The black-eyed one scoffed. Look at your feeble courage. The rotund man, upon hearing this, felt challenged and engaged in a playful banter with the black-eyed one. Wu Xie assisted the black-eyed one in supporting Zhang Qiling, his mind too preoccupied to heed their conversation. Sensing Cao Cao stir, Jie Yuchen cast a cold glance at the two behind them, commanding silence. They promptly fell quiet. Not long after, the group arrived near the Shen Nu coffin. Just as Wu Xie was about to speak, the entire underground palace trembled suddenly, prompting an immediate alertness. The black-eyed one motioned for Wu Xie to support Zhang Qiling while he unsheathed his dagger, positioning himself alongside Jie Yuchen. Amidst a chorus of astonished gazes, a colossal serpent's head abruptly materialized before the group. This creature was exceptionally large, requiring at least a dozen individuals to encircle its body. To their astonishment, the massive head bore two diminutive horns, indicating that this was no mere snake, but rather a dragon. Upon seeing the tiny horns, He Xiazi's pupils constricted and his brow furrowed in concern. Had the mute Zhang been conscious, their combined efforts might have allowed them to escape unscathed. However, the fate of the others remained uncertain, especially with Zhang still unconscious. He whispered to the others, I will distract it. You all flee first. Jie Yuchen shook his head, his gaze fixed on the giant serpent. I will stay with you. Wu Xie echoed, no, if we leave together. The hefty man retrieved a detonator from his bag, asserting, right, boss, hey, we can always perish together with this beast. As the group watched in trepidation, the immense serpent gradually slithered closer to Jie Yuchen. He Xiazi, clutching a dagger, stood ready to charge at any moment. Suddenly, the serpent extended its head, hissing twice before sniffing Jie Yuchen, or rather, the scent lingering on Zhao Zhao. It then raised its head, slowly retreating. The immediate danger had passed, and the group broke into a cold sweat. Once the tension dissipated, the hefty man, regaining his composure, pondered aloud. What was it sniffing Zhao Zhao for? Could it be that she possesses a scent it recognizes? He leaned in closer to Zhao Zhao, intending to sniff as well. Just as the hefty man was about to invade Jie Yuqing's space, He Xiaozi's expression darkened. He rushed over, seizing the hefty man's collar and pulling him aside, admonishing, "Speak your mind, but why encroach so closely?" Chapter 32. Remembering him in the tomb, ignoring the two individuals behind him who continued to bicker, Jie Yuqing exchanged a glance with Wu Xie, and together they forged ahead, each carrying one person. After a brief exchange of banter between the blind man and the chubby one, the latter turned around only to find that they had vanished. Without further ado, he hurriedly followed suit. The chubby man, upon observing the desolate tomb chamber, felt a chill run down his spine and quickened his pace, exclaiming, "Why are you all running so fast? Wait for me." The path out was far less encumbered compared to their arrival, as it lacked the hindrances encountered earlier, making their journey considerably more effortless. With Zhao Zhao accompanying them, they had not encountered any wild roosters in the jungle. After traversing the rainforest for 2 days, they found themselves in the vast expanse of the desert. Zhang Qiling's gaze fell upon Zhao Zhao, who was nestled in Jie Yuqing's embrace. Jie Yuqing met Wu Xie's eyes and, with a silent understanding, handed the still sleeping Zhao Zhao over to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling solemnly accepted the child, mimicking Jie Yuqing's earlier posture as he cradled her in his arms. For reasons unknown, his anxious heart began to calm. He gently stroked Zhao Zhao's little head, and upon catching a whiff of the familiar scent, she sank deeper into slumber. After wandering through the desert for an entire day, they finally encountered the individuals Jie Yuqing had stationed there. Transitioning from an off-road vehicle to an airplane, they arrived in Beijing Jie Yuqing's domain after 4 hours. Once Zhang Qiling and Zhao Zhao were safely delivered to the hospital, Jie Yuqing hurried off, aware that his prolonged absence had stirred unrest among the members of the Jie family. Meanwhile, the blind man lingered in the hospital for a day. During this time, he received an unexpected phone call and, after entrusting the child to Wu Xie, departed as well. Wu Xie hesitated to allow the hospital doctors to examine Zhao Zhao, fearing that any diagnosis might yield unfavorable news. The stout fellow was perplexed. This little creature had been in a deep slumber since emerging from the meteorite, resembling a state of coma. After all, which family's good-natured child sleeps for several days on end? Initially, he intended to conduct a thorough checkup at the hospital to discern any underlying issues, yet Wu Xie firmly forbade it. The stout fellow had developed a fondness for the little one and spent considerable time trying to persuade Wu Xie. Ultimately, Wu Xie, left with no other choice, divulged Zhao Zhao's true identity to him. He trusted that the stout fellow was not one to indiscriminately share secrets, yet he still cautioned, "Fatty, it is sufficient for just a few of us to know Zhao Zhao's identity. Please refrain from spreading it around." The stout fellow, taken aback, puffed his cheeks in disbelief, exclaiming, "Am I really that type of person?" It was precisely because Wu Xie had faith in him that he chose to share such sensitive information. After his initial astonishment, the stout fellow was utterly captivated, gently rubbing his head and caressing Zhao Zhao's tiny hand, eventually rousing him from slumber. Zhao Zhao opened his eyes groggily, blinking a few times until clarity returned to his gaze. "Fatty," he murmured softly, causing Wu Xie to shudder and step back, unable to bear the sight. Sitting on the bed, he reached out to stroke Zhao Zhao's little head, asking, "Zhao Zhao, are you all right?" Zhao Zhao nodded, reassuring him, "I feel much better. I was just fatigued. A few more days of rest will suffice." Observing the little one's spirited demeanor, Wu Xie and the stout fellow finally exhaled in relief, for the past few days had truly been a source of great anxiety for them. Zhao Zhao turned his head, glancing around, and happened upon Zhang Qiling lying on the adjacent bed. He lifted the quilt and climbed onto Zhang's bed, reaching for his wrist to assess his condition, feeling that he was recovering well and in no serious danger. The plump fellow had gone out to procure some local delicacies from Beijing, as well as some congee suitable for a patient. Wu Xie did not accompany him, choosing instead to remain and care for both of them. Once Zhao Zhao felt reassured, he surveyed the surroundings but noticed no one else present. Curiously, he inquired of Wu Xie, "Where are the others? I distinctly saw them before I fell asleep." Wu Xie, seated on the hospital bed where Zhao Zhao had been resting, comprehended his meaning and replied, "Oh, they had urgent matters to attend to and left." Once Xiao Gu regains his strength, I shall take you to find them. Zhao Zhao nodded, gazing into Wu Xie's clear, dog-like eyes. After a moment's pause, he beckoned him closer. Wu Xie raised an eyebrow but approached nonetheless. Zhao Zhao, concealing his actions within his pocket, retrieved a small, pure white jade piece and handed it to Wu Xie. Wu Xie accepted it, holding it delicately in his palm. This piece of white jade was no larger than a hand, exquisitely carved into the likeness of a dog, remarkably lifelike and aesthetically pleasing. As he held it, he could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from the jade. A look of surprise flickered in Wu Xie's eyes. It was indeed warm jade, a rare find, let alone one of such exquisite craftsmanship. Judging by the markings, he estimated it to be over 1,000 years old. He turned his gaze inquiringly toward Zhao Zhao, asking, "What is this?" Zhao Zhao nodded, pointing to the dog's eyes, and affirmed, "Wu Xie, it resembles." With a twitch of his lips, Wu Xie remarked on how the dog's eyes resembled his own. "All right, I suppose I do look like that. After all, we do have dogs at home. Zhao Zhao, when you return, I shall sell this creature and use the money for you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao immediately shook her head in refusal, stating, "No, this is for you." Wu Xie felt a twinge of embarrassment. "For me? This was taken from that underground palace. I have plenty more." Zhao Zhao then pulled several more from her pocket. The same kind but different little creatures, all quite lovely. Upon learning they were from the underground palace, Wu Xie felt a pang of curiosity. "Zhao Zhao, when did you go there?" "I was unaware." Zhao Zhao pondered for a moment and replied, "When I went to find my brother." Wu Xie nodded in response, feeling a surge of envy about his own inability to venture into the tomb. But he decided against dwelling on past glories. Before long, a plump individual entered, laden with a plethora of delectable treats. Zhao Zhao caught the enticing aroma of roast duck, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the newcomer. The plump man found it amusing. Despite being a little Qilin, she now resembled a small dog. Wu Xie assisted in setting up a small table on Zhao Zhao's sickbed, arranging the food atop it in abundance. Zhao Zhao quickly climbed onto the bed, eagerly awaiting her meal. Observing the spread before him, Wu Xie furrowed his brow. "Plump one, is it wise to feed Zhao Zhao such greasy food so soon after her awakening?" The plump man retorted playfully, "Do you think I am you? Here, Zhao Zhao, this is for you." As he spoke, he placed a bowl of congee in front of Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao glanced at the bland white porridge before him, then turned his gaze to the two, who were relishing their roasted duck. Chapter 33. All liars are liars. Zhao Zhao's small face darkened instantly, glaring at the two who were enjoying their meal. However, the two seemed blissfully oblivious to her ire. Pu Qi, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter and retrieved a snack suitable for children from behind, offering it to Zhao Zhao. With a delightful treat in hand, Zhao Zhao chose not to dwell on their inconsideration. After they had all eaten their fill, Zhao Zhao handed over the luminous pearl she had previously intended for the hefty lad. She had often heard him murmuring about it, and since they had ventured into these tombs together, it was the closest and most valuable item, the luminous pearl. Unfortunately, what he had fished out was merely a fisheye stone. Zhao Zhao possessed several baskets of these luminous pearls in her space, which could serve as an excellent bribe to coax the hefty lad into procuring delicious food for her. Thankfully, she had taken it from her small backpack. Otherwise, they would have had a difficult time explaining to the surveillance. This delighted the hefty lad, who declared he would display it in his shop as a treasured possession. Just as they were chattering excitedly, someone approached from outside. The group turned inquiringly to see a man clad in a white casual suit, complemented by a pink shirt, his exquisite features exuding an air of nobility. The newcomer was none other than Xie Yuchen. Xie Yuchen had been quite busy these past few days, but he had managed to carve out some time and hurried over. Upon seeing Xie Yuchen, Wu Xie was quite pleased. While Xiao Hua and the hefty lad greeted him, "A distinguished guest, Master Hua." Xie Yuchen smiled and remarked, "It seems you all are faring quite well. Zhao Zhao, how is your health?" Zhao Zhao obediently nodded, feeling much better. Xie Yuchen approached and gently patted the child's head, relieved, and beckoned Wu Xie to step outside for a discussion. The languor of spring and the fatigue of autumn took hold, and the plump man lay beside Zhao Zhao, gradually dozing off. Zhao Zhao struggled to extricate himself from the embrace of the stout man, lightly jumping to the side of Zhang Qiling, lifting the covers and burrowing in. He transferred the faint spiritual energy that had just begun to recover into the fallen light orb. After a while, he slipped back into a deep slumber. Seeing Zhao Zhao so engrossed in play, the stout man joined in, brainstorming together. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Qiling on the sickbed slowly opened his eyes, his gaze vacant and bewildered. The stout man inadvertently turned his head and exclaimed in delight, "Little brother, you are finally awake." Zhao Zhao immediately set aside his phone and climbed onto Zhang Qiling's bed, asking, "Brother, where are you going?" The stout man hurriedly tried to stop him, yet did not touch a single corner of Zhang Qiling's garment. Zhao Zhao also lunged forward, and Zhang Qiling felt a familiar sensation coursing through his veins, instinctively pulling him into an embrace while warily eyeing the stout man. Although Zhao Zhao had previously informed them that little brother would suffer from amnesia upon waking, and he had mentally prepared for it, he was still taken aback by Zhang Qiling's current state, which tugged at his heartstrings. The stout man also kept his distance, stepping back a couple of paces, offering reassurance, "Little brother, I am the stout man. Do you remember me?" Zhang Qiling pondered for a moment, still gazing at him with caution. Zhao Zhao then gently stroked his head and softly said, "Brother, he is your good friend, your faithful companion." Upon witnessing Zhang Qiling in such a state, Fatty dialed a phone number for Wu Xie. Before long, Wu Xie and Jie Yuchen appeared at the door of the hospital room. Wu Xie, filled with excitement, yearned to rush forward and embrace him, but was halted by Fatty, who urged him to remain calm, reminding him that Xiao Gu was currently undergoing a cerebral update and it was imperative to leave a favorable impression. Jie Yuchen observed the vacant expression of the person cradling Cao Cao on the hospital bed, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Wu Xie gradually approached Zhang Qiling, seated himself beside him, and softly inquired, "Xiao Gu, do you remember me?" Zhang Qiling turned his head to face him, fixating for a moment before slowly uttering, "Wu Xie." Wu Xie felt a twinge of emotion, replying, "Yes, it's me." He then glanced down at Cao Cao, asking, "What is the situation with Xiao Gu?" Gently tousling Cao Cao's hair, he attempted to lift him up, but Zhang Qiling's gaze shifted to a calm indifference, silently resisting the gesture. Wu Xie, feeling somewhat helpless, reassured him, "It's all right, we're still here for you." Realizing the moment was ripe for seizing the child, Jie Yuchen inquired, "Wu Xie, now that Zhang Qiling has awakened, where do you plan to go?" Jie Yuchen responded with a soft acknowledgement, then redirected his attention to Zhang Qiling, suggesting, "Considering the situation, caring for a child is quite challenging for both of you. Why not leave Cao Cao with me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiling tightened his hold on Cao Cao, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he stared at Jie Yuchen. Before Wu Xie could respond, Fatty interjected, "Flower Master, judging by Xiao Gu's demeanor, he undoubtedly will not entrust the child to you. Rest assured I will take care of Cao Cao." Wu Xie concurred, "Indeed, Xiao Hua." Jie Yuchen approached Zhang Qiling under his vigilant gaze, intending to pat the little one's head. Instantly, Zhang Qiling stood up, pivoted, and clasped the child, making his way to the window. Zhao Zhao waved at him. Compared to following Jie Yuchen, he decidedly preferred to be with his brother. Observing Zhao Zhao's actions, Zhang Qiling raised his hand to cover his eyes, plunging Zhao Zhao into darkness. Wu Xie hastily shoved his phone into his pocket, exclaiming in anger, "Liars, they're all liars." Chapter 34. Westlake Vinegar Fish. Zhao Zhao descended from Zhang Qiling's embrace, grasping one of his hands as they followed the others into Wushan residence. As they surveyed their surroundings, a profound sense of antiquity and elegance enveloped them. The two-story building exuded exquisite charm. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by an array of antique artifacts and paintings adorning the shelves, brimming with history. At the center stood a mahogany writing desk cluttered with manuscripts and a computer, where a 20-year-old youth was intensely focused on the screen, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Upon entering, Wu Xie called out, "Wang Meng, brew a couple of pots of tea to entertain our esteemed guests." The young man, Wang Meng, replied promptly, "All right, boss," before retreating to prepare the tea. Wu Xie gestured for them to take a seat on the sofa. The plump man glanced around, noting that everything was just as it had been during his last visit. chuckling, Tianjin, your place is quite impressive. Wu Xie shot him a glare, retorting, get lost. The plump man, unfazed, inquired, Tianjin, where are we sleeping tonight? Now that we're in your territory, you wouldn't let the three of us stay at a hotel, would you? As two individuals engaged in conversation, Wang Meng ushered in a man with a prominent gold tooth, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s yet still exuding vitality. Leaning on a cane, he limped into the room. Wu Xie and the stout fellow stood up to greet him. Zhao Zhao glanced at her brother, her gaze vacant, fixated on a specific spot, perplexed by a jade vase adorned with a sign that read, if it is fake, compensation to the owner. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Zhao decided to remove the sign, placing it into her brother's arms. To prevent her brother from succumbing to senility, she gently pulled him up and led him outside. Wu Xie, noticing their departure, inquired, Zhao Zhao, where are you going? Just as Wu Xie was about to say more, the pair vanished from sight, leaving him to suppress his anxiety and patiently converse with the man with the gold tooth. Surely, with Zhao Zhao's intelligence and her brother's agility, they should encounter no unforeseen mishaps. In the early morning of Hangzhou, a sense of vibrant life permeated the atmosphere. The misty willows framed the bridges, while the curtains of the wind danced amidst the verdant scenery, creating a scene both bustling and serene. The duo strolled along Hafeng Street, which was bustling with activity, and Zhao Zhao, having never visited before, found everything fascinating. Zhang Qi's mind was a blank slate, rendering him impervious to feelings of tedium. The landscape of West Lake resembled a natural ink wash painting. The lake's surface, like a mirror, reflected the distant undulating green mountains. As the gentle breeze caressed the water, it stirred delicate ripples, resembling scattered silver light dancing upon the surface. A beauty so breathtaking it left one breathless. The elder appeared composed, while the younger radiated exquisite charm. Fortunately, this was not a time of large crowds, or else they would undoubtedly draw the attention of many passers-by. Traversing through the alley, one finds a spacious lane adorned with several small stalls, offering a variety of services such as shoe repairs and massages. Zhang Qiling's steps did not falter as he continued to the very end, where a blind massage stall awaited him, equipped with a small bed, a table, and a sunshade. Zhao Zhao glanced towards this stall, noting its emptiness, and inquired, brother, where could the attendant have gone? Clinging tightly to Zhang Qiling's neck, she observed his demeanor and asked, are you remembering something, brother? Wu Xie, witnessing their interaction, discreetly assessed them and exhaled a sigh of relief before suggesting, it's almost noon. Let's head to Lu Wai Lu. I shall treat you all. The fatty is waiting for us there. Sounds splendid. But Wu Xie, what brings you out to find us? Zhao Zhao responded with a hint of excitement. She retrieved her phone from her pocket, exclaiming, I can make calls. Feeling a bit flustered, Wu Xie averted his gaze, muttering, I was just worried you might not know how to use it. Well, I do know how to use it. Brother knows too, Zhao Zhao retorted. Wu Xie turned to Zhang Qiling, somewhat astonished, your brother knows as well? It was understandable, for Zhang Qiling bore the air of a reclusive sage, making it hard to envision him wielding a mobile device. Though silent, Wu Xie could sense his attentive demeanor, which brought him a measure of joy as he engaged in light conversation with Zhao Zhao. Upon their arrival at Lu Wai Lu, it was precisely around noon. The fatty had already ordered dishes in a private room on the second floor, and upon their arrival, he beckoned them to take a seat. Zhao Zhao gazed at the delectable dishes laid out before him. Longjing shrimp, dongpa pork, tea powder steamed meat, beggar's chicken, several soups, and a dish reputed to be a must-try in Hangzhou, West Lake vinegar fish. He squinted his eyes in delight. Zhang Qiling served him a piece of dongpa pork and took one for himself, both of them engrossed in their meal. The plump man complained while eating, it's truly a rarity. I can't believe that one day I would dine at your expense. Wu Xie shot him a glance. Have I ever let you go hungry during your visits? The plump man's eyes widened. Indeed, he hadn't gone hungry last time, but he mused that the specialty of Wushan should be reserved for themselves. Little brother, Zhao Zhao, I suppose I am fortunate to enjoy your hospitality as well. The other two were oblivious to their banter, solely focused on their food. Zhang Qiling picked up a piece of West Lake vinegar fish, and as he placed it in his mouth, a fleeting change of expression crossed his face. Wu Xie and the plump man watched intently as he extended his chopsticks. Upon seeing his reaction, they exchanged knowing glances, their amusement evident in their eyes. Unfazed, Zhang Qiling swallowed the fish and placed a boneless piece of fish belly into Zhao Zhao's bowl. Unaware of what was to come, Zhao Zhao popped it into his mouth, only to spit it out in surprise. The sound of laughter erupted from Wu Xie and the plump man, who quickly offered Zhao Zhao water to rinse his mouth. After several gulps, Zhao Zhao finally regained his composure, staring incredulously at the fragrant and visually appealing fish, struggling to comprehend how such a fine fish could be transformed in that manner. How shall I articulate this feeling? It is akin to having been dead for 8 centuries, only to be confronted with a vast jar of vinegar, raw and unappetizing. Zhang Qiling silently placed the pastries before Zhao Zhao, while Wu Xie laid the fish before himself, clicking his tongue in mild puzzlement. Why is it that none of you seem to relish this? The rotund fellow interjected. We lack such fortune, young master. Please enjoy it on your own. Perhaps the West Lake vinegar fish caters to individual tastes. Those who appreciate it find it fragrant and delectable, while those who do not perceive a single bite as a desecration of its very essence. The trio spent an entire afternoon cleaning out 2 rooms, one for the rotund fellow and the other shared by Zhang Qiling and Zhao Zhao, while Wu Xie claimed the master bedroom for himself. Days passed, and it seemed some were displeased by their merriment, as clues began to arrive. The rotund fellow and Wu Xie located Chu Guangtou and obtained a photograph, along with news of Zhang Qiling's previous appearance in Benai. During their days in Hangzhou, although he had fared well, Zhang Qiling's mind remained a blank canvas. He yearned to recover his memories, to uncover his past. Wu Xie exchanged a glance with the rotund fellow, who patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, my friend. I, Fatty, alongside the innocent, shall accompany you. Even if it leads us into the lair of dragons and tigers, there is no chasm our iron triangle cannot traverse. Wu Xie nodded emphatically, though a hint of hesitation lingered. But what of Zhao Zhao? If we all go, what shall she do? There may well be tombs involved, and while Zhao Zhao's identity is somewhat special, she remains but a child. The oppressive aura of a tomb is ultimately detrimental to her health. A flicker of conflict crossed Zhang Qiling's eyes. The plump individual pondered for a moment and suggested, how about leaving him at Wushan residence? Allowing that rascal Wang Meng to keep an eye on him? Wu Xie shook his head, replying, Wang Meng struggles to look after himself. How can you expect him to watch over a child? Perhaps we could send him to my second uncle's place. The security at the ancestral home is quite stringent. Zhang Qiling was on the verge of declining but found himself unable to conjure a convincing reason, as he harbored a persistent feeling that the fragrant flower sought to snatch away his child. Wu Xie clapped his hands, his eyes brightening.
Shao Shao.
Come here for a moment. Chow Chow set down his mouse and scampered over. What's up? Wu Xie wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, The 3 of us need to attend to some matters. How about you spend a few days with your brother Xiaohua? Chow Chow hesitated, glancing at Zhang Qiling. Is my brother going too? Zhang Qiling nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Chow Chow replied, All right, but how long will you be gone? The following morning, Jie Yuchen arrived in Hangzhou with a few companions. After exchanging pleasantries at the ancestral home, he proceeded directly to Wushan residence. After a brief chat with Wu Xie, he scooped up Chow Chow and turned to leave. Chow Chow clung to Jie Yuchen's shoulder, waving goodbye to the 3 of them. The plump man stared in astonishment. Heavenly, has your childhood friend always been like this? Wu Xie closed his mouth, contemplating. Perhaps he fears we might change our minds. All right, young man, don't linger. It's time for us to set off. Chow Chow appeared somewhat disheartened, lacking energy. Having spent considerable time with Wu Xie and the others, he had formed an attachment. Although it was merely a week away, he still felt a twinge of reluctance. He was an emotional Qilin, and when he first arrived in this world, he had felt a pang of sadness at night while tucked under the covers. Jie Yuchen retrieved a box and placed it before him and Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao regarded him with curiosity, and Jie Yuchen chuckled softly. A welcome gift for you? Shall we take a look? Through the rearview mirror, Jie Yuchen observed the situation behind them. What reputation did the head of the Jie family hold on the streets? He became the head at the tender age of 8, and by 18, The blood-red incident at the Jie family ancestral home stained the entire street. His decisiveness in matters of life and death was ruthless and unfeeling. To be honest, aside from Miss Xiao Xiao of the Hua family, he had never seen Jie Yuchen exhibit such gentleness towards anyone else. Zhao Zhao peeled open the seal atop the box, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld a treasure trove of rare antiques, each a priceless gem. Bathed in the glow of the car's interior lights, they shimmered with iridescent hues. Zhao Zhao eagerly dove into the box, cradling one exquisite item in each hand, her eyes gleaming with joy, a sight to behold. Jie Yuchen could not suppress a sense of pride. He had noticed during their time in the desert that Zhao Zhao had an undeniable fascination with beautiful people and objects. Indeed, having the staff prepare these treasures was a decision well made. Take your time to admire them. They are all yours. I have several more rooms filled with such wonders, he declared, expressing the extravagance of the family. Anything that can be resolved with money is hardly a matter at all. Zhao Zhao nodded enthusiastically, her voice imbued with childlike innocence, her previous disappointments forgotten. In stark contrast to the dismal scene with Wuxia, where they had to transfer from a train to a bus, their group had the luxury of flying directly to Beijing. Upon their arrival at the airport, a staff member was already waiting with a vehicle. A few hours later, Zhao Zhao stepped into the grand and imposing Jie family ancestral home. After completing a phone call, Wu Xie allocated himself a few days of respite. The Xie family and the company were not solely dependent on him. It would be absurd for operations to falter in his brief absence, rendering the subordinates mere idlers. Chapter 36. Perhaps you should learn to sing opera with me upon entering the Xie residence. Xie Yuchen lifted him into his arms and introduced him to various places. Before long, they arrived at Xie Yuchen's current dwelling, Haitang Courtyard. Zhao Zhao surveyed the surroundings. True to its name, the courtyard was adorned with blooming crabapple flowers. As the saying goes, the beauty of spring is bestowed upon the crabapple. With the grace of a fish sinking into water and a swan descending from the sky, amidst the gentle drizzle, the delicate beauty of Jiangnan, one could not help but admire the quiet splendor of the crabapple blossoms. It was no wonder he often caught the fragrance of crabapple on Xie Yuchen. It emanated from this very place. Zhao Zhao's room was adjacent to Xie Yuchen's. Prior to Xie Yuchen's arrival to greet him, arrangements had been made for the room, meticulously tailored to Zhao Zhao's preferences. At that moment, the butler entered, a sprightly man in his 60s or 70s, with a full head of white hair, yet brimming with vitality. He arrived with a smile, addressing Xie Yuchen, "Master, dinner is ready." Xie Yuchen nodded and gestured to Zhao Zhao. "Zhao Zhao, this is Uncle Xie. If you need anything in the future, just let him know." The butler also chimed in with a smile, "Indeed, young master, feel free to instruct this old man with any requests." Old Mr. Xie grew up alongside Master Xiejiao, and after the latter's passing, Xie Yuchen offered him a substantial sum of money to retire comfortably. However, he steadfastly refused, insisting that, with Master Zhou gone, he must watch over the young grandson as he grew. Unable to sway him, Xie Yuchen conceded and allowed him to engage in lighter tasks. Old Mr. Xie was indeed one of the few from the Xie family who treated Xie Yuchen with kindness. Little Zhao Zhao, with his charming demeanor, addressed him as Uncle Xie. How old Mr. Xie beamed with joy. The child's exquisite features reminded him of a young Xie Yuchen, a docile little Qilin cub. How could one not adore him? Upon reaching the dining room, they found the table lavishly adorned with an array of delicacies, from mountain treasures to ocean delights, and several specialties from Beijing, all presented with visual and aromatic allure by the family chef. As Zhao Zhao savored his meal, he gave Xie Yuchen a thumbs up, exclaiming how delicious it was. With a smile, Xie Yuchen wiped the soup from the corner of the boy's mouth, advising him to take his time, as there was plenty for him. As the evening progressed and the dining hour concluded, Zhao Zhao, freshly bathed and fragrant, gazed longingly at the spacious bed, reluctant to sleep alone. His round, bright eyes darted around as he clutched a small pillow and stealthily approached Xie Yuchen's door, gently knocking twice. After tidying himself, Xie Yuchen sat down to attend to the documents from the day. He typically did not retire this early, even on a day off. Just as he was engrossed in his work, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Listening closely to the footsteps, a flicker of amusement crossed his eyes as he rose to open the door. Gada gazed at the figure of Xie Yuchen before him, adorned in a delicate blue nightgown, his eyes shimmering with admiration. "You look splendid," he remarked, extending his hand towards Xie Yuchen with a pitiful expression. "I can't sleep alone." Xie Yuchen effortlessly lifted him into his arms, closing the door behind them as he inquired, "How did you manage to sleep at Wuxie's?" "With my brother," Gada replied. Xie Yuchen recalled Zhang Qiling, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Gada surveyed Xie Yuchen's room, noting it was quite similar to the one he had previously occupied, save for the windows which were shrouded in black cloth. Once Xie Yuchen placed him on the bed, he pondered and asked, "Do you snore?" Gada immediately shook his head. "I don't." "Do you?" "I don't either," Xie Yuchen replied, gradually relaxing as he gazed at Gada in his arms, curiously caressing his small hand. "A Qilin, transformed into human form," Xie Yuchen mused, having long anticipated this day. He resolved that once he grew thoroughly familiar with this little one, he would surely wish to see his Qilin form again. As Gada's gentle breaths filled the room, Xie Yuchen, feeling an unusual weariness, relinquished his pretense of wakefulness and succumbed to slumber, cradling the boy in his embrace. During his stay with Xie Yuchen, Gada relished his time immensely. After a day of acclimatization in the old residence, Xie Yuchen took him to a theme park in Beijing the following day, where they indulged in a day of merriment, also attending 2 auction events. That night, Gada was captivated by Xie Yuchen's performance in a play. On stage, the enchanting figure of Xie Yuchen, with a voice that flowed melodiously, charmed the audience. Though Gada struggled to comprehend the lyrics, it did not diminish his enthusiasm for the performance. Zhao Zhao indulged in the delights of Beijing, completely oblivious to the plight of his impoverished brother back home. Meanwhile, upon their arrival in Banan, Guangxi, Wu Xie and his companions took advantage of the guise of investors to stay at the residence of a Gui. The rotund fellow found himself enamored with a Gui's youngest daughter, Yun Kai, whose charm was imbued with the unique allure of the mountains, leaving him utterly captivated and following her around, playfully addressing her as sister and eliciting peals of laughter from Yun Kai. During dinner that evening, Wu Xie and his brother noticed a photograph of Chan Wenjin hanging on the wall and learned from a Gui that Chan Wenjin and his party had visited this place many years prior. As a Ning passed by, she quietly informed them that her boss, Qiu Dikeo, would also be involved in the matter, urging them to exercise caution, after which she divulged no further details. Upon returning to a Gui's home, Zhang Qiling sketched the tattoos on his slumped shoulders from memory, depicting the fearsome beast Qiongqi. Wu Xie subsequently sent the photograph to the distant capital, Kyoto, to Xie Yuchen, requesting an investigation into any potential connections. At that moment, Xie Yuchen was auditioning on the stage constructed by the Jie family, while Zhao Zhao and Huoxiuxiu cheered him on from below. Huoxiuxiu, enchanted by the delicate young man, found herself quite fond of him, and Zhao Zhao admired the beautiful older sister. As Xie Yuchen concluded his performance, the two applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Bravo! What a splendid performance!" Chapter 37. Jie Qing and Jie Hong. Zhao Zhao's radiant smile suddenly faltered. "Huh?" Huoxiuxiu erupted in laughter and said, "Little flower brother, please don't put Zhao Zhao in a difficult position. By the way, your phone just rang." All right, Xie Yuchen did not press the matter further. He settled beside them, poured himself a cup of tea, and picked up his phone to check messages. He cast a gentle smile at Zhao Zhao, who in return squinted playfully at him, eliciting a joyful laugh from Zhao Zhao. As Xie Yuchen gazed at his phone, a frown creased his brow. "What on earth has Nox sent me?" Huoxiu approached, curious. "Let me see." After a brief glance, she confidently declared, "It's Qiongqi." Upon hearing the familiar name, Zhao Zhao leaned in as well, confirming its authenticity before losing interest and returning to her dessert. This treat had been brought over by Huoxiu from the New Moon restaurant, its flavor rivaling that of the dishes crafted by the chefs of the Jie family. The new variety was quite delightful. Not long after Xie Yuchen ended the call, a strikingly handsome young man, seemingly in his 20s, approached him respectfully. "Master, that fellow Jie Laoqi has been apprehended." Zhao Zhao recognized the newcomer. He was Jie Qing, Xie Yuchen's right-hand man, who had a twin brother named Jie Hong. We all know how prosperous the old 9 gates are. The upper 3 gates are filled with officials, military men, and performers. The middle 3 gates are known for their rogues, with the likes of Yen Luo, the prodigal son, and the smiling Buddha. The lower three gates engage in commerce, where beauties and strategists abound. Jie Yuchen's grandfather, Jie Zhuyi, was the only educated intellectual within the old 9 gates, conducting business with a focus on stability. A fervent chess enthusiast, there are rumors that he could simultaneously play against 8 opponents, annihilating them all without a trace. As the adage goes, the chessboard resembles a battlefield, which reveals much about his character. After Jie Zhuyi assumed control of the Jie family, he dramatically multiplied the family's assets, establishing it as the wealthiest among the old 9 gates. Once, Zhang Dafu ordered 3 heavenly lanterns at the Xinhue restaurant, and it was ultimately Jie Zhuyi who settled the bill. Following Jie Zhuyi's demise, the Jie family began to crumble in rapid succession. When Jie Yuchen took over, he found himself amidst a veritable quagmire. However, perhaps the Jie family's lineage bore a trace of fortune, for their intellect appeared inherently suited for the realm of commerce. Under Jie Yuchen's stewardship, the Jie family's fortune soared to unprecedented heights. His company, Baosheng, is now the most lucrative enterprise within the 9 gates. Furthermore, Jie Yuchen serves as the chairman of Ruyan Ruchad Pijicheng Limited, a name that may not be widely recognized, yet it stands on par with the renowned Xinhue restaurant in the underworld. This merely scratches the surface of his publicly acknowledged ventures. Clandestine dealings abound. Jie Qing and Jie Hong, among the few trusted confidants of Jie Yuchen, maintain clear divisions of labor, one overseeing the visible operations, while the other manages the clandestine affairs. Jie Qing plays a pivotal role in assisting Jie Yuchen with the latter. Human nature harbors malice, and greed serves as the currency of desire. When Jie Yuchen initially inherited this troubled legacy, all others shunned it. Yet, as he meticulously sculpted his commercial empire, those uncles, aunts, and even distant relatives who had previously distanced themselves began to swarm, eager to partake in his success, as if to consume his very essence. While overt threats can be evaded, the insidiousness of betrayal is far more challenging to counter. Ironically, much of the harm Jie Yuchen has endured over the years has stemmed from members of his own family. Uncle Jie's relationship with Jie Yuchen is notably close, sharing a bond of kinship. He has relied on his modest stake in Baosheng to assert his elder status. But this time, seizing the opportunity during Jie Yuchen's absence, he conspired with a bitter rival of Baosheng to intercept a shipment of goods worth several hundred million, intending to carve up the spoils for himself. Once Jie Yuchen resolves the matters at hand, the goods in question would have been entirely distributed, leaving no trace behind, making any investigation futile despite the shared awareness of the truth. Ordinary squabbles might have been overlooked, as Jie Yuchen, considering their familial ties, could tolerate such behavior. However, Uncle Jie's actions have undeniably provoked Jie Yuchen's ire. When he learned of Uncle Jie colluding with the company's adversary over ill-gotten gains, Jie Yuchen resolved to strike decisively and eliminate the threat altogether. Upon hearing Jie Qing's words, a chill ran through Jie Yuchen, and he gently set down his teacup. Xiaoxiao was aware of the events transpiring within the Jie family, yet being a member of the Hua family, she felt it unwise to intervene. Noticing Jie Yuchen's nod, she affectionately rubbed Cao Cao's small face before turning to leave. Cao Cao, realizing he had no part to play, hopped off the stool, eager to visit the family chef again, as chicken legs had become his favorite treat these past few days. Observing the child's small figure, Jie Yuchen recalled the words of Heixiao, and a glimmer of determination crossed his eyes. Cao Cao, wait. Cao Cao turned around, puzzled, as if to inquire, what is it? Jie Yuchen smiled slightly, saying, Big Brother Hua will take you somewhere. Beneath the Jie family's ancestral home, Jie Yuchen had constructed a secret chamber. The room was modestly sized, comparable to his own living quarters, filled with various implements of interrogation and a collection of confidential documents. The atmosphere was eerie and frigid. This was the first impression upon entering the chamber. A few scattered lights only heightened the somber ambience, and in the center of the room, a middle-aged man was pitifully bound. Upon seeing the newcomer, he trembled and pleaded, Please, spare me. 3 hours later, with a beaming smile, Cao Cao emerged from the dim room, lively and eager to seek out Chef Jie for some sweets. Jie Yuchen stood behind, observing the small figure with a look of perplexity in his eyes. Zhao Zhao was inherently different from ordinary children. His relentless protection was not necessarily beneficial for him. Thus, before leaving, the black bear had entrusted the task of guiding the little one to Jiayuchen. Entrusting Jiayuchen with the responsibility of nurturing this child did not imply that he would adopt the gentle demeanor of a kind teacher. His guiding principle was simply to lead by example. As the saying goes, one who has faced numerous challenges will not falter when confronted with adversity. However, Jiayuchen was taken aback. He had prepared himself to coax the child after leaving the chamber, yet the unaffected demeanor of the little one genuinely surprised him. Could only be said that Zhao Zhao was fortunate to have such a father. The Qilin clan was not as united as it appeared, and the number of traitors within their ranks was certainly not negligible, many of whom Zhao Zhao had witnessed firsthand. Nevertheless, Jiayuchen felt a deeper sense of joy within. Sharing meals, living, and drinking together, especially given that Jiayuchen possessed an appealing appearance that aligned with Zhao Zhao's aesthetic preferences. Thereupon, as they embraced and Zhao Zhao playfully sought affection, Jiayuchen couldn't help but pinch his adorable face. In the midst of a child's forlorn gaze, I cleared my throat softly, just as Wuxia requested equipment from me. I shall take you to Changsha to find him, I said. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What about my brother? Jiayuchen smiled indulgently, assuring her, rest assured, no one could ever forget your brother. After saying this, he retrieved his phone and dialed Wuxia's number. Moments later, a voice came through. Hello, what's up? Xiao Hua. Don't forget to bring Zhang Qiling when you come over. Zhao Zhao misses him, she added. Wuxia, currently with Fatty, who was searching for corpses by the Yangjiao Lake, replied, hold on a moment, before covering the microphone and turning to Zhang Qiling. Do you wish to accompany me? Zhao Zhao wishes to see you. Zhang Qiling met his gaze and nodded solemnly. Wuxia then looked at Fatty, who reluctantly cast a glance at the clouds before also nodding in agreement. With both of them consenting, Wuxia arranged a time with Jiayuchen. After Jiayuchen hung up the phone, he cast his eyes upon the gleaming plate before him, a slight twitch appearing at his temple. It appeared he would need to inform the chef to prepare just one plate of plum blossom pastry each day. Today he had consumed 5 plates already. Although their bodily structures differed, it was indeed the first time he had witnessed a child devour 5 large hams, 3 chickens, and 6 roasted ducks in a single day, accompanied by an abundance of pastries. The chef, who appeared quite fierce, surprisingly softened his tone when speaking to Zhao Zhao, which genuinely sent shivers down Jiayuchen's spine. His establishment was grand and thus not intimidated by a child's appetite, yet he harbored genuine concerns about the potential repercussions of such indulgence. He rose to his feet, grasping the little one's hand, guiding him for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. 2 days later, in Changsha at the Mop family restaurant, the group convened. This journey to the West Queen Mother Palace had unexpectedly fostered a bond with Mop. Inside the private room, the chubby young man, Wuxia, entered and surveyed the surroundings, teasing Mop with a playful remark, well, who would have thought? Mop, my friend, you come from a well-to-do family. Mop chuckled and replied, when it comes to family wealth, I can't compare to Flower Lord. It's just a small venture, a small venture. Flower Lord, little third master, you carry on. I know you have matters to discuss. After speaking, he discreetly exited. As soon as they entered, Zhao Zhao rushed forward and embraced Zhang Qiling's leg, exclaiming, brother. Zhang Qiling, cloaked in his hood, exuded an aura of cool detachment as he lifted the child, a hint of warmth emanating from him. The chubby man observed the two with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. After exchanging greetings, he seated both of them and watched as Zhao Zhao excitedly recounted a multitude of stories to the older brother. Although Zhang Qiling remained silent, his attentive demeanor indicated he was listening intently, occasionally nodding in agreement, prompting the chubby man to silently acknowledge. Meanwhile, Jiayuchen and Huashouxiu had already engaged in conversation with Wuxia. Jiayuchen, on this visit, not only brought equipment for Wuxia but also intended to pay a visit to the home of Wu Sanxing. He had long wished to do so, yet matters at the Jie residence had delayed his plans until now. Although Jiayuchen outwardly downplayed his connection to Jelianhuan, he still held a significant regard for him. As he mentioned, he would always be a member of the Jie family. At this juncture, Zhao Zhao once again petitioned Zhang Qiling to take him along to Banai, but Zhang Qiling declined, leaving Zhao Zhao in a state of vexation. The phone of the portly man beside them rang, and the caller was their guide from Benai, Uncle Ague. Unfortunately, shortly after their departure, a torrential rain began to fall, causing landslides in the mountains, which meant they would have to wait several more days before entering the area. Upon hearing this news, Wuxia suggested they remain in Changsha a few more days, as he also wished to visit his third uncle. Once the arrangements were made, Zhao Zhao promptly forgot about the earlier matters and, filled with excitement, took Zhang Qiling along for a shopping spree. After a moment's thought, she grasped the other hand of the portly man, and before they left, Wuxia discreetly slipped a card into Zhang Qiling's pocket. Meanwhile, the three of them headed to Wu Zhensheng's villa in Changsha, while the other trio ventured into the renowned commercial street. Upon arrival at the bustling shopping district, Zhao Zhao eagerly dragged the two towards a clothing store, which was quite large and appeared to be part of a chain, offering garments for both adults and children. Once inside, Zhao Zhao surveyed the surroundings and, suddenly inspired, pulled the two towards a particular section. At the end of the aisle, amidst a dazzling array of luxurious garments, the portly man felt an uneasy premonition. Just as he turned to intervene, he caught sight of Zhang Qiling's indifferent expression and Zhao Zhao's eager visage. Covering his face, he resigned himself to the situation. As anticipated, Zhao Zhao raced towards a vibrant, sequined jacket, gesturing to Zhang Qiling and the portly man to try it on. Zhang Qiling, somewhat perplexed by her fixation on such attire, nevertheless, for the first time in his life as a guardian, picked up a small size and dressed Zhao Zhao in it. Remarkably, the adorable child in the sparkling outfit radiated a striking charm, exuding an aura that was sure to turn heads. Zhao Zhao was quite pleased as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, nodding in approval. A waitress approached, watching her with a suppressed urge to pinch her cherubic cheeks. After admiring herself, Zhao Zhao pointed at a similarly oversized coat behind her, meant for her brother. Zhang Qiling's expression stiffened as he beheld the shimmering garment. A flicker of refusal danced in his eyes. Once Zhao Zhao had arranged everything, she turned to the plump figure beside her. Before she could complete her sentence, she noticed his noticeably fuller physique, which had been struggling to contain a chuckle. Suddenly, the spotlight of attention fell upon him, and he hurriedly declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, Zhao Zhao, but I cannot wear this. I am far too large. It does not come in my size." Zhao Zhao, unconvinced, glanced toward the waitress, who was clearly stifling laughter. When she caught his gaze, she confirmed, "This style indeed does not have a size for this gentleman." The chubby man let out a sigh of relief, while Zhao Zhao appeared somewhat disappointed. She turned to her brother and said, "Brother, then you should wear it. We will search for a larger size for someone else later." Zhang Qiling. He was not particularly inclined to wear it either. The plump fellow stifled his laughter, his shoulders shaking. A vivid image flashed through his mind of Bai Ye, the renowned treasure hunter clad in casual attire, adorned with sequins, blinding any adversaries that dared approach. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter, drawing a cold glance from Zhang Qiling. At such a close range, Zhang Qiling's keen hearing allowed him to catch snippets of their whispered conversation, and as he observed the rotund figure, a glint flickered in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhao nodded and instructed the waitress to wrap up the items, resulting in a total of 3 pieces including the one he was wearing. The hefty man casually inquired if Zhao Zhao had miscounted, suggesting there were only 2 items. Zhao Zhao glanced toward the other side, affirming that there was no mistake. 1 for Zhao Zhao, 1 for his brother, and 1 for Wuxia. Navi? The stout man seemed to understand. His curiosity piqued as he wondered why Zhao Zhao hadn't purchased one for Flower Master as well, noting that Zhao Zhao appeared quite fond of him. Zhao Zhao sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Flower doesn't like it, and neither does Sister Xiao Xiao. They didn't want any when we went out earlier. The stout man chuckled, wiping away tears of laughter, and reassured him, "It's all right. That's merely their lack of discernment. Look, I quite like it, and so does the little brother, and Tianjin likes it even more." "Really?" Zhao Zhao's gaze shifted toward Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly, albeit with some difficulty, prompting the stout man to laugh even more heartily. Changsha is the territory of Wu Zhensheng, and with him absent, Wuxia had led the group to reside in the villa he frequently occupied. As Wuxia put it, What belonged to his uncle was rightfully his, and there was no error in that statement. They did not stand on ceremony with Wuxia and found their own places to sit. Zhang Qiling picked up a teacup, poured 2 glasses of water, and slid one toward Zhao Zhao while keeping the other for himself. The stout man grumbled, "There's just too many people in this commercial street. It's suffocating for me. Little brother, why don't you pour me a cup as well?" He then seized the teapot and served himself a glass, draining it in one go. Zhang Qiling ignored him, preferring to silently sip his water. With a gentle shake of her head, Wuxia gazed at the little one before her, who was sipping water, and remarked, "Let us dine out shortly. Zhao Zhao, your transformation attire looks rather splendid." Flattered by the compliment, Zhao Zhao felt a surge of joy. The chubby boy, with a sly glimmer in his eyes, signaled to Zhao Zhao, "Come here." Understanding his cue, Zhao Zhao rummaged through the packaging until she discovered a garment identical to hers. Presenting it to Wuxia, "Here, Fatty says you will adore this. I think it looks wonderful too." Wuxia's eyes widened as she held the piece of clothing, caught in indecision, whether to wear it or not. To be frank, such garments appear utterly adorable on children, yet on adults, well, one can only understand the implications. Wuxia scrutinized the 2 individuals nearby, deliberately avoiding their gaze. Noticing her reluctance, the chubby boy teased, "Naive one, look how considerate Zhao Zhao is, bringing you clothes for our outing. Rest assured, our dear brother has one too. The 3 of you shall venture out dressed like this. Absolutely dashing." Zhang Qiling cast a sidelong glance at him. Wuxia glared back, "Why don't you wear it?" The chubby boy pinched the flesh on his stomach and sighed, "Alas, I would love to, but they do not have my size." Wuxia pondered for a moment and replied, "No worries. I recall my uncle has a tailor. A large-sized outfit can certainly be arranged." Zhang Qiling quietly sipped his tea, relishing the fragrant Bai Luo Chun. Disregarding the astonished expression of a certain someone, he gently tousled Zhao Zhao's hair and said, "Once the chubby boy's outfit is ready, we shall all wear them together, all right, Zhao Zhao?" Zhao Zhao nodded, not forgetting to urge, "Do hurry." "Rest assured," Wuxia replied. A few individuals jested as time swiftly slipped by. Zhao Zhao, after indulging in a copious amount of snacks earlier, now felt no hunger, but rather a slight weariness, his eyes fluttering open and shut. Jiayuchen descended from the upper floor, having endured a long morning flight followed by an afternoon of research, finally concluding his tasks. Estimating the passage of time, he greeted the others. "Xiaohua, just in time. Call Xiuxiu, let us dine together," Wuxia suggested. Zhang Qiling had remained vigilant since Jiayuchen emerged, and upon noticing the situation, he took a swift step forward to lift the child, striding out. The plump fellow called out a couple of times, offering an apologetic smile to Jiayuchen before following suit. Wuxia silently shook his head, observing Jiayuchen's gloomy expression, and patted his shoulder. Jiayuchen gazed after their departing figures, pondering whether he liked the child. Naturally, the little one was endearing, yet to declare a fondness for children was another matter. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that he found them rather disagreeable. Perhaps it was because Zhao Zhao bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger self. Delicate in appearance, innocent and kind-hearted, his temperament gentle yet unspoiled. In the end, one is often ensnared by the unattainable desires of youth throughout their life. If only there had been someone to shield and cherish him, someone to rush to his aid in perilous times, how different might he have turned out? Jiayuchen smiled faintly at the thought. He was curious about the possibilities, and after all, he could certainly afford to care for a mere Qilin cub. However, the thought of Zhang Qiling crossed his mind. What to do if one wished to nurture another's child? Simply take it. Zhang Qiling's embrace was both warm and reassuring, and before long, he had succumbed to slumber in his arms. Zhang Qiling sat upon a bench in the park, warmth welling in his eyes as he gazed at the scene before him. The young Qilin, cradled tenderly in the arms of a mysterious and aloof young man, was a delicate child. Despite their undeniable beauty, they bore an air of slight melancholy. When Fatty and Wuxia rushed out, they beheld the sight and exchanged a knowing glance. Fatty squeezed himself beside Zhang Qiling, saying, "Little brother, Chow Chow has fallen asleep. Be sure to hold him carefully. If he accidentally tumbles, Chow Chow might get upset." Zhang Qiling pondered for a moment, then nodded, adjusting the child's position, allowing Cao Cao to sink into a deeper slumber. Wu Xie, seated on Zhang Qiling's other side, inquired, "What shall we eat? How about snail noodles?" Zhang Qiling frowned slightly, declining, "It stinks." Fatty protested, "I represent the snail noodles." "What stinks? You ought to appreciate the good fortune you have. That was personally cooked by Sister Yun Kai. And you, keep your voice down, you might wake Cao Cao." The two coaxed Zhang Qiling to rise, and they ambled towards the hot pot restaurant. Although Zhang Qiling maintained an indifferent demeanor, he did not resist their enthusiasm. The hues of the setting sun cast a gentle warmth upon them, soothing yet not blinding. The following morning, as dawn's light began to break, Cao Cao awoke atop Zhang Qiling, transforming back into his human form. He climbed off Zhang Qiling, who opened his eyes and ruffled the child's hair. Cao Cao instinctively nuzzled closer, his voice soft and sweet. "Brother, how much do you remember?" Zhang Qiling contemplated for a moment, replying 70%. Zhao Zhao gazed at the meteorite orb hanging from Zhang Qiling's neck. "Brother, your celestial endowment is merely under temporary suppression. To resolve it entirely, we must locate the other half of this orb. Furthermore, the restoration process will be quite lengthy, so be prepared mentally." Zhang Qiling remained silent for a moment before nodding. "The other half?" Zhao Zhao, in distress, raked his fingers through his hair. "It seems to be located deep underground, in the southeast. It feels as if something is obstructing it." That's what the orb indicated. Zhang Qiling directed his gaze toward the southeast, where Changbai Mountain and the Bronze Gate lay. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, momentarily overshadowed by a sense of loss. Noticing his brother's silence, Zhao Zhao paid it no mind. He was accustomed to Zhang Qiling staring off into space. He patted his stomach, contemplating a snack. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he suddenly heard Zhang Qiling's voice. "It's almost time you should accompany Wu Xie." No, Zhao Zhao halted his movements, a look of defiance on his face. "I want to be with you." Zhang Qiling regarded him with some confusion. "Don't you enjoy the human world? I will be there for quite some time. Stay with Wu Xie until I come to find you." "I refuse," Zhao Zhao declared, leaping onto his back. "Here, you are the closest person to me. The human world may be wonderful, but it pales in comparison to you. Besides," he added, imitating Xie Yuqing's raised eyebrow toward Zhang Qiling, "perhaps it's a child's whim, but this gesture is rather amusing when I do it." Zhang Qiling raised the corner of his mouth slightly, extending his hand to cover the little face before lifting the child to wash up. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Zhao Zhao felt a surge of joy and allowed himself to follow Zhang Qiling's movements. The reason Zhao Zhao wished to accompany Zhang Qiling was not only for the purpose of cultivation but also due to the ancestral aura that emanated from him, which unknowingly fostered a sense of dependence. Furthermore, Zhang Qiling treated him with great kindness. Perhaps it was due to the shared bloodline, or perhaps it was simply because of Zhao Zhao's unique heritage as a Qilin. But Zhang Qiling had always regarded him as a younger brother, and Zhao Zhao endeavored to embrace the role of an older brother in return. Although this younger sibling possessed a rebellious heart and harbored aspirations of becoming the elder himself, the decision had been made, and thus Zhao Zhao took Zhang Qiling out to procure supplies. Previously, during their time at the Jie family residence, Zhao Zhao had asked Jie Yuchen to help him exchange the gold ingots he had acquired from the Queen Mother of the West's palace for money. Jie Yuchen had treated him exceptionally well, even providing him with a substantial card, which he had declined. However, upon arriving here, he realized that money was not easily earned. With a sigh, Zhao Zhao, in his self-righteousness, perhaps forgot the treasure trove of invaluable items Jie Yuchen had bestowed upon him. As the two ventured out to gather supplies, the others had departed early to investigate matters. Zhang Qiling mentioned that they would be staying for a considerable time, and since Zhao Zhao possessed spatial abilities, they embarked on an extensive shopping spree. Chips? Yes. Spicy strips? Yes. Cola? Yes. Ham? Yes. Fried chicken, duck necks, chicken legs, and assorted snacks? Pack them all in. Zhao Zhao was nearly lost in delight. Yet Zhang Qiling could no longer bear to watch and forcibly led the child out of the supermarket, warning that if they did not leave soon, he would end up buying out the entire store. Zhao Zhao felt a lingering sense of reluctance, yet, upon observing Zhang Qiling's stern countenance, she obediently accompanied him to another establishment. 2 days later, Zhao Zhao finally encountered the others at the quaint villa. Over the past few days, their hectic schedules had precluded any meaningful interactions. The situation bore the unmistakable hallmark of her uncle Wu Xie, though it remained uncertain whether it was Wu Sanqing or Jielian Huan, or perhaps a combination of both. Their curiosity revolved around the reason why Uncle Wu had chosen to unveil the next phase involving the style of lei, prompting the need to uncover the secrets concealed within this very style. Wu Xie reached out to a mentor from the architectural realm, deliberately steering the discussion towards the schematics. Indeed, it wasn't too long before an individual arrived at their doorstep. However, this person merely served as a bait. Under Wu Xie's insistence, the true puppeteer behind the schematics arranged a meeting with him and the others. Fatty had established a shop here, a testament to his substantial resources, yet it was only in the past couple of years, while accompanying Wu Xie on tomb raiding escapades, that his finances had begun to dwindle. There was little recourse. Their family's third young master harbored an aura of mischief that often led him astray. While others delved into grave robbing for wealth and treasures, he merely sought a thrill, occasionally resulting in the tomb's destruction. Of course, Wu Xie vehemently denied this characterization, asserting that he was not alone in his ventures. They were all inextricably linked in this endeavor. Zhao Zhao gazed at the subtle, mischievous aura that enveloped his head, her lips parting slightly as she cast him a sympathetic glance, remaining silent. Truth be told, it was her first encounter with someone who radiated an innate aura of mischief. Chapter 41. The New Moon restaurant, the establishment owned by the corpulent man, is quite spacious. The ground floor serves as a retail area, while the second floor is his resting quarters, complete with several cozy bedrooms. The decor of his home is surprisingly warm and inviting, a stark contrast to his outward appearance. As the gracious host, he led a small group to a hot pot restaurant, where they ordered a dual-flavored pot. One side clear broth and the other spicy, mindful of the children's inability to tolerate heat. Zhao Zhao savored the tender meat prepared by Zhang Qiling, his large eyes gleaming with curiosity as he gazed at the spicy pot. Having attended several hot pot gatherings before, he had only indulged in the flavorless clear broth. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was paying attention, he deftly grasped a piece of meat with his chopsticks and swiftly popped it into his mouth. Zhang Qiling, momentarily distracted, noticed too late that the meat had already vanished into Zhao Zhao's eager mouth. After a moment's contemplation, he placed a cup of lukewarm milk beside him. As the morsel entered his mouth, a wave of heat enveloped him, prompting him to open his mouth and exhale a few puffs of air until the warmth subsided. Instantly, a surge of spiciness filled his nostrils. Delicious. This was his immediate impression. No wonder everyone relished the spicy hot pot. Its flavor was indeed exquisite. However, he felt a slight numbing sensation on his tongue, and the spiciness crept up on him, leaving him exhilarated. Wu Xie exchanged a knowing glance with the corpulent man, stifling a smile that danced in his eyes. After all, children do care about appearances. Zhang Qiling nudged the cup closer to Zhao Zhao, who took a few sips to quell the fiery sensation. Finally, he returned to his humble bowl of clear broth and beef. The corpulent man leaned over to Wu Xie and whispered, "Don't let the quiet demeanor of the young man fool you. He can be quite considerate." With an innocent smile, Wu Xie glanced at Zhang Qiling, who, despite not being deaf, caught their conversation. He adjusted the brim of his hat, casting a cold gaze towards the two. Clearing their throats in unison, the chubby one spoke with newfound seriousness. "We shall be heading to the New Moon restaurant this afternoon. After our meal, I will take you both to procure suitable attire. Otherwise, we may not even find the entrance to the New Moon restaurant." Wu Xie was somewhat perplexed. Was it really that exaggerated? As the third young master of the Wu family, he had frequented countless upscale establishments. He had heard of the New Moon restaurant, but this was the first time he learned of such rules at an auction house. However, the Wu family's influence primarily resided in Hangzhou and Changsha. They had seldom ventured into Beijing, let alone the New Moon restaurant. The chubby one elaborated, "The New Moon restaurant is not to be compared with Lulikang. It holds a legitimate auction operating license and operates on a membership basis. The items they handle are substantial. Collectors entrust them with their finest private collections, which undergo a rigorous internal screening process. Subsequently, They must file with the relevant authorities, apply, and seek approval before any auction can take place. After their meal, the group proceeded to a high-end clothing store, specifically designed for the affluent seeking bespoke services, though ready-made garments were also available. As for Zhao Zhao, there was no need for new clothes. During their stay at the Xie family, Xie Yuchen had arranged for the clothing store to take his measurements and deliver the garments directly. Furthermore, the quality was impeccable. The sportswear he wore alone cost several tens of thousands. The collection of tailored suits was considerable. Upon leaving the Xie residence, Xie Yuchen had placed several sets into his space for unforeseen circumstances. At precisely 3 in the afternoon, a group of individuals adorned in sleek black suits arrived at the entrance of the New Moon Hotel. This establishment was vast, sprawling over an impressive area of 1,000 square kilometers, its exterior exuding an aura of opulence and grandeur. A long crimson carpet was laid out along the 40-plus steps leading to the entrance, flanked by attendants clad in deep blue suits standing attentively nearby. Outside the hotel, an array of luxurious vehicles lined the entrance, a testament to its extraordinary prestige. Cao Cao, not wishing to lag behind, took small, determined steps to keep pace with the others. Upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by a doorman who apologetically informed them that an auction was about to commence, and that they could not admit casual visitors. The stout man, donning sunglasses and projecting an air of affluence, insisted that they were there to partake in the auction. The doorman requested to see their invitation. The trio exchanged awkward glances, having been unaware of such a requirement. Observing their discomfort, the doorman kindly suggested that a bank authorization proving their assets would suffice in the absence of an invitation. With a grin, the stout man led his companions to the side and then fixed his gaze upon Wuxia. Wuxia felt a shiver under his scrutiny and managed a nervous smile, remarking that his bank card had long exceeded its limit. The stout man lowered his glasses and declared himself a notorious figure in the realm of high-stakes transactions, known for never leaving overnight wealth behind. The two men exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously turned their attention to Zhang Qiling, who subtly averted his gaze from them. With a sigh, Wuxia lamented, "Oh, never mind." The plump man raised an eyebrow and suggested, "How about we just keep him here?" Wuxia recognized his jest and replied with a playful tone, "An amnesiac elder, perhaps?" The two of them sighed in unison, their gaze shifting to Zhao Zhao, who blinked her large eyes, somewhat perplexed as to why they lingered at the doorstep instead of entering. As they prepared to sigh once more, Zhang Qiling emerged from his pocket with a black card, extending it towards them. "Wu Xie!" exclaimed the plump man. Wuxia gasped in astonishment. "Where did you acquire this, little brother?" Zhang Qiling pressed his lips together, glancing at Zhao Zhao below. She nodded and chimed in, "I got it for my brother. There were many yellow blocks at that place, and the flower shop helped me exchange it for this. There should be plenty inside. This is for my brother." The plump man, realizing the situation, seized the card and approached the attendant, donning sunglasses. "No password, just swipe as you please." "Certainly, please hold on." When Xie Yuchen initially procured this card for Zhang, it was linked to his primary card, making it impossible to provide a secondary card for the child, who had no need for it. In his desire to nurture a little one, he found himself with nowhere to spend the funds. When Zhao Zhao sought him out for an exchange, he simply bound the card to his main account. Once the funds on that card were exhausted, it would automatically draw from his primary account. Ding! A notification chimed on Xie Yuchen's phone, nestled in the back seat of the Maserati. Initially indifferent, he glanced at the message and was surprised to find it came from the Xinyue Hotel. Zhao Zhao should currently be with Wu Xie and the others. After a moment's contemplation, he attempted to call Wu Xie. However, Wu Xie did not have his mobile phone at hand. Similarly, Zhao Zhao also lacked his device. Zhang Qiling, concerned for Zhao Zhao's eyes as he incessantly fiddled with his phone, decided to confiscate it outright. The fatty, on the other hand, was in possession of his phone. Upon noticing the incoming call, he cleared his throat, signaled to the others, and stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello, Master Hua. Are you at the New Moon restaurant? Rest assured, we have not charged young Zhao Zhao's account. It's merely a matter of granting authorization." Zhao Zhao may not fully comprehend the situation, but they were well aware that it involved a black card embossed with the seal of Jie Yuchen. Chapter 42. The expensive price Xie Yuchen was indifferent to such trifling amounts. His concern lay elsewhere. Are you at the New Moon restaurant? The fatty feigned ignorance, suggesting, come, let us enjoy a couple of pots of tea. What brings you there? The fatty promptly raised his phone, exclaiming, ah, hello? Hello. The signal is poor, Master Hua. Hello? Beep. Xie Yuchen smiled faintly. It appeared that the New Moon restaurant was destined to be quite lively today. The lobby was bustling with patrons, a constant ebb and flow of guests, and the atmosphere was vibrant. The group found an unoccupied table to settle down. Wu Xie and the fatty scrutinized the menu before them. Upon opening the first page, they encountered the signature spicy crab, priced at 888 00 yuan per serving, and the Princess roast chicken at 888 00 yuan per serving. The fatty was left astounded, exclaiming, wow, oh my heavens. Wu Xie took the menu, flipping through it, revealing the pre-rain Longjing tea priced at 7,000 yuan and the Snow Mountain White Crane tea at 6,800 yuan. In a hushed tone, Wu Xie remarked, a pot of tea costs 7,000 yuan. Why not just steal it? Nearby, a girl clad in a qipao perked up at their words, glancing in their direction. Wu Xie and his companions were well aware of the rumors surrounding the ear servants at the New Moon restaurant before their arrival. Upon noticing her gaze, they suddenly felt the need to feign nonchalance, remarking on the pleasant ambience of the establishment. Clearly, their attempts at subtlety were in vain. As the girl signaled to a nearby ear servant, the servant nodded and glided over to the group. I presume this is your first visit to the New Moon restaurant? Allow me to introduce our offerings. We provide not only these exquisite items but also economical choices, such as those on this page. You might consider this one. Having overheard their conversation, the trio felt a twinge of embarrassment, but it was not enough to deter them. Following her gaze, they noticed the tiger skin fruit bean, priced at 1,800 yuan per serving. The pot of tea was also 1,800 yuan, accompanied by complimentary snacks and sunflower seeds. It was astonishing that even the most basic pot of tea commanded such a steep price. The restaurant was indeed quite unscrupulous. The portly fellow was about to voice his thoughts when he was discreetly interrupted by Zhao Zhao, who pointed to the first page of the menu featuring signature dishes such as spicy crab, royal roasted chicken, and white mountain snow goose, along with a selection of desserts. This one, that one, this one, and that one, Zhao Zhao exclaimed, captivated by the images, momentarily forgetting his wealth. Without hesitation, he handed the menu to the ear servant, intending to place an order for all the highlighted dishes. Before he could utter a word, Wu Xie swiftly covered his mouth. With a light cough, the portly fellow reassured, one order is unnecessary. We shall stick with the selections just made by Zhao Zhao. After speaking, he handed over the card. The attendant, initially assuming he was just another impoverished soul, was pleasantly surprised to find him quite affluent as he perused the menu and headed downstairs. Unbeknownst to the attendant, Wu Xie released him amidst the melancholic gaze of the child, stating, we have ordered far too much. We shan't finish it all. Once we step outside, the chubby one will take you to dine on something even more exquisite. Having previously sampled some of the dishes, he knew they were far less expensive than those here, and although Zhao Zhao was wealthy, there was no need to squander money unnecessarily. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. Before long, the dishes they had ordered were served. Zhao Zhao picked up his chopsticks and sampled a few bites, conceding that the fare was indeed inferior to what the chubby one had previously introduced them to. However, the pastries were delightfully to his liking. He hardly touched the other dishes, instead focusing on devouring the crispy pastries. Concerned he might choke, Zhang Qiling poured him a cup of warm water and offered it to him. After he finished the platter of pastries, Zhang Qiling began to serve him vegetables. Zhao Zhao was unpicky, accepting whatever was offered. Wu Xie placed a meticulously prepared piece of fish in front of him and another piece in front of Zhang Qiling. The chubby one cleared his throat and raised an eyebrow at him, prompting a glare from Wu Xie, who then placed a piece of selected crab leg into his bowl. Satisfied, the chubby one began to chat with Wu Xie. Your buyer seems quite affluent, attending an auction here. Wu Xie nodded, uncertain about what was being auctioned today. Just as the chubby one was about to say something further, He inadvertently turned his head and cautioned, "Warning, warning, your creditor is less than a meter away from you." Wu Xie turned to see the impeccably dressed Xie Yuqing approaching them in a white suit paired with a pink shirt, exuding an air of refined elegance. Instantly, he greeted, "Little flower." As Zhao Zhao looked up, ready to greet, Zhang Qiling promptly fed him another piece of meat, leaving Zhao Zhao with no choice but to swallow before speaking. Just as he finished, Zhang Qiling offered him yet another morsel. Jejuan raised an eyebrow and sat beside Zhao Zhao, gently ruffling his little head, having missed him dearly over the past few days. Casting a glance around the table, he remarked on the delightful spread before them. Wu Xie responded with a smile. Nearby, Ern approached Jejuan, stating that the private room was prepared for him. Jejuan raised his hand, signaling for the person to withdraw, then turned to Wu Xie and inquired about their purpose for being there. Wu Xie explained that he had found a Yangshilili piece, and a buyer had summoned him to this location. Jejuan mused aloud about the buyer's identity, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wu Xie's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know, Xiaohua?" Before he could finish, Jejuan interrupted, "Wu Xie, at the Crescent Hotel, some matters should remain unspoken." Wu Xie slowly sat up, grasping the implication, when suddenly, a voice called out, "Young Master San," interrupting their conversation. The entire hall fell into a hushed silence as everyone turned to see a man in his 50s or 60s, clad in a Zhongshan suit, approaching them with an air of authority. He was flanked by two subordinates, exuding an undeniable gravitas, a testament to the trials of time. Zhao Zhao glanced over, indifferent, and resumed cracking open a crab leg. Liuli Sun, the plump one, explained to Wu Xie, in the Beijing Cultural Relic Circle, he is a beacon. Wherever he appears, exceptional treasures are sure to follow. However, the atmosphere was charged with intensity. The mischievous young master, Wu Xie, was not one to be trifled with. He deftly picked up his chopsticks and offered a piece of pastry to Xie Yuchen. Observing the gesture, Xie Yuchen felt a vein on his forehead throb, his obsessive cleanliness on the verge of rebellion. He shot Wu Xie a glare but ultimately took the chopsticks and bit into it, dismissing it as merely a trifling matter. The rotund man interjected, "Do you know him?" "I've heard of him," came the reply. At that moment, Liuli Sun approached the group, inquiring about the recent absence of Wu Sanxing from the scene. Wu Xie straightened his attire, rose, and faced Liuli Sun with a smile, saying, "My uncle is just like that, vanishing for days on end." Liuli Sun slowly approached Wu Xie, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude. The smile on Wu Xie's face gradually faded, replaced by a frosty gaze. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Qiling and Xie Yuchen cast menacing looks toward Liuli Sunday. The rotund man stood up, asserting, "The third master is elusive. It is not for you to dictate when you will see him." Xie Yuchen set down his teacup, contemplating the repercussions if Wu Sanxing were to discover that someone was maligning him behind his back. Wu Xie then rose slowly, his voice carrying an undertone of threat. "In that case, this person's tongue will not remain intact." After speaking, he turned to Wu Xie, "I'll take Zhao Zhao upstairs." Wu Xie glanced at Zhang Qiling, who, after a moment of consideration regarding the potential events to unfold, nodded in rare agreement, lifting Zhao Zhao and handing her to Xie Yuchen, saying, "Let us forgo the sweets today." Chao Chao wrapped her arms around Xie Yuchen's neck and made a face at Zhang Qiling, saying no. Xie Yuchen nodded at him and carried her away. Over here, Liuli Sun was left on the sidelines, and after Xie Yuchen departed, he turned to the seemingly amiable Wu Xie with a smile, saying, "Nephew, it was just a joke. Don't take it to heart." The Jie and Wu families were related by marriage, not to mention that Wu Xie and Xie Yuchen were childhood friends. Moreover, Wu Zangxing was merely missing, with no definitive news of his demise, so Liuli Sun's bravado quickly diminished. Who would have thought that Wu Xie could retort with such finesse, saying, "My third uncle is quite well, and the person above holds him in regard." The plump man chuckled audibly while Zhang Qiling sat there, coldly observing him. His gaze swept across the man's neck with an icy chill, causing Liuli Sun to startle momentarily and laugh awkwardly. At that moment, Ernu approached the group, announcing, "3 distinguished guests, you are invited to the second floor." Wu Xie cast a glance at Liuli Sun before leading the plump man and Zhang Qiling out of sight from the first floor. Meanwhile, Xie Yuchen took Chao Chao to a private room on the second floor. He frequented this new moon restaurant, which always reserved the VIP room for him. Once inside the private room, Jiayuchen set Cao Cao down, noticing she hadn't eaten enough. He beckoned Ernu to bring the menu for Cao Cao to order. Cao Cao glanced through it briefly, handed the menu back to Ernu, and assertively declared, "Bring me one of everything." Ernu was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a request, and looked to Jiayuchen for guidance. "Master Hua Jiayuchen poured him a cup of tea and waved his hand, indicating to proceed as he wished. Money was not an issue. Ernu retreated, leaving Cao Cao somewhat bored, engaging Jiayuchen in idle chatter. It had been quite a while since he last saw him. Jiayuchen glanced at his phone. After they exited the Zhuangmu Palace, they had hardly been in contact. The black bear had seemingly vanished into some obscure corner, and no matter how many times he tried calling, the line remained unreachable. Observing the dejected expression on Cao Cao's face, he chuckled softly. "What is the matter? Do you miss him?" Cao Cao nodded. "I still have something to give him." At this point, Jiayuchen felt a flicker of curiosity. After leaving the Zhuangmu Palace, Cao Cao had placed a luminescent green herb by his pillow and, when inquired, had claimed it was a gift for him. Jiayuchen had immediately recognized that this herb was extraordinary. The way it gently healed the hidden injuries within his body was a testament to its remarkable nature. His occasionally cold physique had begun to regain warmth, and he felt a surge of gratitude for the child's thoughtful gift. Though the child did not elaborate, Jiayuchen chose not to pry. Some sentiments and matters are best kept close to the heart. Cao Cao had gifted a charming warm jade dog figurine to Wuxia and a luminous pearl to Fatty, and even Xiao received a present. Jiayuchen was quite curious about what the bespectacled fellow had received. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, already knowing it would be something interesting. He instructed his servant to pack all the pastries, gently ruffling Cao Cao's hair. "You've met your dessert quota for today. No more for you. I'll pack it all up for you to take home and enjoy tomorrow." Initially, Cao Cao had some objections, but upon hearing this, he felt reassured, conceding that he did not wish to be the first to have a mouthful of permanent teeth like a Qilin. Zhao Zhao casually consumed a bit of food and approached the viewing platform. Just as he intended to settle into a chair on the left, Jiayuchen swiftly lifted him up, seating them both on the right, while cautioning, "This chair is off limits." Zhao Zhao, puzzled, pointed towards Wuxia not far away, asking, "Then why is Wuxia allowed to sit?" Jiayuchen instantly turned his head, and upon discerning the scene, his pupils constricted. Within the box where Wuxia resided, a resplendent elderly lady dressed in a qipao was seated in the chair on the right. Hua Xiuxiu and a young man stood behind her, while a plump friend lingered behind Wuxia, who was comfortably seated on the left. Jiayuchen retrieved his phone to call the plump friend, but regrettably, his phone was turned off. When Wuxia glanced over, Jiayuchen promptly gestured for him to rise from the left chair. However, in that brief moment, Wuxia had already taken a seat. Jiayuchen's heart sank completely. At that moment, Zhao Zhao's curious voice broke through. "Hua, is Wuxia planning to carry off a beautiful bride?" Jiayuchen, momentarily bewildered, asked. "What?" Zhao Zhao pointed at the elderly lady, saying, "She mentioned that Wuxia wants to marry a beauty. Why is everyone looking at my brother? Is Wuxia to marry him? But my brother is a boy." Observing the clarity in Zhao Zhao's eyes, Jiayuchen cleared his throat and replied, "It's nothing. She may have misspoken. Come, didn't you want to try the peach blossom pastry?" Relieved, Jiayuchen turned his gaze towards the now-aware Wuxia, sighing internally at the thought of how much today's event might cost. At that moment, Wuxia illuminated a lantern, and the venue erupted in applause, which Zhao Zhao, influenced by the atmosphere, joined in, clapping along. As the two individuals observed the escalating prices, the first half of the event concluded, and the second half was on the verge of commencing. After consuming a considerable amount of water, Zhao Zhao felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Unable to leave at that moment, Jiayuchen beckoned Ernu to accompany Zhao Zhao to the restroom. They turned right repeatedly, unsure of how long they had wandered before finally locating the facilities. Upon exiting the restroom, Zhao Zhao noticed that Ernu had yet to emerge. Ernu, a young man appearing to be in his 20s, had entered alongside Zhao Zhao but had suddenly experienced a stomachache, causing him to remain inside. After leaving the restroom, Zhao Zhao turned two corners and found himself at a loss, confronted by identical pathways. With a firm decision, he opted to turn left. The door had been ajar when he entered. How had it closed? With a slight exertion, Zhao Zhao pushed open the door, which had been locked from the inside, producing a soft click. Before him stood a handsome young man, wearing headphones, who gazed at him in astonishment. It seemed he had taken a wrong turn. Chapter 44. Zhang Rishan indeed. It appeared he had gone astray. Zhao Zhao, making a swift decision, turned to leave, but the young man, Zhang Rishan, called out, "Child." He recognized this young boy, having kept a close eye on matters concerning the clan leader, and was well aware of the sudden appearance of the child. The child's photograph resided on his phone, and though initially believing him to be of the clan, the resemblance to the clan leader was not striking. Moreover, the child referred to the clan leader as brother. Could he be a member of the Zhang family? Fortuitously, this child had wandered into the wrong place, and as Zhang Rishan's eyes flickered with intrigue, he inquired, "Child, how did you come to be here?" Zhao Zhao turned her head, acknowledging that it was her own carelessness that had pushed open his door, and it was indeed courteous to inform him that she had strayed from her path. Zhang Rishan approached Zhao Zhao, crouching down to her level. As they drew near, the shared blood of the Qilin surged silently between them, causing both their pupils to contract in astonishment. Zhang Rishan was inwardly astounded. The truth was that she was indeed of the Zhang lineage, and her bloodline was even purer than that of the clan leader, which filled him with a surge of joy. He belonged to the Zhang family by blood. Although he had rebelled against the Zhang family alongside the Buddha years ago, he still regarded himself as one of them. It had been ages since such a pure Qilin bloodline had emerged from the clan. Zhao Zhao detected a familiar scent. Qilin blood? The young man before her? He too possessed Qilin blood? Upon uttering these words, Zhao Zhao's disdain flared. "Who are you? This is our first meeting, isn't it?" With a dismissive wave of her small hand, she shook off his grasp. "No, I don't know you, and I intend to follow my brother. What business is it of yours?" Zhang Rishan recognized that he had acted impulsively, yet the matter was extraordinary. From the moment Zhao Zhao appeared, she had captured his attention, and given her tender age, she was hardly a match for him. Returning to the Zhang family overseas was undoubtedly the most advantageous course of action for him. As a Qilin bloodline that surpassed Zhang Qiling in purity, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a national treasure within the clan. Zhao Zhao shot him a glare and turned to flee. In her haste, she collided with someone's legs, causing her to sway slightly as she shook her head, slightly disoriented from her rapid pace. The person she collided with was Yin Nanfeng, the current head of the New Moon restaurant. Draped in a delicate green cheongsam, she possessed a grace that rivaled even the current heads of the 9 clans. Yin Nanfeng, taken aback for a fleeting moment by this scene, hastily turned to Zhang Rishan, exclaiming, "The old fool! Wu Xie and the others are about to wreak havoc in our restaurant. Aren't you going to do anything?" The pace of Zhao Zhao came to a halt. "Wu Xie, so audacious?" Zhang Rishan gazed at the paused Zhao Zhao, letting out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. After all, the clan was outside, and what was he to do? Bow before the clan leader and cheer them on? However, since the little rascal had noticed, he could not remain indifferent. Zhang Rishan set aside his headphones, adjusted his attire, gestured to Yin Nanfeng, and stepped out. As he passed Zhao Zhao, he remarked, "Let us go, we shall see for ourselves." Zhao Zhao pondered for a moment, conceding, well, it would be unfortunate to get lost again. Yin Nanfeng had long been curious. Who is this child? The old fool? Zhao Zhao looked up, noting that Zhang Rishan was of a similar age to his brother, declaring, "Then I must be the old fool." Yin Nanfeng. Zhang Rishan. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found chaos reigning. A veritable mess of shattered tables and chairs. Wu Xie and the plump lad stood back to back, assuming defensive stances, while their companions encircled them. Wu Xie scoffed, "This restaurant has been running far too long, and the owner has grown too complacent. Today, let us do our part as good Samaritans and give you a thrilling experience." A resounding cheer erupted from Zhao Zhao, who clapped his hands enthusiastically, his excitement palpable. Jiayuchen was initially engaged in a tug-of-war with the upstairs Mrs. Hua when he suddenly heard the voice of Zhao Zhao, prompting him to glance down. Jiayuchen thought, How did he end up down there? At that moment, Jie, who had been dispatched to find Zhao Zhao, rushed in anxiously, exclaiming, "Master, I couldn't find the young master." Jiayuchen closed his eyes briefly, exchanged a nod with Mrs. Hua, and made his way downstairs. Hu Xiangu glanced at the child below, her eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. Zhang Rishan cleared his throat, attempting to usher Zhao Zhao behind him. However, Zhao Zhao sidestepped, evading his large hand, declaring, "I haven't washed my hands, don't bother me." Yin Nanfeng made a gesture, and the ear servant withdrew. Wu Xie and the others, upon spotting Zhao Zhao, expressed their concern. Zhang Qiling stepped forward, his voice indifferent as he called out, "Zhao Zhao." Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up, and he dashed over, only to be swept into Zhang Qiling's embrace. As his gaze swept over Zhang Rishan, a flicker of hostility flashed in his eyes. "Zhang family? Somewhat familiar, as if I have seen them before." Zhang Rishan surveyed the surroundings, clasping his fists in salute to the others both upstairs and downstairs. "I have pressing matters to attend to at the New Moon restaurant today, so I must take my leave. As an expression of my apologies, please feel free to collect a gift at Shangshang Man upon your departure." Shangshang Man nodded in acknowledgement. With Zhang Rishan's exit, the guests naturally obliged him the courtesy due to the esteemed president. They began to depart, casting surprised and gloating glances at Wu Xie and the others, aware that today's events were unlikely to conclude favorably. Offending the New Moon restaurant and the president of the Nine Gates, the third young master of the Wu family was bound to face some tribulations today. In Zhang Qiling's other hand rested a ghost seal, its verdant hue reminiscent of the meteorite jade that Zhao Zhao had encountered previously. The design was rather aesthetically pleasing, prompting Zhao Zhao to take it from him and scrutinize it closely. Zhang Qiling made no effort to deter him. Instead, he adjusted his embrace for Zhao Zhao's convenience. Once the others had retreated, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Rishan bowed respectfully to Zhang Qiling, addressing him as clan leader. Zhang Qiling's gaze flickered towards him for but a fleeting moment before shifting back to the child in his arms. At that moment, Xieyuchen approached, standing before them. "Grandfather Rishan," he began, but was swiftly interrupted by Zhang Rishan. "Considering the clan leader's presence, let today's matter rest. Young lad, please convey my regards to your grandmother." Wu Xie felt a twinge of awkwardness, particularly since they had just vandalized someone's establishment. Zhang Rishan turned to Zhang Qiling, hesitating as he took a step forward. "Clan leader, what about this child? Perhaps I should take him with me. Your forthcoming endeavors are perilous, and keeping him within the clan would be beneficial for both of you." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Zhang Qiling. He tightened his hold on Zhao Zhao and coldly uttered a single word: "Leave." Chapter 45. The Division of Forces. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao ceased his examination of the ghost seal, wrapping his arms around Zhang Qiling's neck and glaring at him defiantly. "Who are you? I don't know you, and I want to go with you." Zhang Rishan attempted to interject further, but Zhang Qiling disregarded him, turning to stride outside, while the plump figure nudged Wu Xie and followed suit. Before departing, Wu Xie did not forget to bid farewell, saying, "All right, Grandpa Rishan, I will convey that to my grandmother. Xiaohua, I must take my leave now." With that, he hurriedly dashed out. Jiayuchen exchanged a few words with Zhang Rishan. Once everyone had departed, Yin Nanfeng surveyed the chaos strewn about, muttering, "That old fool. Is that young man truly your clan leader?" Zhang Rishan nodded. "Indeed, his life has been rather arduous. Let the debts be deducted from my account." Having revealed himself, he resolved to have a proper conversation with the clan leader another day, and with one hand behind his back, he ascended to the second floor under Yin Nanfeng's watchful gaze. Upon exiting the Xinyue restaurant, Zhao Zhao observed the chill emanating from Zhang Qiling and reassured him, "Brother, do not worry. I will not accompany anyone else." Zhang Qiling nodded, regaining his composure as he stood still, awaiting Wu Xie and the fatty's arrival. "Brother, you walked a bit too quickly," the two panted. "It is you who are too slow," Zhao Zhao teased playfully. Wu Xie gently pinched Zhao Zhao's cheek. The fatty finally caught his breath and remarked, "Today, the three of us have certainly made a name for ourselves, seizing the ghost seal, smashing the Xinyue restaurant, and emerging unscathed. Fatty has truly made some progress." Wu Xie, still somewhat puzzled, asked, "But why did Grandpa Rishan refer to you as the clan leader?" Before he could finish, they collided head-on with a group of about 10 individuals, with the leader being Lu Li Sunday standing boldly before them. Lu Li Sun declared, "Third young master, you are quite the formidable figure." Wu Xie chuckled lightly. "What is it? Have you not had enough of the performance at Xinhua restaurant? Do you wish to add another act here?" Liu Li Sun's expression was sinister. "Today, I came specifically for the ghost seal, but to my surprise, you, young lad, lit a sky lantern. If the third young master were to capture this splendid moment, I wouldn't have much to say. However, since you've broken the rules, do not blame me for being unreasonable. Your third uncle evidently did not teach you the ways of the martial world. Today, Liu Li Sun shall impart a lesson. Bring me the ghost seal." His subordinates, clad in black, charged forward wielding clubs. Just as Wu Xie and Fatty were about to rush in, Zhang Qiling halted them with a single hand. He gently set Zhao Zhao down and, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, nudged him forward. "You go." Zhao Zhao nodded at the group of black-clad men, placed the ghost seal into Wu Xie's hands, rolled up his sleeves, and with a light leap, kicked one of the assailants squarely in the stomach. The man instantly slid backward, crashing into another, collapsing onto the ground, seemingly lifeless. The others were taken aback, brandishing their clubs as they surged towards him. Wu Xie silently clasped his hands together in worry, but as he heard the thuds of bodies hitting the ground, he couldn't help but applaud. Impressive. Fatty stood there, mouth agape. My heavens. So this little brat didn't waste his time training with the boss this morning. Wu Xie nodded in agreement. Zhang Qiling's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Zhao, ever ready to intervene. Before long, the ground around them was littered with incapacitated figures in black. Wu Xie cautiously approached, checking for signs of life by feeling for breaths. They were still alive, and he immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhao Zhao brandished a stick, fixating on the only standing figure in the vicinity, Lu Li Sunday. A tremor coursed through Lu Li Sun's heart as he pondered the origins of this formidable child. With a quivering voice, he inquired, "You must be a monster, right?" Zhao Zhao furrowed her brow in response, retorting, "You are the monster. Your entire family is comprised of monsters for daring to compare me to such an ugly creature. Take this." With that, she leaped and struck Lu Li Sun fiercely on the head with the stick, causing his vision to darken as he collapsed. Wu Xie hurriedly approached, checking for a pulse at Lu Li Sun's neck. There was a heartbeat, albeit weaker than that of the unconscious individual on the ground. Zhao Zhao handed the stick to him, took the ghost seal, and upon observing his actions, she regarded him curiously and remarked, "Wu Xie, I do not take lives." With that, she dashed towards Zhang Qiling, lifting her head in anticipation of praise. Zhang Qiling parted his thin lips, uttering a simple, "Well done." Immediately, Zhao Zhao's face brightened with joy. Suddenly, a luxury car halted before them, and a figure emerged, none other than Xie Yuchun, who had followed out of concern. Assessing the chaotic scene on the ground, he raised an eyebrow at the group and said, "What are you all staring at? Get in the car." With a series of green lights, their journey lasted 2 hours, bringing them to the old residence of the Xie family. On the stage, the group either sat or stood, basking in the sun's warm rays, feeling quite content. Xie Yuchun contacted someone directly, ensuring that Lu Li Sun and his companions were swiftly escorted to Uncle Hat. Wu Xie surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Xiao Hua, why is it that you seem to be in such good spirits?" Xie Yuchun set down his phone, recalling how gloomy he felt at the New Moon Hotel, but his mood had considerably improved upon witnessing Lu Li Sun being taken away by the police. "Indeed, Wu Xie, Lady Hua has just sent me a message expressing her desire to meet you." Wu Xie recalled the style of Lei, exchanged a glance with the chubby young man, and nodded. As she rose, preparing to leave with Hua Xiuxiu, she heard Jie Yuchun say, "You are discussing matters. Let Chao Chao remain here. It is relatively safe." After parting ways with a few individuals, Jie Yuchun instructed Jie Qing and Jie Hong to take Chao Chao to his estate located in the outskirts of Beijing for some leisure. Upon leaving the Crescent Hotel, various forces began investigating him from the shadows. Considering Chao Chao's unique identity, it was prudent to keep her concealed. Jie Yuchun's estate was expansive. One could easily spend 2 days exploring it solely on foot. A few days later, at the Jie family ancestral home, Chao Chao encountered Zhang Qiling once more. However, Compared to before, he exuded an aura of estrangement and fragmentation. Brother, Cao Cao sat beside him, grasping his hand earnestly. Are you recalling something distressing? Zhang Qiling remained silent, his thoughts in disarray as memories began to surface, fragments of his past flooding his mind. Mount Siguniang, the ancient Zhang family building, the Jirmu Sanatorium, his memories were on the verge of complete restoration. Wu Xie was unaware of the unfolding events, only perceiving that Zhang Qiling grew increasingly reticent, unresponsive even to the chubby man's attempts to amuse him. The chubby man patted Cao Cao on the back and smiled. Cao Cao, this time we shall split into 2 teams. I will team up with the brother, while Tianjin will pair with Flower Master. Who would you like to join? The forces lurking behind have repeatedly cast their gaze upon the suburban estate, a place that has become increasingly perilous. Hence, it is most prudent to keep it close at hand. Moreover, the child possesses commendable agility, and in the face of danger, it remains uncertain who would protect whom. Without hesitation, Zhao Zhao decisively declared, I will go with my brother. No sooner had her words left her lips than the plump fellow clapped his hands and approached Wu Xie and Xie Yuchen, exclaiming, You see, I told you, pay up. Chapter 46. Guangxi Benai you have lost. Now, pay up. Wu Xie, reluctantly and with a heavy heart, retrieved a red ticket from his pocket and shoved it into the plump man's embrace. Xie Yuchen cast a sidelong glance at him and similarly produced a ticket to hand over. The plump man, brimming with smug satisfaction, approached Zhang Qiling with his winnings and presented him with a share. Zhang Qiling remained silent but tucked the money into Zhao Zhao's small pocket. Upon witnessing this, the plump man's own ticket felt suddenly ablaze in his hand, and he quickly stuffed it into Zhao Zhao's pocket as well, saying, This is from Uncle Fat. Take it and buy some lollipops. At these words, the gazes of several individuals swiftly turned towards Wang Pengzi, who appeared somewhat bewildered, wondering what was amiss. Zhang Qiling's eyes grew cold as he rose, fists clenched, while Xie Yuchen clicked his tongue in displeasure. Wu Xie raised an eyebrow, flexing his hands. Uncle Fat? The plump man felt a jolt of apprehension and promptly took flight, exclaiming, No, I merely spoke carelessly. Oh dear, I misspoke. Brother Fat, Brother Fat. Xie Yuchen received a phone call and departed to attend to matters, knowing that this outing would take quite some time as he needed to adequately arrange affairs concerning the company and the betting stakes. Without hesitation, Wu Xie opened the knife sheath, revealing a finely crafted short dagger, no larger than an infant's arm. The quality of the material suggested its exceptional nature. He handed the dagger to Zhao Zhao, who accepted it, playing with it for a moment and expressing great fondness for it. More than the dagger itself, he cherished the sentiment behind the gift from Wu Xie and the others. Wu Xie crouched down and said, Zhao Zhao, I know you are quite skilled, but when faced with danger, prioritize your own safety. Understand? Zhao Zhao nodded earnestly. After imparting his advice to the young one, Wu Xie turned to the older one. And you, young brother, remember safety comes first. Zhang Qiling's gaze softened as he replied with a simple The plump man, radiating a maternal warmth, felt a sense of satisfaction. Wu Xie inadvertently caught sight of this and his expression darkened instantly. He clenched his fists and charged forward. The plump man took off running, exclaiming, Naive one, we are sworn enemies now. Come at me. Their playful scuffle, reminiscent of schoolyard brawls, elicited delightful laughter from Zhao Zhao. Zhang Qiling gently patted Zhao Zhao's head, a hint of a smile gracing his features, reminiscent of the stunning beauty of snow-capped mountains. 2 days swiftly passed, and on the morning of the 3rd day, Zhao Zhao boarded an off-road vehicle with Zhang Qiling and the plump man. Leaning against the window, he waved goodbye to Wu Xie and Gu Yuchen. Before departing, Zhao Zhao produced several thumb-sized jade pendants, giving one to each of them. The pendant meant for the black bear was entrusted to Gu Yuchen for delivery. Even Hua Xiu Xiu received one. These small jade pieces contained a trace of his spiritual energy, believed to possess the power of warding off misfortune. Zhao Zhao pondered whether these pendants would be of any use to Wu Xie, contemplating, surely they must be beneficial, though I am not entirely certain. I shall observe further. The stout man cast a glance towards Zhang Qiling, who was looking at Wu Xie, and patted his shoulder. Little brother, you are becoming increasingly amiable. Of course, my brother is a person, thus he possesses warmth. The stout man nodded in agreement. Indeed, but haven't you already indulged in candy today? Why consume another piece? Zhao Zhao covered his mouth with both hands. How did you know? The stout man pointed to his nose. It's simply a matter of scent. Once you finish this piece, you are forbidden from having any more today. Do you hear me? Who was it that kept lamenting about a toothache earlier? All right. They ambled along, stopping intermittently, and after several days, they arrived at Agui's home in Banan, Guangxi. Zhao Zhao stared in astonishment as the stout man fawned over a delicate-looking girl upon entering the house. Brother, who is he? Zhang Qiling raised his hand to cover Zhao Zhao's eyes and led him into the room they had occupied previously. After arranging their luggage, Zhao Zhao followed Zhang Qiling outside to bask in the sun, clutching a handful of small red fruits given to him by Uncle Agui. It was said that these were harvested in the mountains, possessing a sweet and sour flavor. Zhao Zhao swung his legs, occasionally offering a fruit to Zhang Qiling. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Zhang Qiling and whispered, Brother, that person has been watching you. Zhang Qiling glanced at the dining table where old lady Hua sat, a flicker of thought passing through his eyes. Brother, do you know her? Zhao Zhao inquired with curiosity. Zhang Qiling shook his head and placed a fruit into Zhao Zhao's mouth, leading him to remain silent and focus on enjoying the fruit. They lingered there for a full 2 days, during which Qiu Dikao sent someone to deliver items to old lady Hua. Initially, she refused to accept them. However, when the last item was delivered, she placed her cup heavily on the stone table, signifying her agreement to their collaboration. 2 days later, the plump man bid farewell to the clouds and ventured into the mountains with them. The clouds cast a glance back at the looming shadow, her gaze sweeping over the worried expressions of the plump man and the others. In contrast, the elderly Mrs. Hua appeared sprightly, seated on a long wooden stretcher carried by 2 individuals as they made their way into the mountains. Initially, their group harbored reservations about bringing along a child who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, as they were not there for leisure. The child seemed to be more of a burden. Unexpectedly, from dawn till dusk, while the adults grew weary, the child remained vibrant and energetic, bouncing along the way, causing them to feel somewhat dazed. Is it possible that children nowadays are so remarkable? The formidable Qiu Dikao's family had, prior to their arrival, thoroughly scanned the entire mountain using advanced technology, ultimately identifying 2 entrances. The following morning, they arrived at the first entrance, yet it was chaotic, devoid of any activity. The markings on the map were accurate, even the gaps referencing the surrounding area were present, yet there was no path. Thus, they turned their attention to the second entrance indicated on the map. However, Hua Xiuxiu hesitated, recalling her grandmother's warning. Qiu Dikao had advised that unless absolutely necessary, they should not descend here. Is that so? The plump man frowned, perplexed by the implication. The group found themselves in a quandary, and while Zhao Zhao had intended to hear the plump man's thoughts, Zhang Qiling glanced at the map, swiftly lifted him, and proceeded to the left. Before departing, Cao Cao greeted the plump fellow, Fatty, we are leaving. The stout man approached, his backpack slung over his shoulder, prompting the others to follow suit. Baya, as a prominent figure in the tomb raiding community, commanded considerable respect. Zhang Qiling picked up a stone from the ground and, with deft precision, cast it aside. Despite the usual stern demeanor of old lady Hua towards the plump man, she exhibited a certain deference when addressing Zhang Qiling. Chapter 47. The Green Giant. However, the underlying intention was clear. You all proceed downwards. I shall remain here to await news from Segunyang Mountain. Before Zhang Qiling could respond, the stout man interjected, unable to contain his disapproval. Wasn't this an obvious ploy to send Zhang Qiling to scout ahead? With so many having descended into uncertainty, it seemed rather selfish for her to remain behind, relying on Zhang Qiling's prowess and effectively putting him in peril. Old lady Hua, this arrangement seems rather ungracious, does it not? Are you in collusion with Qiu Dikao? Old lady Hua dismissed the concern, yet the stout man felt a pang of sympathy. Brother, we cannot acquiesce to this deal. Although Zhang Qiling remained silent, he did not move. I am the one who least desires any misfortune to befall you, old lady Hua stated, yet the stout man was unconvinced. While we understand your reluctance to descend, given your age, it is imperative that Xiu Xiu accompanies us. This expedition requires the presence of the Hua family. Cao Cao glanced at Hua Xiao, sensing something amiss. She was not even wearing that small jade pendant. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, old lady Hua consented. They had prepared strong alkali to combat the dangers posed by Mi Luotua long before their arrival. Everyone donned their gear. Those responsible for handling the caustic substances donned their protective suits and forged ahead, while the others traveled lightly, descending one by one. Zhao Zhao, stay close to your brother. Do not wander off. With a serious expression, Zhao Zhao grasped Zhang Qiling's trousers tightly. Although he sensed no immediate danger in the atmosphere, the tension was rather exhilarating. Despite being a hostage of Hua Xiao, the chubby fellow was considerate towards her, caring for her throughout their journey. Upon reaching the end of the path, they entered a vast space filled with large stones, leaving a narrow passage in the center. Zhao Zhao strolled leisurely, and when hunger struck, she retrieved a bag of biscuits from her small backpack. She offered a bag to Zhang Qiling, but he declined, while the chubby fellow eagerly accepted and devoured it. He was aware that before their departure, Jie Yuqing had stocked an entire room with provisions. Had there not been outsiders present, Zhao Zhao would have likely indulged in a roast chicken by now. Suddenly, the group ahead halted, exclaiming in surprise. Zhao Zhao tugged Zhang Qiling closer, and they observed several individuals in climbing attire sprawled on the ground before them. The wooden tags around their necks suggested they were from Qiu Decao, and they were arranged in an orderly manner, somewhat resembling a deliberate arrangement. The chubby fellow approached to investigate and, upon tossing down a green stone, confirmed it was indeed the same substance, akin to amber, that could be dissolved with a strong alkali. Beyond lay a corridor. As the morning light broke, Zhao Zhao pulled Zhang Qiling several steps back. Yet, before he could fully regain his footing, two workers in front suddenly cried out, collapsing to the ground in an instant, lifeless. They hastily approached to investigate, removing the oxygen masks, only to be met with the horrifying sight that the two had ceased to breathe. The stout man, clutching a fallen stone, detected the unmistakable scent of sulfuric acid. It is well known that when a strong base encounters an acid, it generates copious amounts of heat, sufficient to incinerate a person alive. What a treacherous act! It was evident that foul play was afoot. As he pondered this, the green wall ahead emitted a sharp crack, and a colossal green figure, approximately 2.5 meters tall, emerged, its verdant hand lunging towards them. This green giant was none other than Miluo Tuo, a creature long entombed beneath the icy mountains, which, upon exposure to heat, reveals itself and attacks the source of the warmth until it is extinguished. Once one appeared, several others followed suit. Zhang Qiling unsheathed his black gold ancient blade and leaped forward, engaging in combat with one of the giants. Observing this, the stout man charged in as well, realizing that none of the assistants brought by Hua Xiao were of any use, as they recklessly threw themselves into the fray, offering up their lives. Sighing, Zhao Zhao retrieved the strong base from the fallen workers and called out, "Over here!" Seeing this, Zhang Qiling deftly evaded Miluo Tuo's assault. Zhao Zhao activated the switch, extending his hand as a powerful white powder erupted in a mist towards the green giant. In no time the giant succumbed, collapsing to the ground and shattering into countless pieces. The stout man, witnessing the efficacy of this method, shouted, "Zhao Zhao, this one!" After speaking, when Zhao Zhao hastily retreated from the strong alkali being sprayed towards him, the green giant shattered into pieces. Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up with delight. How amusing! With the strong alkali in hand, he sprayed it one by one until the area was thoroughly cleared. Noticing the absence of Maroto nearby, he discarded the strong alkali onto the ground and picked up a beautifully shaped green stone. He dashed over to Zhang Qiling, exclaiming, "Look, it's heart-shaped." Zhang Qiling squatted down and examined the small hand, which was fair and tender, showing no signs of injury. He felt relieved. When Zhao Zhao saw him nodding, he placed the green stone into his embrace, saying, "This is for you." Zhang Qiling shook his head, indicating he did not need it.
Ugh, I'm utterly exhausted.
Fatty grumbled as he approached. What a bunch of grandsons! How can they be less useful than our Zhao Zhao at such an age? Brother, take the items. Let's rest properly after passing through the corridor ahead. Zhang Qiling nodded, promptly cradling Zhao Zhao and leading the way inside. For a brief moment, Zhao Zhao leaned in Zhang Qiling's arms, suddenly realizing that Fatty had suggested his brother carry the items. Why was he being carried, as though he were merely an object? He was not an object. He was a rare ink Qilin of their Qilin clan, a treasure born once every 1,000 years. With this comforting thought, he cheered himself up and felt a surge of happiness. For reasons unknown, Zhang Qiling always seemed eager to hold him close, and Zhao Zhao found no reason to move, enjoying the ease it brought him. After resting for 2 hours, they continued to venture forward. During their journey, they unexpectedly encountered the individual sent by Qiu Diko for reconnaissance. The leader, whom they recognized, was none other than Lao Gao, a member of Ning's team who had previously visited the Western Queen Mother Palace. Ning was notably absent. According to Lao Gao, Ning had failed to procure the desired items for Qiu Diko during their last expedition, resulting in significant losses. Consequently, he was excluded from this operation. The others, however, were less concerned about this matter. Their attention was drawn to a different issue. Upon their arrival, Lao Gao and his team were ambushed, not only destroying their scanner but also leaving them severely injured. Chapter 48. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate them all? With skills rivaling those of the adept Xiaogu, there was only one person alive in Banai, the hunchback. After much deliberation, they decided to proceed cautiously through the gap left by Lao Gao's team. Throughout their journey, they encountered dozens, if not hundreds, of Miluo Tua. If Zhang's ancient tower were indeed hidden within this mountain, it was evident that the Zhang family possessed formidable capabilities. This vast mountain had been hollowed out to construct an ancient tower without compromising its foundation. As they wandered, it was unclear how long they had been walking. It felt as though Zhao Zhao had taken several naps along the way. Suddenly, the entire group came to a halt. Zhao Zhao glanced ahead and beheld a towering cliff, seemingly hundreds of feet high, directly beneath their feet. A thick mist obscured the depths below, rendering it unfathomable. Spanning the chasm was a rope bridge, approximately 100 meters long and a meter wide. The other side remained shrouded in darkness. After a display of bravado, the portly one stepped onto the bridge, taking the lead to explore the path ahead. As Zhao Zhao gazed ahead, he glanced back at the stout companion, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. He reached out to halt his forward stride, suggesting perhaps I should go instead. The stout man was inclined to agree. After all, he harbored no doubts about Zhao Zhao's capabilities. Yet, it seemed rather absurd to send a child to scout ahead while so many adults lingered nearby. Besides, he had grown rather fond of the little rascal. No need for that, your big brother here is quite formidable. Rest assured. After reassuring the child, he picked up the rope and prepared to advance alongside the other two. However, as they approached Zhang Qiling, the latter raised a hand to stop them, his expression devoid of emotion. Danger! The stout man was instantly agitated. Little brother, have you recalled something? Zhang Qiling shook his head slightly. Since arriving here, fragments of information about the Zhang family's ancient tower had been gradually surfacing in his mind. But alas, it was still incomplete. What should we do then? The stout man fretted, only to have a spark of inspiration ignite in his eyes. He extended the rope toward Zhang Qiling, asking, "Will you go?" Zhang Qiling regarded him with an air of calm, lowering his hand. "Be cautious." The stout man's expression fell, his face conveying the unspoken words of exasperation. The three of them cautiously proceeded, navigating the bridge without incident. Upon reaching the other side, they encountered a colossal bronze stone gate adorned with intricate reliefs, though time had ravaged it, rendering the details nearly unrecognizable. Suddenly, an unforeseen commotion erupted near the stout man. A blazing fire ignited in the center of the bridge, sending waves of panic through the group. Amidst the turmoil, Asan from Lao Gao's team seized the moment, gritting his teeth as he forcefully pulled open the bronze stone door, barely allowing himself a moment to breathe before the situation escalated. Suddenly, a Milchuo rushed in, gripping his neck with one hand while the other plunged into his abdomen. With a sharp crack, the man instantly lost his breath. The flames grew increasingly fierce, and upon witnessing this, Zhao Zhao contemplated sprouting wings to fly over. However, just as he leaped, the swift Zhang Qiling seized him and held him tightly in his embrace. Zhao Zhao felt a pang of guilt as Zhang Qiling's fierce gaze bore down on him. Producing a bundle of ropes, Zhang Qiling bound Zhao Zhao to himself, his eyes fixed on the portly figure, ever ready for rescue. Zhao Zhao squirmed a bit, but conceded defeat, remaining obediently on Zhang Qiling's back. Meanwhile, the stout man shattered another approaching Milchuo with a dagger and surveyed the surroundings. As the flames raged ever higher, the temperature steadily rose, causing the walls to take on a green hue. Given the dire situation, their prospects appeared grim. The stout man secured the safety harness they had just released, gripping the shoulder of the person beside him. Taking a deep breath, he leapt down with a sudden force. Due to the pull of gravity, they soon collided with the wall on their side. The two plummeted to the abyss below, struggling to ascend. Suddenly, as old Gao had mentioned, the indestructible rope ignited in the center. The stout man couldn't help but curse under his breath. Hadn't old Gao claimed that the rope was fireproof? In a moment of distraction, the rope of the man beside him snapped, and he plummeted down, leaving only a wailing echo, which soon faded into silence. The corpulent man felt a surge of panic as flames erupted from the center of his rope. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Qiling swiftly drew forth the ancient black gold blade, disregarding any safety measures, and, amidst the gasps of onlookers, leapt downward alongside Zhao Zhao. In the fleeting moment before the hefty man plummeted, one hand seized his rope while the other plunged the blade into the stone wall with a forceful thrust. The clash of the black gold blade against the rock emitted a blinding spark, and they slid down a meter before coming to a halt. The hefty man, still shaken, gazed at Zhang Qiling, who appeared as a celestial being, and clutched his thigh with fervor. Good heavens! Zhao Zhao couldn't suppress a laugh, prompting a slight look of disdain from Zhang Qiling, who then released his grip. The hefty man, wide-eyed, stammered, "Are you sure?" Zhang Qiling remained silent, his frosty gaze piercing. With a determined bite of his lip, the hefty man relinquished his hold on Zhang Qiling's leg. Zhang Qiling withdrew the black gold blade once more, and they began to descend again. Beneath them, 3 meters down, lay a stone platform large enough to accommodate a dozen individuals. The hefty man landed with a series of pained howls, while Zhang Qiling descended gently. Under Zhao Zhao's reproachful gaze, he tightened his grasp once again. The hefty man rose, wincing in pain, and thought to himself how close he had come to disaster, rubbing his sore waist. Zhang Qiling turned to him, stating, "I told you to be cautious." Instantly, the hefty man felt a wave of relief wash over his aching back. "Hey, I say, brother, you truly are like Zhu Beiji after a defeat." Turning the tables on me, he began, but before he could finish, he noticed a hint of vulnerability in Zhang Qiling's eyes as he averted his gaze, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. The conversation shifted abruptly. "What do we do now? We seem to be stuck here." Zhao Zhao interjected, "I can fly, and I can take you all up." The portly man instantly shook his head. "Stay put. Can't you see how many people are up there? If you take us flying, you'll find yourself in the little black room by tomorrow." Zhao Zhao, puzzled, questioned, "Why not just eliminate them all?" The portly man was taken aback, wondering how such thoughts could arise in her mind. "Zhao Zhao, who taught you to think like this?" Zhao Zhao pointed her finger and began listing names. "Xia Xia."
Hua Hua, Yehong, Yesing, Yeshi, Yelu.
The portly man quickly reached out to stop her, realizing that this was clearly the influence of Black Lord and Flower Lord. He intended to offer a few words of admonition but reconsidered, acknowledging the merit in her reasoning. Zhao Zhao's identity was indeed special. Should it be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Yet, this child was so young. Was it truly appropriate for her to harbor such murderous intentions? Chapter 49. The fear of retaliation. Zhang Qiling gently stroked Zhao Zhao's hair, remaining silent, yet internally he found himself in agreement. Suddenly, the portly man had a thought and asked Zhao Zhao, "What about your sister Xiaoxiao? Should we eliminate her as well?" Zhao Zhao furrowed her brow and replied, "Then I'll sneak up on her, catch her off guard, knock her out first, and then deal with the others." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with satisfaction at her clever plan. The portly man grimaced, though he internally found her scheme somewhat agreeable. He shook his head vigorously. "We don't know what dangers lie ahead. No, we cannot kill anyone." Just as he was about to say more, his attention was drawn to Zhang Qiling, who was gazing intently across the way, and he curiously inquired, "Little brother, what is on the other side?" "A cave." He cast a fleeting glance into the aperture, its details eluding him. With deliberate precision, Zhang Qiling secured the rope to his obsidian blade. Channeling his strength, he propelled the weapon forward, the rope following in its wake. It struck the opposing wall with a resounding thud. Testing its hold, Zhang Qiling prepared to advance. "Where do you intend to go, brother?" Fatty inquired with concern. "To traverse." Zhang Qiling responded, his gaze fixed on the other side. Fatty hesitated, contemplating the slender rope. "You may be able to manage, but I'm not so sure." Cao Cao, positioned behind Zhang Qiling, proposed, "Perhaps you could set me down, brother, and I could assist Fatty in crossing." Zhang Qiling paused, considering the proposition. Their gazes converged on Fatty, who grimaced. "No, that won't be necessary. I can manage." Cao Cao sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he assessed Fatty's physique. Fatty's eyelids twitched at the child's remark. As Zhang Qiling, with Cao Cao in tow, began his ascent, Fatty, after some deliberation, discharged the signal flare, inwardly lamenting his predicament as a benevolent soul. Zhang Qiling's back exuded a sense of security. Enveloped in the aura of Qilin blood, Cao Cao drifted into slumber. Zhang Qiling glanced back, noting the child's delicate features. A tender expression softened his countenance. Cao Cao's weight was negligible, and he radiated warmth in the frigid tomb, akin to a portable furnace. Indeed, his mass was but a fraction of the obsidian blade. As Cao Cao slumbered, he was roused by a cacophony, akin to a swarm of insects buzzing incessantly. He stirred involuntarily. Zhang Qiling paused, casting a cold glance at a member of the Hua family who was indignantly accusing the chubby man of failing to save a life. With a chilling tone, he commanded, "Be silent." The chubby man, noticing that Zhao Zhao remained unconscious, snorted softly, his voice diminishing. "You cared so much for your elder brother back then. Why didn't you jump down yourself? Now that trouble has arisen, you come to trouble me. How hypocritical." Huasan intended to retort, but ultimately, fear of Zhang Qiling silenced him. Amidst the palpable tension, Zhao Zhao gradually regained consciousness, surveying the surroundings. The space was unexpectedly vast, seemingly constructed from a cool jade-like material, reminiscent of ancient ice cellars. Beneath their feet lay a colossal bronze disc, and Zhao Zhao sensed that it was hollow underneath. Opposite him, Huasan held several bamboo sticks, inviting everyone to draw lots. All had drawn the shorter sticks, and Huasan approached the chubby man, saying, "Chubby, it's your turn." The chubby man smirked, declaring, "I shall never partake in such tricks." Zhao Zhao, intrigued, glanced over, and Zhang Qiling, having sensed the situation the moment he awoke, fixated his gaze on Huasan in silence. Huasan, with a sinister grin, declared, "Since you two are unwilling to draw, we shall abide by the will of the others." Naturally, the others were reluctant to draw, for in such dire circumstances, physical weakness was a grave concern. Losing one's life was a trivial matter in comparison. The crowd took a couple of steps forward, when an individual named Meng Jia from the older cohort remarked, "Chubby's blood must surely be more than ours." The chubby man grinned, swift as lightning, seizing Huasan's arm and snatching the bamboo stick from his grasp. "The rest are all long. You little rascal, are you up to tricks?" Huaxiaoxiao swiftly intervened. "Huasan, what are you doing?" Huasan wore an expression of innocent bewilderment. "Miss, we can't just stand here, can we?" It was evident to him that there was lingering resentment over the previous incident where only the hefty man had survived, while his elder brother had perished. Huasan chuckled slyly. The young man was the key to their success. Thus it would require the hefty gentleman to make a small sacrifice. The others began to swarm. As this group consisted of 3 factions, the Hua family, Qiu Diko's men, and the trio led by the hefty man. The Hua family had established a trade with Qiu Diko, ensuring that his associates would not offend them. The hefty man, being outnumbered and not particularly skilled in combat, was perceived as vulnerable. The young boy accompanying him was regarded as a valuable asset, potentially to be used as leverage if necessary. Zhang Qiling's prowess, though formidable, would still be a source of caution for them. With this thought, their fear of Zhang Qiling diminished, and they were eager to encircle the hefty man. Unperturbed, the hefty man glanced at Zhang Qiling and remarked, Chao Chao, do you see this? This is human nature. Zhang Qiling gently lowered Chao Chao from his back and patted his head. Chao Chao, stretching his limbs without any weapons, chimed in with his sweet voice. I told you, just deal with it. The hefty man chuckled lightly, pulling Zhang Qiling back a couple of steps. Zhang Qiling allowed him the freedom of movement and, after a moment's contemplation, cautioned, do not kill. Chao Chao nodded and approached the gathering crowd. Upon witnessing the plump fellow retreating with the young lad, leaving only a small child behind, the group initially presumed they intended to abandon the infant, perhaps to spill his blood. They erupted into laughter. Despite the child's tender age, they were not the type to show mercy. Each of them had blood on their hands, and inflicting harm on children was a commonplace occurrence. Thus the child held no significance in their eyes. Before Huoxiuxiu could utter a word, Huasan acted swiftly, attempting to seize Zhao Zhao, whom he had long regarded with disdain. Not only did he consider the child a waste of resources, but he also resented the burden of having to care for him should any trouble arise. With a dismissive click of his tongue, he brandished his knife towards Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao tightened his fists and retaliated with a punch. The sound of impact echoed. Bang, smack, smack, bang, smack. The plump fellow observed the misfortune of his comrades and feigned a shiver, remarking on Zhao Zhao's improved agility. Zhang Qiling's gaze followed the diminutive figure, nodding in acknowledgement. Moments later, Zhao Zhao approached Zhang Qiling, tears welling in his eyes as he extended his slightly reddened fingers, indicating discomfort. The plump fellow felt a surge of sympathy and scooped Zhao Zhao into his arms, gently blowing on his palm before applying medicine to soothe the pain, all the while comforting him, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Oh dear, why are they so tough? They've left our little Zhao Zhao's hands all red. Meanwhile, Huasan and his companions, bruised and battered, lay sprawled on the ground, stunned and bewildered. Each was left to ponder the astonishing prowess of the child. The disdain in his heart suddenly receded. The child had indeed shown some restraint, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Zhang Qiling glanced at the red mark on Zhao Zhao's fist, listening to the chubby man's murmurs, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. If they continued this way, that red mark would soon fade. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement to Zhao Zhao's request to indulge in an additional lollipop today. Zhang Qiling lifted Zhao Zhao from the chubby man's embrace, adjusting him into a more comfortable position. The chubby man, observing the group rising cautiously and silently, mocked, "You lot are pathetic, you can't even handle a child." The crowd remained silent. The chubby man clicked his tongue. "All right, isn't it just a matter of acquiring something a bit more substantial? Look at your cowardly faces. I, your esteemed fat lord, have a solution." Before long, the group had assembled and was on guard beside a stone wall. The chubby man called out, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready," came the response. Not hearing Zhang Qiling's voice, the chubby man continued, "Little brother, are you prepared?" Zhang Qiling stood in the corner, holding Zhao Zhao, neither looking at them nor speaking. Zhao Zhao tightened his grip around Zhang Qiling's neck, replying, "My brother is ready." The chubby man couldn't help but chuckle. "Good. Since everyone is prepared, let these fellows experience the might of Fat Lord." As the chubby man drew the attention of the Mi Lu Tuo, Zhao Zhao lost interest after a moment. Turning to his brother, "Brother, what are you looking at? Are there words on that wall?" Zhao Zhao stared intently at the wall, but before long, his eyes grew heavy, and darkness enveloped him as he drifted into slumber. Zhang Qiling felt the sudden movement and looked down. When Zhao Zhao awoke once more, it was amidst a jolt. This time, he had slept soundly and felt invigorated. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Zhang Qiling had halted, gazing into the distance. Just in time, he caught a glimpse of a vague silhouette. "Brother, who are we pursuing?" Zhang Qiling turned his gaze that way, his shoulders slumping. Slumped shoulders? What a peculiar name. As he spoke, the plump fellow hurried over, panting. Damn it, it's that slumped shoulders again. Ever since they had entered this place, that person had been following them. Moreover, that Huoxiuxiu was a mere impersonation arranged by old Lady Hua. Zhao Zhao nodded. This clarified the oddities she had sensed earlier. This Huoxiuxiu was no ordinary individual. She was a special talent specifically sought by old Lady Hua for her granddaughter. Their height and weight were remarkably similar, and she was well acquainted with Huoxiuxiu's mannerisms. Old lady who had invested heavily to prevent Huoxiuxiu from venturing into such perilous territory. Understanding the rationale was one thing, yet being outmaneuvered by old lady who left a lingering displeasure. After several hours of travel, they arrived before a peculiar wall. There were no other paths around, only the strange barrier, which was dark, sticky, and emitted a particularly foul odor. The plump fellow scraped a bit off and sniffed. What on earth is this? Zhang Qiling cast a couple of glances before silently covering Zhao Zhao's nose. Horse manure. The plump fellow instantly wore a look of disgust. Such laborious and menial tasks were naturally not meant for them, and soon enough they were cleared away. The door before them was grand, adorned with intricate carvings that were difficult to discern. It contained a mechanism that could be pressed. The rotund man exclaimed, "So this is the grand entrance of the Zhang family." Upon closer inspection, Zhao Zhao could not decipher much. Her gaze filled with concern as she turned to Zhang Qiling. Ever since the door had appeared, Zhang Qiling's demeanor had been somewhat unusual. "Brother?" Zhang Qiling gently shook his head, silently pulling Zhao Zhao closer. They captured several photographs of the area and sent them to the Four Sisters Mountain, subsequently finding a place to rest while awaiting the first password from Wuxie regarding the door. Not long after, a photograph arrived. The rotund man compared it eagerly, unable to suppress his admiration. "Incredible! You managed to get it right. Little brother, your family's design is quite fascinating. Is it true that if we press according to the photo it will work?" Zhang Qiling illuminated the carvings with his flashlight, remaining silent. Zhao Zhao stood beside him, joyfully clutching the Heijin ancient blade. The rotund man, unable to bear Zhang Qiling's ethereal aura, as if he were about to vanish from this world, jested. But Zhang Qiling turned to him, his eyes icy, prompting laughter from those behind. Upon hearing the commotion, the rotund man's expression stiffened. "I'm just teasing, little brother. Why the laughter?" He shot a glare at them before stepping forward to input the password. While Zhang Qiling observed his actions, a fleeting glimmer of light appearing in his eyes. The rotund man inhaled deeply, clutching a photograph in his left hand while pressing down with his right. Before he could release his grip, Zhang Qiling's cool voice echoed, "Are you certain?" Zhao Zhao looked up, her ears twitching in curiosity as she directed a puzzled gaze at Zhang Qiling, sensing an eerie silence. The rotund man's hand froze, and those behind him remained motionless, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Zhang Qiling's expression turned grave. Outsiders could not enter the Zhang family residence alive. The rotund man hesitated. "Brother, please, this is not the time for jokes. I've already pressed it." "Proceed," Zhang Qiling urged. "With me here you shall not perish." A heavy silence enveloped them. Zhao Zhao cleared her throat softly, lowering her gaze to examine the intricate patterns on the black gold ancient blade. The rotund man released his grip, remarking, "A person like you, when turned to mischief, is far more terrifying than any villain." Zhang Qiling adjusted his hood, concealing the smirk lurking beneath. The rotund man input the code, activating the mechanism to reveal a narrow passageway. After entering the code, he approached, retrieving a camera and handing it to Zhao Zhao, demonstrating its use briefly before sidling up to Zhang Qiling. Chapter 51. Beneath the stone platform, Zhao Zhao pressed the button twice, and their images were captured by the camera. Before long, a clear photograph materialized in Zhao Zhao's hands. Intrigued, she found the experience quite delightful. Following the activation of the mechanism, Zhang Qiling led the way as they entered. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the site of the second mechanism. Along the path leading to the second mechanism's wall, 6 mythological beast statues, known as hound stones, stood in 2 rows on either side. Beneath them lay slabs of bluestone, with only a singular path leading to safety. Stepping onto any other would ignite fierce flames from the ground. Simultaneously, the hound's maw would unleash a barrage of sharp, 6-pointed darts, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Zhang Qiling removed his outer garment and brandished the black gold ancient blade, executing a series of Zhang family sword techniques upon the bluestone slabs before landing gracefully. The rout became evident in no time. However, as Zhang Qiling sheathed his blade, the sight of his 8-pack abs adorned with a partially visible, fierce Qilin tattoo was undeniably impressive. Zhao Zhao, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, seized his camera to capture the moment, nodding in satisfaction. The tattoo appeared remarkably cool, prompting him to ponder whether he should get one himself. The password for the second gate swiftly arrived from the direction of Segunyang Mountain. After they entered the password on the wall, they advanced to the third and final challenge. Strangely, as they exited the password wall, the passage sealed itself instantly. Moreover, the temperature felt off, plummeting to a chilling -20 or 30 degrees. Zhao Zhao seemed unfazed and was about to take a couple of steps forward when, in the next moment, he found himself lifted by Zhang Qiling. Noticing that Zhao Zhao appeared unaffected by the cold, Zhang Qiling retrieved a bag of small bread rolls from his pack and placed it in Zhao Zhao's arms. Zhao Zhao, no longer squirming, began to nibble on the bread. The portly companion observed this scene, smiling briefly, yet worry flickered in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. After a thorough inspection, they discovered there was no path ahead or behind, nor was there a password wall in sight. However, curious markings were etched into the very center of the ground. Zhang Qiling gently set down Zhao Zhao, crouched down, and began to explore the area with his fingers, instructing his companion to pour red cinnabar powder over the surface. Soon, a pattern emerged on the ground, depicting a mythical Qilin stepping on a ghost. The plump man exclaimed, "I previously studied this with Tianjin. It appears to be a two-dimensional representation of the ghost seal." Zhao Zhao found a spot to sit, observing her brother's meticulous probing. When he finally paused, a platform suddenly protruded from the wall. The plump man placed a can of luncheon meat onto it, and as Zhang Qiling activated the mechanism, the platform rose again, leaving the meat vanished without a trace. It was evident that there were other mechanisms hidden below. The plump man lamented, "This path is clearly not meant for the living." Zhang Qiling glanced at Zhao Zhao and stated, "One person must descend." Suddenly inspired, Zhao Zhao stood up and readied her dagger. Without delay, Zhang Qiling extended his fingers to activate the mechanism, causing the platform to rise once more. Before the plump man could utter a word, he leapt onto it, lying flat. The plump man gasped, "Little brother." Zhao Zhao followed closely, and just before darkness enveloped them entirely, she seemed to hear the plump man's panicked voice calling, "Zhao Zhao." Zhang Qiling embraced Zhao Zhao tightly as they lingered in the darkness for a while. Suddenly, with a clunk, their transportation process came to a halt. Zhang Qiling led her off the platform and produced a flashlight. As Zhao Zhao looked up, she beheld a vast stone chamber filled with an array of mechanisms, both large and small. As they entered the chamber, a mist gradually enveloped the surrounding walls, coalescing in an orderly fashion towards the central white stone altar, forming an object reminiscent of amber. Bewildered, I glanced at my brother, wondering if he had summoned me down here to convey something of significance. Zhang Qiling crouched down to meet my gaze, instructing me to remain there. I immediately shook my head, refusing to comply. Why had he not yet relinquished this notion? Zhang Qiling extended his right hand, placing it gently at the nape of my neck amidst my puzzled expression, and said, "The Zhang family's residence is perilous. Stay here, and when I return, I shall fetch you." With that, he pinched the back of my neck. I felt a subtle sting and blinked up at him with wide eyes. Zhang Qiling. Observing the astonishment in his eyes, I couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you wish to render me unconscious? You should give up. With my physical resilience, you cannot possibly succeed." Zhang Qiling pursed his lips, cautiously suggesting, "It is very dangerous inside." He fell silent, realizing that my determination could not be swayed. Rising, he began searching for mechanisms. Seizing the moment when no one was around, I produced a small table and, with a wave of my hand, laid out an array of delectable dishes. Grasping a fragrant roasted chicken leg, I tore it away. As Zhang Qiling busily approached, I beckoned to him, "Come on, eat quickly. Soon we won't have the chance." Gazing at the steaming spread before me, Zhang Qiling appeared momentarily dazed, pondering whether the tomb-raiding industry had become so fiercely competitive. After both had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Zhang Qiling, noticing that he had packed everything away, lifted him up and laid him down on the central stone platform, instructing him to hold his breath. Without hesitation, Cao Cao complied. In the next moment, unbeknownst to Cao Cao, Zhang Qiling pressed something, causing the mist, which had long ceased, to suddenly thicken. Gradually, the fog coalesced into a yellow-green shape, enveloping the two of them within. "Cao Cao. What comes next?" She wanted to lift her head but found herself immobilized. While Zhang Qiling remained still as well. Darkness enveloped their vision once more, and the platform began to ascend slowly. In a moment of boredom, she gently tapped beside her, and a substance reminiscent of amber shattered in response. She patted her brother's chest. "Brother, are you asleep? Why aren't you speaking? Hello?" Just as she pondered how to rouse him, Zhang Qiling suddenly opened his eyes wide, breathing heavily. Cao Cao, elated, exclaimed, "You're finally awake." Chapter 52. Mistaken immediately, an uncontrollable surge of anger washed over him. He slapped Zhang Qiling lightly. "Little brother, no wonder Tianjin fears you getting lost every day, and you too. If anything were to happen to you, I, Fat Master, would have to spend the rest of my life in a temple." Cao Cao, puzzled, asked, "Why in a temple?" The Fat Master's fury abruptly ceased as Zhang Qiling pulled Cao Cao into his embrace and advanced to inspect the newly appeared third wall, leaving behind 2 words: "Offer incense." The portly individual wished to articulate further, yet all he could perceive was a subtle whiff of savory meat wafting from within his embrace. He playfully patted the little one, Zhao Zhao, on the rear, chuckling softly while jesting, "You indulge in treats without including your dear Uncle Fatty?" Zhao Zhao flashed him a bright smile, retrieving a vacuum-sealed package of marinated duck from her small black bag and placing it in the arms of the portly man. His face lit up with delight as he planted a hearty kiss on Zhao Zhao's cheek, exclaiming, "What a good child. Uncle Fatty does not dote on you for naught." Zhao Zhao wriggled free, her expression flat as she wiped her face, lamenting her newfound messiness. She dashed over to Zhang Qiling's side, clutching his leg tightly, unwilling to let go. Zhang Qiling cast a glance at the portly man, who was relishing the meal, remaining unmoved, allowing the scene to unfold. The aroma of meat pervaded the stone chamber, causing others to salivate uncontrollably. Despite their claims of not being impoverished, their physical limitations in such a location left them incapable of carrying anything but their gear and compressed biscuits. Even though their cravings intensified, they dared not approach to snatch the food, having already strained their relationships. Now, they huddled together, feigning ignorance of past events, maintaining a facade of normalcy. Time passed in the stone chamber, the initial excitement dissipating, leaving behind a chilling cold. The group nestled together, striving to conserve energy and stave off sleep. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the direction they had entered, as the door swung open, revealing Old Lady Hua, being supported by 2 individuals, as they entered the chamber. The group promptly rose to their feet, for the warmth radiating from Zhao Zhao made the portly man and Zhang Qiling oblivious to any discomfort, yet they remained cautious not to attract undue attention. Feigning expressions akin to those of others, Zhao Zhao had long since peacefully dozed off upon Zhang Qiling's shoulder. The plump man cast a sardonic glance at Miss Hua, remarking, "At a crucial moment, you truly took matters into your own hands, head of the Hua family. Driving a sports car while peddling tofu, you certainly possess quite the flair." Miss Hua, disregarding his comments, respectfully handed the 3rd photograph to Zhang Qiling. He accepted it with one hand, his expression somewhat intricate. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Zhang Qiling cradled the child in one arm while slowly pressing against the password wall with the other. With a click, the door creaked open, and Zhang Qiling stepped inside, followed closely by the others. Within lay a pitch-black corridor, which they traversed until reaching its end, where they discovered a passageway leading upwards. As they ascended, they were suddenly greeted by a vivid blue sky. It dawned on them that they were not within the confines of the Zhang family's ancient building. At this moment, the group realized the 3rd password had been erroneous. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no lethal traps, likely a safeguard designed by the Zhang family to protect their descendants. After all, future generations might misremember the code. However, one mistake might be tolerable, but not a third. The plump man contemplated exiting to await news from Mount Saguniang. Yet, this time they were met not with the trivial tricks of before. Zhao Zhao gently tapped Zhang Qiling's arm, prompting a flicker of attention from him as he raised his hand to cover the child's nose. He stepped back a couple of paces. The toxic gas here was quite potent. Old Lady Hua was the first to succumb, her condition swiftly deteriorating into a state of dizziness. The corpulent man sought to consult Zhang Qiling on the quickest route to escape the encampment of traps. Yet upon turning, he found Zhang Qiling had vanished. A glance around revealed that Zhao Zhao was also nowhere to be seen, igniting a sudden panic within him as the noxious gas continued to permeate the air. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he succumbed, collapsing onto the ground, and before long, the cave was littered with the unconscious bodies of its occupants. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Qiling reappeared in the cavern, cradling Zhao Zhao in his arms. Zhao Zhao promptly leaped from his embrace, hastening to the corpulent man's side. She raised her hand to check for his breath. It was warm and rapid, indicating merely a faint. She then retrieved a small fruit from her spatial bag, placed it upon his lips, and with a deft motion, crushed it, allowing its juices to flow into his mouth. Upon sensing his breathing steady, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Standing up to glance at her brother, she was instantly overwhelmed by a surge of anxiety. Zhang Qiling had drawn a line across his palm, methodically dripping a drop of blood into the mouths of each unconscious individual. Zhao Zhao rushed over, grasping his hand, which bore numerous ancient scars. Due to his lineage of Qilin blood, she could distinctly feel the initial wounds beginning to heal, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. It seemed some prior affliction had impaired his coagulation ability, rendering the healing process rather ordinary for an average person. However, for someone like Zhang Qiling, blessed with pure Qilin blood, this inefficacy was strikingly unusual. Suppressing her underlying questions, Zhao Zhao attended to his wounds. Despite her cheeks puffed in irritation, she intended to scold him once she had finished, only to be met with her brother's calm and unperturbed gaze. It seems that such situations are quite common. Words almost escape the lips, only to be swallowed back down. Glancing at his palm, her eyes stung, and tears, as large as beans, cascaded down. Zhang Qiling found himself at a loss for words, yet the sensation was reminiscent of the first time he had protected Wuxia in the tomb. After emerging from the Lu Wang Palace and finding himself in that guest house, where Wuxia held a plate of pig liver, his heart softened as he gently caressed her small face, whispering reassuringly, "It's all right, don't cry." Zhao Zhao looked up at him, her voice slightly choked. "Does it hurt?" Chapter 53. The Zhang family ancient tower. After a moment of warm camaraderie, the two decided to depart. Zhang Qiling hoisted the heavyset man onto his shoulder and located a spot where he pressed lightly against the stone wall. Before long, a stone door appeared. He set the man down and transferred all the provisions from his own backpack into the other's. Zhao Zhao, deep in thought, nodded and approached old lady Hua, turning her over with a swift motion. Before Zhang Qiling could intervene, the old lady let out a muffled grunt and fell silent. This was Zhang Qiling's first experience of rendering someone unconscious in such a manner, and Zhao Zhao, uncertain, hurried over to check on the fallen figure. Fortunately, she was merely unconscious. Zhang Qiling inquired, "Why?" Observing Zhao Zhao as she systematically subdued each individual, he refrained from stopping her. 2 minutes later, Zhao Zhao surveyed the line of bodies sprawled on the ground, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. She clapped her hands, lifted her small face, and approached Zhang Qiling, grasping his hand as she said, "Shall we go now?" Zhang Qiling nodded, and with a press of his finger on a concealed mechanism within the innermost stone door, another door suddenly materialized before them. As they walked, Zhao Zhao, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "By the way, brother, where did you put Fatty?" Zhang Qiling replied, "In the realm of the living." Zhao Zhao asked, "Will they be safe here?" Zhang Qiling shook his head. "I do not know." Zhao Zhao pondered for a moment, realizing that his brother had saved old lady Hua and the others purely out of regard for Wuxia. The blow he had dealt was sufficient to render them unconscious for an entire day. If after that day they awoke and still wished to proceed, then life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. Zhang Qiling guided him through a labyrinth of turns, pressing various mechanisms, until Zhao Zhao, having dozed off in a state of confusion, found himself stepping into the deepest recesses of the Grand Zhang family ancestral hall. To be honest, Zhao Zhao was quite curious about the structure of the mountains outside and the intricacies of the place. Noticing his idle curiosity, Zhang Qiling briefly explained the history of the Zhang family architecture. People believe that the Zhang family ancestral hall is the most mysterious place, housing countless treasures of immeasurable worth and the secrets of immortality held by the Zhang clan. However, in reality it merely serves as the family grave. Due to the blood of the Qilin and the years spent absorbing the essence of the earth, the Zhang family members have undergone mutations. The nature of these mutations varies from person to person, making it a complex situation. Thus, the Zhang family constructed this ancestral hall specifically to house their deceased. If a clan member were to die away from home, their right hand would be severed and placed within the ancestral hall. One of the responsibilities of the Zhang clan patriarch is to oversee the interment of deceased family members within the ancient Zhang family tower. As early as the Ming dynasty, the Zhang family incinerated the entire surrounding forest, subsequently cultivating the unique timber required for the construction of their ancestral edifice. This foresight was intended to ensure that, a century hence, they could source materials locally. They hollowed out the entire mountain to safeguard the Zhang family tower, employing intricate mechanisms that, through the natural erosion of rainwater, took a millennium to form the cavernous structure. Moreover, the Zhang family has enveloped the periphery of Yangjiao Mountain with a peculiar creature known as Molochuo. This creature possesses an exceptionally hard body, impervious to blades and bullets, and crucially, it can navigate the labyrinthine depths of Yangjiao Mountain with ease. The secretions of the Molochuo can rapidly solidify into rock, thereby transforming the geological layers of the area. As a result, the internal architecture of the mountain has morphed into a constantly shifting maze of intersecting pathways. The Molochuo can detect heat. Should an individual with remarkable agility or sheer luck manage to infiltrate the Zhang family tower, these creatures will swiftly converge upon the intruder. When their numbers reach a critical mass, they will trigger the tower's mechanisms, unleashing a torrent of caustic alkali capable of exterminating anyone who dares to enter the ancestral abode. There are 3 or 4 routes leading to the Zhang family tower, with Zhang Qiling guiding his companion along the most direct path, which he asserts is also the safest. As they traversed past the array of bronze bells and the lethal formations of blades, a peculiar assortment of enormous insects prompted a twitch at the corner of Chi-Chi's mouth. The utmost safety enveloped them, yet his brother might have perceived something peculiar here. Suddenly a thought illuminated his mind, and he exclaimed, "Brother, have you remembered everything?" As memories flooded back, Zhang Qiling's gaze momentarily turned desolate, and he softly murmured in acknowledgement. Zhao Zhao remained blissfully unaware of any disquiet, her heart swelling with joy. Previously, she had heard from Fatty that her brother had been ensnared in a cycle of seeking memories, losing them, and seeking again. Now, with all memories restored, and once he assimilated the meteorite core, obliterating the celestial burden upon him, her brother would be able to relish life fully. However, that moment seemed distant, a century away perhaps, for the Great War would not conclude swiftly. Nonetheless, she held a fondness for Wu Xie and the others. Perhaps they could all depart together when the time came. Elated, Zhao Zhao clasped Zhang Qiling's hand and stepped into the ancient Zhang family tower. The tower comprised 6 levels, the first of which bore nothing but a floor strewn with a strong alkaline powder, remnants of years past. The second level was cluttered with shelves, each adorned with iron figurines, housing within them the mummified remains of the deceased. Zhao Zhao strolled about, while Zhang Qiling patiently awaited, refraining from hindering her exploration. The traps had been disarmed upon Zhang Qiling's entrance, ensuring their movements did not provoke the volatile alkaline reaction. Ascending the wooden spiral staircase, they swiftly arrived at the 3rd level, where the severed right hands of the Zhang family members lay suspended from the ceiling, a sight both chilling and macabre. Aside from these dismembered remnants, the room also contained a collection of precious burial artifacts. The 4th level is comprised of numerous small chambers. The ancient building is vast, hence the abundance of rooms. Cao Cao followed Zhang Qiling closely as they examined each chamber, each adorned with exquisite coffins crafted from golden silk nanmu. Some were single rooms, others double, and some were communal. Upon inspecting these coffins, they noticed inscriptions on the sides detailing the lives and deeds of the deceased. To their astonishment, the total number of coffins exceeded 1,000, and several bore the name Zhang Qiling. Cao Cao, pulling at one particular coffin, pointed out an inscription that read Zhang Ruidong. "Brother, they share your name." Zhang Qiling remained silent, patiently waiting for Cao Cao to finish taking photographs before leading him to explore further. They also discovered a family tree documenting the relationships and identities of these individuals, all of whom, without exception, bore the surname Zhang. The 5th level was unique, as it was embedded within the jade vein of the mountain. This level was also the most perilous, fraught with intricate traps and surrounded by a circle of 6 soul bells. The formidable mechanisms were coupled with poisonous gas, leaving no room for escape. Even with Zhang Qiling's exceptional skills, an entire day was nearly spent navigating these dangers, especially with Cao Cao aiding in masking the effects of the toxins. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally reached the staircase leading to the 6th level. At this juncture, Zhang Qiling did not permit Cao Cao to ascend with him. Cao Cao, resolute, declared, "I can protect you and remain undetected." Zhang Qiling crouched down and said, "The highest layer holds the fundamental legacy of the Zhang family. I need to ascend to receive these memories, and only one person may enter. I am aware of your ability to transform into various forms, yet we cannot guarantee that the contents within will remain undetected. Should that occur, we would both meet our demise." Cao Cao appeared somewhat reluctant, prompting Zhang Qiling to continue. In the zenith of the Zhang family's glory, during the patriarch's divine appointment, the Qilin guards would stand watch here. However, now you are my sole companion. Cao Cao, you will assist me, will you not? This was the first time Zhang Qiling spoke to him in such a tone, confiding so much, igniting a sense of responsibility within the young boy. Cao Cao, with a serious demeanor, affirmed, "Yes, brother, you can rest assured. I will remain here. No one shall ascend." Zhang Qiling ruffled his hair as he stood, instructing, "If I have not emerged within 12 hours, you must come to find me." Cao Cao nodded in agreement. Once Zhang Qiling ascended, Cao Cao was immediately engulfed by a wave of ennui. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he slumped onto a chair, fixated on the staircase entrance with a glum expression. Suddenly, a rich aura of spiritual energy emanated from the 6th-floor staircase, and Cao Cao sensed it, instantly feeling reassured. With the presence of the meteorite light orb, he was not overly concerned for Zhang Qiling's safety. However, remembering Zhang Qiling's previous words, he dared not leave the 5th floor. He casually picked up a large luminous pearl from the nearby shelf, his eyes sparkling with inspiration, and carefully took out a small carving knife to begin his work. 2 hours later, a miniature figurine of Zhang Qiling materialized before Cao Cao. The craftsmanship of Zhao Zhao is indeed remarkable, exquisitely lifelike, with expressions and movements strikingly reminiscent of Zhang Qiling. However, what sets this figurine apart is the breathtaking smile adorning its face. Should an outsider catch sight of this piece, they would undoubtedly be filled with envy and resentment, perhaps even cursing the owner for their extravagance. For ordinary individuals, possessing a luminous pearl is akin to inheriting a treasured heirloom. Yet here he is, having squandered an entire one. Nevertheless, Zhao Zhao remains quite content. Having observed several pearls upon the shelf, he calculates that, based on his rate of 2 figurines per hour, he can craft several more. Thus, while Zhang Qiling delves into his memories, Zhao Zhao busies himself with the treasures of his clan. After 10 hours, Zhao Zhao gazes upon 5 distinct figurines, nodding in satisfaction as he stows them away, sensing that his brother is about to emerge. True to his intuition, just as he finishes tidying up, a gaunt figure appears at the staircase. Zhao Zhao rushes forward upon recognizing the newcomer, eager to showcase his 10 hours of labor to Zhang Qiling. As Zhang Qiling inspects each figurine, his gaze shifts to the shelf, where only a single luminous pearl remains, causing a flicker of dismay at the corners of his mouth. Yet he manages to utter a compliment. "They are quite beautiful." This affirmation brings Zhao Zhao immense joy. After a brief respite of 2 hours, Zhang Qiling leads him through a shortcut to the 1st floor. He instructs Zhao Zhao to exit first, then surveys the surroundings. Upon discovering a protruding section, he presses it gently, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Instantly, a powerful alkaline force engulfs the Zhang family residence, prompting Zhang Qiling to leap forth. He then hurriedly dashed outside, passing by Zhao Zhao, swiftly scooping her up and leaving the place in haste. To his astonishment, the chains were adorned with hexagonal bells, truly a barrier that no one could breach. Yet that wasn't entirely accurate. Perhaps only his brother could. Regardless, he had lost interest in this place, and after leaping down from Zhang Qiling's arms, he followed him as they ran. They moved at a brisk pace, and after several hours, they arrived at the cave where Madame Hua and her companions had been rendered unconscious. Zhao Zhao, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, "Wow, what a shortcut! Zhang Qiling replied, "We can only exit when the time is right." Zhao Zhao nodded, surveying the surroundings, which were now devoid of people. Upon reaching the spot where the chubby fellow had previously lingered, there was no sign of him. It seemed he had long since departed. They navigated through the terrain, eventually emerging from an opening halfway up the mountain. When they beheld the sunlight once more, Zhao Zhao felt as if she had stepped into another realm. It was now noon, the sun at its most unforgiving, casting a glaring light. Zhang Qiling lifted her, shielding her eyes with his hand, and Zhao Zhao wrapped her arms around his neck, affectionately nuzzling against him. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted nearby, with approximately 10 individuals approaching. Upon spotting Zhang Qiling and Zhao Zhao, their eyes lit up with delight, and one among them shouted, "Quick! Inform young Master Zhao that Zhang is back." This individual was one of the servants from the Xie family, who swiftly dashed down the mountain. Sensing the absence of immediate danger, Zhang Qiling relaxed slightly, though his gaze remained vigilant. He remained silent, while the servants conversed within his line of sight, their words gradually fading away until they all stood awkwardly together. The leader, known as Jiejing, tentatively suggested, "Master Zhang, shall I lead you to find young Master Zhao and the others?" Zhang Qiling nodded, and Jiejing joyfully took the lead. "Master Zhang, is the young master all right?" Chapter 55. Matters of descending the mountain. Zhang Qiling hesitated for a moment, tightening his embrace around the person in his arms, choosing not to respond, yet quickening his pace down the mountain. Zhao Zhao had intended to turn and engage Jiejing in conversation, but feeling somewhat restrained, he ultimately refrained. There was also the young third master, who had disguised himself as Wu Sanqing. Jieyuchen, acting as the proprietor, was quite generous and notably protective. Hence he had quite a few loyal subordinates, including Jiejing, who was privy to various matters. As they traversed halfway, they unexpectedly encountered the rotund and carefree Jieyuchen along with his entourage. Upon seeing that neither of them bore any injuries, the weight of worry that had lodged in his throat gradually eased. The portly fellow showed no reservations, lunging forward to embrace the two tightly. His voice slightly choked. "It's good that you're unharmed. You scared me to death, fat master." Zhang Qiling remained still, allowing the embrace, his previously frosty demeanor thawing considerably. Zhao Zhao protested from within his grasp, feeling somewhat breathless. Noticing this, Zhang Qiling nudged the plump man, who then released him, only to scoop up Zhao Zhao and plant a hearty kiss on his cheek. Zhao Zhao's face darkened as he struggled and jumped down, surveying the surroundings. Upon spotting Wu Sanqing, he was momentarily taken aback. He then dashed into the arms of Jieyuchen, who had been waiting nearby, and after sharing a warm moment, he curiously inquired, "Hua Hua, where is Wu Xie?" Jieyuchen cast a glance at the perpetually smiling Wu Sanqing beside him, embracing him as they descended. The matters concerning Wu Xie were yet to be resolved. He would come to see you shortly. "Zhao Zhao, are you feeling sleepy?" Zhao Zhao yawned and replied, "Yes, little flower brother, let us go to sleep." Jiejing, the head of the household. Jieyuchen maintained his stride, leading the way to prepare some food for the children. Jiejing understood. Jieyuchen glanced back with a smile, shaking his head, leaving space for the emotionally charged trio of Wu Xie. After Jieyuchen carried Zhao Zhao away, Zhang Qiling pursed his lips, directing his gaze towards the ever-watchful Wu Xie. His eyes softened slightly as he took a step forward. Wu Xie's tears fell instantaneously. Upon discovering the error in the third password at Mount Siguniang, his heart sank. Little Flower was right. His brother was unlike others and would undoubtedly sense something amiss. Yet, his brother, the fatty, believed in him. He hastened forward, embracing Zhang Qiling tightly. Feeling the dampness at his neck, Zhang Qiling raised a hand, offering comfort. "Wu Xie, I am fine." The fatty wiped his eyes and stepped forward to envelop both in a firm embrace. "Brother, you nearly scared me and Tianjun to death." The atmosphere among the three was just right. Jieyuchen took over, gently scooping a spoonful, blowing on it before placing it before Zhao Zhao. Although Zhao Zhao intended to take it himself, he could not resist Jieyuchen's authoritative gaze and opened his mouth, eagerly consuming the offering. Observing Zhao Zhao eating obediently, Jieyuchen felt his heart soften a little. Head of the household, Lady Hua has arrived. Jieyuchen fed the last bite from the bowl to Zhao Zhao, and after wiping him clean with a handkerchief, he said, "Please come in." As he spoke, Jie stepped outside, and soon the tent was lifted, revealing Hua Xiuxiu supporting old lady Hua as they entered. After Hua Xiuxiu helped her settle into a chair, she anxiously inquired, "Where is Zhao Zhao?" Zhao Zhao looked up at her. Indeed, this child had a remarkable fate, emerging safely. Hua Xiangu rose to her feet. "Where is he? Take me to see him." Hua Xiuxiu hurried forward. "Grandmother, please take it slow." Jie Yuchen also stood up. "Madam Hua, what will you do upon meeting him?" Old lady Hua's expression shifted. "Jie, what do you mean? You wish to see Zhang Qiling, presumably to ask him to take you back into the Zhang family's ancient tower. However, as I understand, this morning the entire tower suddenly stirred with commotion." Observing old lady Hua's reaction, Jie Yuchen continued, "My accomplice just informed me that all entrances here have vanished." Old lady Hua's gaze sharpened. "And so what? With so many people here, it's impossible to find not a single opening." She stepped forward, fixing her stare on him. "You no longer wish to decipher the Lu Huangbo?" Jie Yuchen felt exasperated with these elders who, under the guise of goodwill, withheld information while expecting him to bravely investigate. He had once considered it, but no longer did. His purpose for returning here was clear. Firstly, to ensure the safety of Wuxia and Zhao Zhao, and secondly, to confront the matter of Lu Huangbo. Upon receiving a message from Zhang Qiling and Cao Cao, he was certain that Wuxia could not continue on, not even keeping pace. Granny Hua cast several scrutinizing glances at Jie Yuchen, and with a cold snort, she exited, leaving Hua Xiuxiu visibly anxious. Apologetically, Hua Xiuxiu smiled at Jie Yuchen, saying, "I'm sorry, brother Hua Hua. My grandmother is just like that. Please don't take it to heart." After Jie Yuchen slightly shook his head, he followed her out to pursue his grandmother. Once everyone had departed, Jie Yuchen gently touched the sleeping Cao Cao's nose, thinking how quickly he had fallen asleep. He carefully placed him on the military cot and covered him with a blanket, quietly awaiting Wuxia's arrival. Before long, the tent was lifted again, and a genuine smile appeared on Jie Yuchen's lips as he cautioned, "Be quiet." The trio subdued their movements slightly. At that moment, Wuxia had already removed his human skin mask and leaned in to observe the slumbering Cao Cao. He then seated himself on a stool, and once everyone was settled, Jie Yuchen inquired, "Wuxia, you didn't agree to Granny Hua, did you?" Before Wuxia could respond, the plump one, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Of course he didn't agree, Hua Hua. You have no idea what just happened outside. Granny Hua insisted that our little brother go down one more time. Damn it, she previously complained that we weren't enough. But down there is practically a hornet's nest." Chapter 56. Parting as he listened to the plump one's grievances and the conversation between Wuxia and Jie Yuchen, Zhang Qiling's gaze lowered, resting on the peacefully sleeping Cao Cao on the military cot. His right hand brushed against the meteorite orb around his neck, absorbing the gentle atmosphere surrounding him, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. That night, the camp was enveloped in silence, as everyone retreated to their respective tents for rest. Cao Cao stifled a yawn, rubbed his eyes, and gradually sat up. Upon releasing his grip, he was startled by a sudden jolt. There sat Zhang Qiling, fixated on him from the shadows beside the military cot. "Cao Cao, brother, what's the matter?" Upon seeing him awake, Zhang Qiling gently rubbed his small face, retrieved his backpack, and began to prepare. He touched the luminous orb around his neck and explained, "The time is drawing near. I must complete the final steps of a task." Without hesitation, Cao Cao scrambled down from the cot, hurried to his brother's side, and grasped the hem of his garment with both hands. "I want to go too." Zhang Qiling, having no intention of leaving him behind, acquiesced with a nod, placing Cao Cao's belongings into his own backpack and gently pushing his head aside to continue packing. Cao Cao surveyed the surroundings, noting the lack of items to gather. It seemed his brother planned to slip away under the cover of night. After a moment's contemplation, he seized a notebook from the table and began to compose letters. With ample time before dawn, he penned 4 letters, one each for Jie Yuchen, Wuxia, Haixiazi, and Fatty. No one was overlooked. Once he finished, he looked up at his brother. "Brother, do you have anything you wish to say? I can help you write a note." Zhang Qiling shook his head. his indifferent gaze directed towards the expanse beyond the camp. After Cao Cao completed his preparations, Zhang Qiling shouldered his backpack and lifted Cao Cao into his arms. As they moved towards the exit, he paused momentarily. Cao Cao's vision darkened, and by the time he regained his senses, he struggled to peek out, revealing just a small part of his head. Zhang Qiling moved swiftly, stealthily gliding out of the campsite without alarming a soul. Having spent several sleepless days in the Zhang family's ancient tower, even the brief slumber he managed that afternoon was insufficient. Thus, he succumbed to drowsiness once more. He steadied his hold on the boy, and after 10 minutes, he came to a halt, gazing toward the thicket ahead. "Come out," he commanded. As soon as the words left his lips, a figure emerged from beside the trees, none other than Wu Xie, who had been waiting there all along. The young man approached Zhang Qiling with a hint of pride in his tone. "I knew my guess was correct." Zhang Qiling turned to him. "What are you doing here? In the past, whenever we excavated tombs together, you would always vanish first upon leaving. Having learned from experience, I naturally had to anticipate your arrival this time." Zhang Qiling remained silent and prepared to leave, but Wu Xie quickly blocked his path. "Where are you going?" Zhang Qiling paused. "I have no time. The end is near." Upon hearing this, Wu Xie's heart raced, recalling a similar statement made during their time in the West Queen Mother's palace, which had led to catastrophic losses. His uncle, Chen Wenjin, had been murmuring this very phrase, and Wu Xie implored, "Brother, listen to me." Zhang Qiling met his gaze, his eyes deep and resolute, devoid of hesitation. "I must complete the final step of a crucial task." Feeling anxious, Wu Xie grasped Zhang Qiling's arm urgently. "Where are you going? Do I need to bring anything? Let us call Fatty and go together." After speaking, he turned and departed, leaving no time for Wu Xie to react. Wu Xie was momentarily taken aback by the words, staring blankly at Zhang Qiling's silhouette. In the end, he still did not manage to keep him. Once Wu Xie's figure had completely vanished, Zhang Qiling turned to leave. Zhao Zhao had already awakened early and, in a state of inner turmoil, dared to inquire, "Brother, if you are reluctant to part, why not stay together? Moreover, after the fusion of the falling star orb, you would only require a year to resolve the celestial bestowal." Zhang Qiling remained silent, solely focused on his journey. Just when Zhao Zhao thought he would not receive a response, he spoke. "He should not have been involved in this. He has his own mission." Zhao Zhao did not comprehend fully, yet he was not one to pry further. He sensed a hint of sadness in his brother. Before departing from Mount Siguniang, Zhang Qiling paid a visit to the hunched shoulders. He informed him that he had activated the defensive status of the Zhang family's ancient tower and that, henceforth, no one else would be permitted entry. Before leaving, he provided hunched shoulders with a contact number, that of the overseas Zhang family. Deprived of Zhang Qilu's assistance, and having scoured the entire mountain without locating another entrance to the ancient tower, the fatty chose to remain in Bani. He likely truly adored the clouds. Even though the clouds had yet to respond to his courtship, he asserted that, as the saying goes, a good woman fears a persistent suitor, and thus, he resolved to linger here, pursuing her slowly, believing that time would reveal true intentions. Chapter 57. Black Bear. In Changsha, within the underground chamber of Wu Sanqing's villa, Wu Xie uncovered a fragment of the truth. Innocent as ever, the antiquities shopkeeper remained steadfast in his watch over Wushan residence. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling, after departing from Benai, managed to board a moving train, with Zhao Zhao lightly leaping onto the front, settling cross-legged beside him. Days later, they arrived at Siguniang Mountain where, amidst a labyrinth of mechanisms, they discovered the exhausted and depleted He Xiaozi. Upon seeing Zhang Qiling, there was no trace of surprise in He Xiaozi's eyes. He leaned against the wall in a disheveled state, his tattered clothing hanging loosely. Even a leg of his glasses was broken. With a grin, he remarked, "Mute, it seems the tides of fortune have turned. I have picked you up countless times, and now it is your turn to pick me up. Not a bad deal." Zhao Zhao tumbled down from his head, wrapping her small arms around him, covering his eyes with her tiny hands. "Guess who I am?" He Xiaozi remained still, enjoying the playful banter. Let me think. "Little Zhao Zhao, is that you?" Upon getting it right, as a reward, he said, "Here, have a little treat." Zhao Zhao, without even glancing, shoved a red fruit into his mouth. After a struggle, He Xiaozi finally swallowed, coughed lightly, and suddenly sat upright, pulling her from behind to the front. Are you trying to murder me? With my striking good looks, charm, and grace? Zhao Zhao, do you wish to choke me to inherit my little fortune? Zhao Zhao giggled in delight. Yes. Hey, Shazi pinched her cheek playfully. You little rascal. Humph. I won't hold it against you. After amusing the little one in his arms, he cast a complex gaze towards Zhang Qiling, who was also seated on the ground. Is it time again, mute? Zhang Qiling responded with a soft The black bear looked down at the little one in his embrace. Don't worry, Zhao Zhao will stick with me. When you come out, I will ensure he is well-fed and plump. No need, he will come along. The eyes of the black bear, hidden beneath his sunglasses, widened in disbelief. He is so small. What can he possibly do? Before Zhang Qiling could respond, Zhao Zhao interjected to cultivate sigh. He fiddled with his fingers, looking somewhat troubled. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence, with the black bear unusually quiet. Several hours later, Zhang Qiling was the first to rise, picking up his backpack. He turned to the black bear, saying, he will follow you for now. I have matters to attend to. After a moment's contemplation, he added, if you have the time, please teach him the art of mechanisms. The black bear, still holding Zhao Zhao, also stood up, as if nothing had transpired, and jested, mute, this is business. Many have sought to have Black Lord as their teacher. What's the compensation? Zhang Qiling produced a card from his pocket, which the black bear snatched with remarkable speed, kissing it before his mouth. Rest assured, boss, I will surely return a master of mechanisms to you, ensuring you get your money's worth. You may proceed with peace of mind. Come, Zhao Zhao, bid farewell to our benefactors. The black bear took one of Zhao Zhao's hands and waved at Zhang Qiling, lost in the delight of the little treasure chest gaining another addition, oblivious to the fleeting glint of darkness in Zhang Qiling's eyes. As they exchanged a glance, the little one appearing slightly guilty. He possesses a modest yet ample Sihiyuan in Beijing, which serves as the primary sanctuary for him and the mute companion. Within, the residence comprises 2 main bedrooms in both the east and west wings. One is allocated to the black bear, and the other to Zhang Qiling, while the remaining spaces are cluttered with various odds and ends. The vicinity is sparsely populated, enveloped in tranquility. For him and the mute, who possess keen auditory senses, this solitude is of little concern. The mute, having undergone specialized training in sleep, can succumb to slumber anywhere simply by closing his eyes. However, he struggles, as his vigilant nature prevents him from achieving deep rest amidst the bustling urban landscape. Their unique circumstances, a fugitive and an unregistered individual, render such a Sihiyuan particularly suitable for their needs. The black bear, accompanied by Zhao Zhao, vaults over the wall with ease. Zhao Zhao, standing perplexed on the ground, wonders why they do not enter through the door. The entrance conceals a mechanism that, while not lethal, renders one immobile for 5 hours. Furthermore, this contraption is single-use. Although the materials are not exceedingly rare, they are, regrettably, quite costly. The black bear places Zhao Zhao in a secure location, allowing him to entertain himself, while he dons a mask and wields a broom, embarking on a thorough cleaning. Their recent excursion had lasted quite a while, and layers of dust coated every surface, from the rooms to the kitchen. As Zhao Zhao surveyed his surroundings, he lifted his foot, disregarding the black bear's admonition to remain still. Inadvertently, his hand brushed against an inconspicuous spot, causing a hidden door to swing open from the seemingly barren wall. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he ventured into the black bear's storeroom. After exerting an immense effort to clean every corner of the house, the black bear suddenly remembered that there was a child at home. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. A sudden jolt of anxiety gripped the bear's heart, prompting him to abandon the broom and rush to the spot where he had left the child. Upon arriving in the room, drenched in cold sweat, he discovered that the door to the storage room was ajar. Without a second thought, he dashed inside. This was the sanctum where he kept his treasures, fortified with numerous traps designed to thwart any thieving hands, all of which were laced with poison. However, as he entered the storage room, he was met with a scene that rendered him speechless. The traps lay in ruins, scattered across the floor, yet his precious treasures remained untouched. Among them was a luminous pearl, which, after enduring great trials to acquire, had been transformed into a small Qilin figurine by the very child he had been worried about. The black bear gazed mournfully at the remnants strewn about, his heart heavy with sorrow and frustration. The culprit, upon noticing his arrival, joyfully bounded over, cradling the small Qilin in his hands, his eyes sparkling with delight. Look, look, I senti it beautiful? It's my version of you. Faced with the exquisitely crafted figurine, the bear found it impossible to deny its beauty, yet this did not excuse the child's reckless mishandling of his treasures. Holding the small Qilin in his hands, he examined it from every angle. Is this truly a gift from you, my dear? I am utterly overjoyed. As Zhao Zhao found himself empty-handed, he was about to utter something when he was interrupted by He Shazi. Sensing an oddity in the air, he heard He Shazi mention a gift, which suddenly sparked a realization. No, what I presented to you was this, he declared, and with a swift motion of his hand, yellow gold ingots cascaded across the entire storage room. He Shazi's eyes gleamed with excitement, his mind consumed by visions of the golden treasures. Zhao Zhao, standing on tiptoe, seized the small Qilin from his grasp. As He Shazi relaxed his hold, he hurriedly approached, his face aglow with joy, eagerly exploring the newfound wealth. In a fit of exuberance, he scooped Zhao Zhao into his embrace, showering him with fervent kisses. Zhao Zhao, overwhelmed, raised his hand to halt the advances of this besotted figure, promising that once he discovered more gold, he would bestow it all upon him. This declaration warmed the heart of the elder He Shazi, who, in a show of fatherly affection, prepared a lavish feast that night, leaving Zhao Zhao utterly satisfied. He Shazi was a man of his word. Having acquired the mute's funds, he rose early the next day and, from some unknown source, procured an assortment of peculiar items. After a series of loud bangs in the courtyard, he fashioned 3 uniquely designed contraptions. He yanked Zhao Zhao from his slumber, seated him on a chair, and began to elucidate the evolution of these mechanisms, as well as the simplest methods to dismantle them. Just the day prior, he had discovered the remnants of a strange contraption at the entrance of the storage room and had a deep-seated belief that this young lad possessed the makings of a master mechanic. However, to his surprise, while Zhao Zhao listened intently, his practical attempts left He Shazi in a state of utter dismay. Although Zhao Zhao's mind had finally grasped the concepts, his hands remained obstinately uncooperative. After several frustrated attempts, he resorted to a more direct, reckless approach. Whenever faced with a challenge he could confront, he unleashed a punch. If it proved insurmountable, he charged headlong forward. With his formidable physical strength, arrows and poisonous gas posed no threat to him whatsoever, leaving not even a mark upon his skin. Gazing at the beaming face of Qiu, Black Bear felt a surge of irritation. Well, this could indeed serve as a method of progress. Despite his numerous teachings, the young one appeared to listen, yet his thoughts seemed to drift far away. When it came time to apply what he had learned, he still barreled forward in the same reckless manner. Gritting his teeth, Black Bear exclaimed, "Mute Zhang." He remarked on how effortlessly the card had been handed to him, realizing that it had been waiting right there. Zhang Qiling, with an expressionless visage, observed the young one, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Black Bear, complete with matching sunglasses, before he drew his black gold ancient sword and delivered a thorough beating to Black Bear. Before departing, Black Bear fervently promised to teach diligently, which allowed Zhang Qiling to relent. After Zhang Qiling's departure, Black Bear pondered that since teaching had proven ineffective, perhaps true understanding could be gleaned through practice. After casually accepting a task, he took Zhao Zhao with him into the tomb. To prevent Zhao Zhao from being recognized in the future, he had him shrink down to his original form and conceal himself within Black Bear's pocket. Following yet another unfortunate incident where a client met their demise, Black Bear feigned a sigh and released Zhao Zhao to commence practical instruction, while also pilfering a few trinkets. In the past, when encountering treasures within the tomb, he could only lament in frustration, yearning to seize them but unable to do so, settling instead for lighter yet valuable items to carry away. Now, the situation has changed. He has brought along a significant enhancement. Cao Cao gazes at these sparkling objects, filled with immense joy. Each time they arrive at a tomb, it is akin to a locust swarm passing by, leaving no trace of vegetation behind. Zhang Qiling is quite pleased with Cao Cao's steadily advancing skills in mechanisms, even providing Heixiao with another card. During the 9-month period, Heixiao did not take him to the tombs. Instead, he scoured various supermarkets and clothing stores, amassing an abundant supply of food in Cao Cao's space. Additionally, there were numerous trinkets to pass the time. Were it not for the fact that time in his space could be frozen, Cao Cao would have long since declined. These provisions could sustain him for a decade. When Zhang Qiling reappeared, Heixiao was nowhere to be seen. It was only after the two departed that Heixiao emerged from the courtyard, somewhat agitated, and took out a lighter to indulge in smoke. Over the course of a year, regardless of Heixiao's efforts to nurture him, Cao Cao had only grown a mere centimeter, remaining unchanged. Zhang Qiling brought Cao Cao to the foot of Changbai Mountain, where they awaited two individuals, each standing around 6 feet tall, each possessing their own distinct charm. Upon seeing one of them, Cao Cao felt a surge of excitement and attempted to run over, but halted as he approached. The man, strikingly similar in appearance to Wuxia, bore a fierce gaze that made Cao Cao realize he was not Wuxia. Shrinking back into Zhang Qiling's embrace, Cao Cao received a comforting pat on the head. Zhang Qiling then placed him in the arms of another named Zhang Haiyan, instructing, "You will accompany them to the bronze door and wait for me there. I shall join you shortly." Cao Cao nodded, stiffly turning in Zhang Haiyan's embrace, feeling somewhat awkward, to be honest. The gazes of these two individuals upon him were rather fervent. After Zhang Qiling departed, Zhang Haiyan instantly broke into a smile, playfully pinching him here and there. "Tell me, is this little rascal truly of pure Qilin blood?" Zhang Haike, sensing the faint pressure in the air, nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao tumbled to the ground, his face a portrait of displeasure. "I'm still here. Could you lower your voices while discussing me? I can hear everything." The two couldn't help but chuckle at this. Consequently, throughout their journey, Zhao Zhao remained silent, no matter how they teased him. Meanwhile, after parting ways, Zhang Qiling arrived in Hangzhou. A year later, as Wu Xie met Zhang Qiling once more, he felt not only joy but also a hint of astonishment. Inside the Lu Wai Lu, the two chose a table by the window. Once the dishes were served, Wu Xie, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Have you completed your matters?" Zhang Qiling's gaze was as tranquil as water, a fleeting emotion passing across his face. "Yes." "What about Zhao Zhao? Didn't he accompany you?" "Yes." They lapsed into a prolonged silence, and Wu Xie, filled with anticipation, asked, "So, where do you plan to go next?" "I have many vacant rooms at my residence. Would you consider staying with me for a while?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xie's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "Where to? Is it far?" Zhang Qiling lifted his gaze to meet Wu Xie's, a captivating smile gracing his lips. "I have come to bid you farewell. Upon reflection, it seems you are the only connection I have left to this world." With a twinge of sorrow, Wu Xie discerned the underlying meaning, as if bidding farewell, perhaps a final parting. He lit a stick of incense and, taking a moment to gather his thoughts, reassured, "It's all right. You can always call me or write to me. Typing may not be your forte, but surely you can write." In this modern age, true distances hold little significance. Chapter 59. If you remember me after 10 years. Zhang Qiling remained silent as they finished their meal in quietude. Before parting, Wu Xie inquired, "Having endured so much together, we should be lifelong friends, shouldn't we? You must tell me where you are headed." Zhang Qiling picked up his backpack, slightly tilting his head, reminiscent of their first encounter. "I can only go to Changbai Mountain. Farewell, Wu Xie." Wu Xie took a few deep breaths of incense, standing by the window, watching as Zhang Qiling receded along the solitary mountain road. They had trekked for 3 consecutive days through the relentless snowfall, which grew increasingly heavy. That night, while resting beside a campfire, Zhang Qiling firmly declined Wu Xie's suggestion to continue onward. The snow piled higher, reaching his thighs. When Wu Xie next opened his eyes, he was greeted by a pale pink haze. Unfortunate events cascaded one after another, and Wu Xie stumbled and fell into the snow, which had shifted beneath him. He plummeted 30 meters down a cliff, followed closely by an avalanche. Just as despair enveloped him, a hand reached out to grasp him. Zhang Qiling's hand contorted in an unusual manner as he glanced at the precipice of 30 meters, stating, "I heard your cry for help." Finally arriving at the bronze door, Wuxia learned some stories about the old 9 gates from the past. Did none of them go? Zhang Qiling nodded, stating, I am the last of the Zhang family, and it is my duty to guard the future. After a moment of reflection, Wuxia inquired, according to the promise, who should it be now among the old 9 gates? You. Me? Wuxia was taken aback, unable to process the revelation immediately. Zhang Qiling retrieved 2 Ghost King seals from his backpack, handing one to Wuxia, saying, carry this to the bronze door, and it will open for you. 10 years from now, if you remember me, you can use this to unlock the door, and you might even see me inside. Before Wuxia could respond, a figure dashed toward them. It was the earlier departing Cao Cao. Cao Cao rushed over, ready to voice her grievances. But upon seeing Wuxia, she exclaimed in delight, Wuxia! Wuxia crouched down and embraced her tightly. You little rascal. We agreed you'd keep an eye on your brother, yet you ran off yourself? Cao Cao sheepishly chuckled. She nodded, yes, I found something wonderful inside that I could train with. And your brother? Wuxia asked. My brother can resolve the heavenly bestowal this time. Wuxia turned to Zhang Qiling, who also crouched down, offering a slight nod in agreement. With a contemplative expression, Wuxia declared, no, I shall accompany you inside. As the young man mentioned, it is indeed my turn. Zhao Zhao turned to Zhang Qiling, who nodded in agreement before rendering him unconscious. Before he could complete his sentence, darkness enveloped Wuxia, and he succumbed to oblivion. Zhao Zhao glanced at her right hand, contemplating its strength, wondering if it would hurt. Zhang Qiling caught Wuxia and called out into the shadows, blind. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black blind appeared from an unknown direction, catching Wuxia. Here we go. This requires time, right? Mute. Fine. I shall say no more. Zhao Zhao added, take care of yourself this time. I hope that when we meet again, you will have grown taller. After their brief exchange, Zhang Qiling lifted Zhao Zhao, clutching the ghostly seal, and approached the bronze door, pressing an unknown mechanism. The bronze door creaked open slightly, revealing an otherworldly glow that seemed profoundly deep. The black blind observed their retreating figures and solemnly remarked, Mute, Zhao Zhao, take care. You too, came the reply. The celestial artifact upon his back had been consumed by him 6 months prior, and with the aid of the serpent's shed skin and other remnants, he had retained his night vision. In a sense, it was a blessing in disguise. Reflecting on this, Zhao Zhao cautioned, remember my 50-50. Gradually, the heavy and profound bronze door, as if capable of severing the ties to the mortal realm, began to close. The black blind smiled softly, murmuring, understood, little rascal. Zhang Qiling continued onward, his hood shrouding his face. Zhao Zhao surveyed her surroundings, shrouded in darkness, and found that her keen eyesight could barely penetrate the obscurity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as they arrived beneath a colossal tree, its crystalline form shimmering with ethereal clarity, the only illuminated spot within the confines of the door. Zhang Qiling sliced his palm, pressing his hand against the trunk. With a soft crack, the tree's bark gradually parted, and Cao Cao inhaled the rich spiritual energy, sensing the pulsations emanating from the luminous orb around Zhang Qiling's neck. With a delicate gesture, she summoned a glowing white sphere that pierced the sky, eventually descending gently into her hand. Cao Cao threaded this new orb onto Zhang Qiling's neck, its faint luminescence rendering him almost otherworldly. Cao Cao paused, marveling, brother, you truly are handsome. Zhang Qiling affectionately ruffled her hair and led her towards a crystalline passageway at the base of the tree. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so abundant. It rivals that of a grand spirit-gathering formation. Come, let us sit there. The two settled cross-legged beside a lotus, and Cao Cao flicked her fingers, imbuing a sudden Qilin mark onto the 2 luminous orbs. They trembled slightly as the spheres began to merge. Brother, do not resist. Just relax. With me here, the process of dispelling the heavenly endowment in your mind may take some time, but that's perfectly fine. We are not lacking in time at all. Zhang Qiling closed his eyes gently, loosening his entire being. All right. Cao Cao channeled the merging energy of the luminous orbs to envelop Zhang Qiling, wrapping him in a warm, gentle glow. Sensing the flow, Cao Cao felt reassured, settled into her cross-legged position, and began to cultivate, drawing on the rich spiritual energy emanating from the lotus. He cultivated solely this lotus flower. Chapter 60. the past of Zhang Qiling. The essence of this lotus flower emanated a spiritual power, though it appeared meager, it sufficed for him at present. The two sat across from each other, neither disturbing the other. The passage of time during cultivation is always slow, while outside, tumultuous changes unfolded. When Wuxie awoke, he discovered he was situated beside the hot spring where he had previously lingered. Surrounding him were merely some equipment and the ghostly king seal that Zhang Qiling had left behind. As he regained his senses, Wuxie frantically searched for them, squeezing into the depths of the crevice, only to find no passage. The path they had previously traversed was now sealed. Wuxie remained there in silence for a full 3 days, until the blizzard finally subsided, plunging him into utter despair. Guarding Wushan residence, everything seemed altered yet unchanged. 5 years later, during a summer afternoon in 2010, Jin Wantong once again visited Wushan residence, and Wuxie embarked on a journey to Nepal. Here, he uncovered the entirety of Zhang Qiling's past. Years ago, Zhang Fulin, a member of the Zhang family, encountered Zhang Qiling's mother, Tibetan Dr. Bema. While on a mission, they fell in love and gave birth to Zhang Qiling. However, Bema's identity was complex. She was chosen as the next sacrifice for the king of the underworld by her kin. Aware of her limited time and the cold nature of the Zhang family, Bema implored her master for 3 extra days to see her child once more. After Bema was sacrificed, the master fulfilled his promise and brought her up from beneath the 1,000-mile ice, encasing her in the medicinal properties of the Zhang Hai flower, awaiting Zhang Qiling's arrival. The truth of Zhang Qiling not being the holy infant was unveiled by the Wang family, which led to the complete disintegration of the Zhang family. Although Zhang Qiling was ultimately adopted by the Zhang family, they valued him solely for his Qilin blood's capabilities, often using him as a blood pack in the ancient tombs for the purpose of bloodletting to drive away pests. These experiences significantly contributed to Zhang Qiling's reluctance to engage in conversation. At the age of 13, during a foraging expedition, he discovered the family insignia of the Zhang clan in Sisui City, thus becoming the new patriarch of the Zhang family. He remained there for a year, shaping a stone until it resembled a human figure. When the stone took on this form, the master brought him before Baima. At that moment, Baima had not fully awakened. Once the effects of the Zhang Hai flower faded, she had only 3 days left. During this brief period, Zhang Qiling did not glean any information from Baima. He did not even hear her call his name. The only sensations he experienced were the silence, punctuated solely by the sounds of her remaining breath and heartbeat. 3 days later, Zhang Qiling stood before the stone, and as he rose, a single tear was etched upon the stone's face. By this time, the Zhang family had fallen into disarray. The position of patriarch had become akin to that of a living target, with no one willing to assume it. They had transferred the celestial endowments of all Zhang family members through secretive methods, consolidating them into Zhang Qiling alone. Thus, Zhang Qiling inherited this dismal predicament. After Zhang Qiling ascended to the position of clan leader, the members of the Zhang family gradually departed from the ancient Zhang residence, each in search of their own paths, leaving behind only Zhang Qiling. Subsequently, during a quest to locate Dong Can, Zhang Qiling experienced an episode of Tian Shou. Upon regaining consciousness, he found that he had forgotten everything, yet a singular individual remained etched in his mind as profoundly significant. He felt an acute disconnection from the world around him. This is precisely why Wuxie endeavored to retrieve Zhang Qiling's memories, aiming to establish an anchor to this realm. The tale unfolds further, as Zhang Qiling, plagued by the effects of Tian Shou, remained ensnared in a cyclical existence of seeking memories, suffering amnesia, and seeking memories anew. In a later event, Zhang Qishan inadvertently revealed the Zhang family's secret of immortality while intoxicated at a gathering. Consequently, at his behest, Zhang Qishan initiated a nationwide campaign to locate Zhang Qiling. During this period, Zhang Qiling sensed unusual disturbances beyond the bronze door. Alone in his quest to recover his memories and safeguard the Zhang family, he approached Zhang Qishan. In a reciprocal agreement, Zhang Qiling agreed to assist them in entering the ancient Zhang residence to uncover the secrets of immortality, while Zhang Qishan's 9 doors would dispatch 1 member every decade to guard the bronze door. In 1962-1963, under the leadership of Zhang Qiling and with the full participation of the old 9 doors, the largest tomb raiding expedition in history commenced. For years later, they ultimately uncovered the Lu Huang Silk Book from the Warring States period behind the bronze door. Thereafter, the old nine doors suffered numerous casualties, and Zhang Qiling, gravely wounded, triggered Tian Shou once more, awakening to yet another bout of amnesia. After the incident, in an attempt to quell the ensuing fury, Zhang Qishan shifted all blame onto Zhang Qiling and entrusted him to the ostensibly reputable Gurmu Sanatorium, which was composed of the Wang family. Due to the rare and pure Qilin bloodline of the Zhang family, Zhang Qiling was imprisoned there for a full 20 years as a subject of experimentation. During this time, no one from the Nine Doors fulfilled the initial promises made to Zhang Qiling. Eventually, the turmoil subsided, and with the assistance of Jie Jiui, alongside the interventions of the Old Dog and Huishenggu, Zhang Qiling was rescued from the Gurmu Sanatorium. After a brief period of recovery, he succumbed to amnesia, embarking on a quest to reclaim his memories and safeguard the bronze door. The blood coagulation disorder he suffered was a lingering consequence of those 2 decades of experimentation. It was in this context that Wuxia finally caught sight of the enemy, the architect of Zhang Qiling's confinement in the sanatorium and the one responsible for the current state of the Nine Doors, the Wang family. For months later, Jie Yuchen awaited Wuxia at his home. At this juncture, Wuxia appeared emaciated, his face obscured by a scruffy beard, emanating an odor of grease. Yet, his eyes glimmered with an almost maniacal intensity, radiating a neurotic light. After bathing and shaving at Jie Yuchen's residence, Wuxia laid bare all his plans. Jie Yuchen, gazing at Wuxia, found it hard to fathom how he had managed to navigate the darkness, fasting and foraging, tirelessly simulating and contemplating, to devise such a resolute and merciless plan. Once a homeless soul, the young master possessed a heart full of compassion, yet frailty. He lived in constant fear of causing harm to others in every endeavor he undertook. Over the years, the oppressive weight of various emotions accumulated, and within the depths of his innocent heart, a colossal resentment began to coalesce, fueled by the Wu family and the old Nine Gates, those he cherished. In this frenzied scheme, everyone became his pawn, including himself, with the exception of those within the Bronze Gate. A faint smile graced Jie Yuchen's lips. He yearned to preserve the innocence of the young master, reminiscent of his own past. Yet it was too late. He could only declare, "I am willing to be your pawn, if this plan is infallible. I stake my life as collateral. Perhaps my life holds little value, but the plan shall undoubtedly succeed," striking back with full force. "You have provided an escape for everyone, but what of yourself? I have no retreat. My descent into this abyss began the moment I intervened. Let us call him Wuxia, a name that phonetically conveys a hope for his purity, his cleanliness." Wuxia always believed that the essence of Wuxia here represented his grandfather's wish for him to break free from fate. However, when he finally comprehended the profound significance of that term, a chilling despair pierced his very bones. He wept hopelessly before his grandfather's gravestone, never having experienced such a sense of helplessness and desolation. Entering the fray with a pristine conscience, he sought to eradicate all evil. It turned out that from the moment of his birth, he had already been ensnared in this intricate game. After Wuxia had wept, he gradually rose, retrieving his grandfather's ashes from the grave. Thus, the saga of the Desert Sea is about to commence. 4.5 years, soon approaching 5, the bronze door, shimmering with a verdant hue, suddenly creaked open. A diminutive figure was propelled forth by an unseen force, executing a perfect somersault in mid-air. This figure was none other than Zhao Zhao. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that they bore little resemblance to a decade prior. However, he found solace in the fact that he had grown. The once 3 or 4-year-old Zhao Zhao now appeared to be around 6 or 7. His attire had transformed into the long, flowing robe he had donned upon his arrival here. Zhao Zhao waited expectantly, yet the presence of Zhang Qiling was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he whipped around, dashing towards the bronze door. However, before he could reach it, the door, exhibiting a semblance of sentience, slammed shut with a resounding thud. Zhao Zhao pounded on the door, exclaiming, "Open up, you! My brother is still inside. You closed too soon." Despite his fervent knocks and cries, the door remained impervious to his pleas. After an exhaustive bout of shouting, he collapsed onto the ground, panting and gasping for breath. The essence of the world let out a sigh. Its little realm had been graced by the presence of a creature from the exalted Kiran dimension, which had filled it with elation. After drawing Zhao Zhao closer with its spiritual energy, it reveled in the moment for quite some time. Yet, despite the endearing nature of this little cub, the expenditure of its essence was burdensome. Given Zhao Zhao's modest stature, it had exerted immense effort, leaving the essence feeling despondent as it gazed upon its dimming lotus form, lamenting the prolonged care that would be required. You may depart now. As for the slumbering Zhang Qiling, the essence of the world hesitated for a moment before resolutely deciding to remain. For this little rascal required no spiritual energy. It was perfectly fine to let him linger. Cao Cao rose and kicked the bronze door, which, unsurprisingly, bore no mark from his effort, thanks to the spiritual energy that nourished it. With a sigh, Cao Cao relinquished the thought of forcing his way inside, reflecting on his brother's words that he would awaken 5 years hence, at which point the door would open. With several months still remaining before that 5-year mark, Cao Cao found himself rather bored waiting there and resolved to descend the mountain in search of Jiayuchen and the others. He envisioned having a delightful time for a few months before returning to fetch his brother. Cao Cao, with a cheerful demeanor, turned and strode towards the bronze door. He had arrived via a shortcut with Zhang Haike and his companions. Although he was not particularly adept at navigation, he had left markers along the way, thus enabling his exit. 3 hours later, Cao Cao found himself by a small hot spring. Upon entering the human realm, he had gleaned much knowledge, particularly concerning culinary delights, from his mobile device. Within the confines of the bronze door, there was an energy source, alleviating any concerns regarding sustenance. Cao Cao retrieved a box containing 8 eggs from his spatial storage, pouring them into the bubbling water. After a suitable duration, he fished them out one by one, peeled them, and savored their deliciousness. After consuming all 8, he enjoyed a few additional morsels, feeling utterly content. Thinking of Wuxie and the others, he decided to prepare several more hot spring eggs to store. Emerging from the crevice, he raised his gaze to behold an endless expanse of white. As he stepped onto the snow, it emitted a satisfying crunch, providing both relief and a delightful sensation. With a skateboard in hand, he glided down the snowy mountain with ease and joy. Upon descending, he encountered several constructed houses along the path, which he had previously heard were inhabited by villagers, as mentioned by Zhang Hai. Just as he contemplated slipping by unnoticed, his gaze met that of an individual emerging from one of the houses. The person, filled with delight, tossed aside their belongings and rushed towards him. Startled, he instinctively took several steps back. The individual halted before him, exclaiming, "Young master, do you not recognize me? I am Xie Jing." Upon hearing this, he recalled their previous encounters and lowered his guard, greeting, "Ah, I remember you. You've aged, yet you look even more handsome. By the way, where is brother Xiaohua?" Xie Jing scrutinized him from head to toe, showing no sign of astonishment, for he was somewhat informed about Cao Cao's background through Xie Yuchen. He knew that Cao Cao belonged to the Zhang family overseas, a family known for their enigmatic nature and longevity. Thus he was not particularly surprised. It was indeed a coincidence. Ever since learning about the events surrounding Cao Cao at the Bronze Gate, Xie Yuchen had arranged for individuals to keep watch here a year in advance. Originally, Wuxie intended to send his own people along, but they were all committed to that particular plan. Furthermore, Wuxie's affluent childhood friend had always been generous, so Wuxie felt no obligation to be courteous. Xie Jing's trusted subordinates were taking turns guarding this area, and it just so happened that it was his turn this month. To his surprise, he encountered Cao Cao upon his arrival. After hearing Cao Cao's words, he expressed his intention to take him to Xie Yuchen. After reaching an agreement, Zhao Zhao boarded a flight to Beijing that very afternoon. A few hours later, they arrived in the city. Xie Yuchen had been waiting eagerly and, upon seeing the young girl, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes as he crouched down with open arms. The moment Zhao Zhao disembarked, she caught sight of the remarkably handsome young man and, her eyes sparkling with delight, she dashed into Xie Yuchen's embrace. "Huanhua, it's been a long time. You look even more beautiful," Zhao Zhao exclaimed. Indeed, she was not mistaken. With the passage of time, Xie Yuqin exuded an air of maturity and composure. Coupled with his exquisitely unchanged face, one could easily believe he was a recent university graduate. Xie Yuqin chuckled softly, releasing her from his hold. What did I tell you before? When you meet a handsome boy, you must say it out loud. Handsome. Xie Yuqin smiled as he lifted her up and led her to the car, gently placing her inside before the vehicle set off. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? He inquired tenderly. Zhao Zhao patted her stomach and shook her head, while Jie Jing subtly gestured to Xie Yuqin from the front. Understanding her cue, he playfully pinched Zhao Zhao's nose. You little ungrateful one. You decided to leave without telling me. Do you have any idea how worried I was when I didn't see you the next day? Zhao Zhao felt a twinge of guilt. I left a letter. A letter? Xie Yuqin recalled the chaotic scrawl that filled the page and hesitated. Zhao Zhao, how about I take you to kindergarten in a few days? To the people here, Zhao Zhao's handwriting indeed resembled a series of cryptic symbols, as the written languages of their two worlds were vastly different. Kindergarten? As Zhao Zhao reminisced about the years spent under the tutelage of the elders, he shook his head repeatedly, adamantly refusing. No, I will not attend school. Jie Yuqing raised an eyebrow, non-committal to the child's rejection, deciding instead to let him indulge in play for a few days before inviting a teacher for a visit. To this, the affluent Jie expressed that it was no concern at all. Zhao Zhao reveled in his carefree days with Jie Yuqing, enjoying several days of delightful play. However, Jie Yuqing was quite busy, and the time he could spare for Zhao Zhao was limited. After a few days, Zhao Zhao began to feel a twinge of boredom. One day, he approached Jie Yuqing, expressing a desire to seek out Wuxia or perhaps the Black Bear. Jie Yuqing hesitated. Wuxia and the Black Bear were at the center of various power struggles, presenting a certain level of danger. Yet, he soon reconsidered. Despite the attention they attracted, only fools would dare act against them, and their environment was undoubtedly safer than here. Since Zhao Zhao had arrived, countless individuals had covertly sought information about him, with the number of assassination attempts being innumerable. Their vehicles had been tampered with on several occasions. Though not fatal, the attempts were alarmingly reckless, clearly aimed at Zhao Zhao, with orders for his capture alive. After numerous assassination attempts, Zhao Zhao had grown reluctant to venture out, perceiving Jie Yuqing's current busyness and wishing not to be a source of trouble for him. Jie Yuqing was never one to hesitate. Wuxia was likely preparing to depart soon. Thus, early the next morning, Zhao Zhao was dispatched by Jie Yuqing's men to Wuxia's location. At that moment, outside a modest two-story residence in Liangwan, in Beijing, Jie Jing held Zhao Zhao's small hand as they knocked on the door, accompanied by several capable associates. Not keeping them waiting for long, the grand door swung open, revealing Wang Meng, who stepped outside. Upon seeing the visitors, he exhibited no surprise. After greeting Jie Jing and the others, he ushered Zhao Zhao inside. Zhao Zhao waved her hand at Jie Jing, who smiled and watched them enter. After casting a few glances around, a glimmer of insight flickered in her eyes, affirming her master's astute conjecture. Once the door closed, Zhao Zhao turned her head and spotted Wuxia, casually dressed, standing on the steps. Though approaching 40, his countenance remained unchanged, as warm and gentle as ever. However, upon Zhao Zhao's initial glance, she sensed a transformation in Wuxia. While his physique appeared the same, his eyes harbored an inscrutable emotion, a hint of madness, perhaps? Wuxia. Zhao Zhao felt a twinge of uncertainty. The current Wuxia seemed a far cry from the innocent, carefree third master she had known a decade ago. Wuxia surveyed her, slowly crouching down with a smile. You've grown taller. What's this? Back then, you dared to knock me out. And now, after such a long absence, you don't recognize me? Upon seeing that familiar smile, Zhao Zhao rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his neck, exclaiming, Wuxia, you've changed so much. A complex emotion flickered in Wuxia's eyes as he instinctively glanced behind her, yet he found no trace of that familiar figure. He paused momentarily, uncertain of what he truly hoped for, whether to see him now or to wait until everything had concluded. Lifting Zhao Zhao effortlessly, he whispered in a voice inaudible to others, Your brother? Cao Cao leaned closer to his ear and murmured, He has fallen asleep inside, and it is likely that he won't awaken for several months. When the time comes, shall we go and fetch him together? Wuxia nodded earnestly, All right. The two shared a tender embrace for a moment, but Wuxia soon released him, as the little rascal had grown considerably heavier, making it difficult to hold him for long. After observing him nod, Wuxia felt a slight sense of relief upon noticing that he carried only a small backpack. Cao Cao caught his gaze and playfully shook the bag, saying, "I have everything I need, so do not worry about me. I am quite capable now." To this, Wuxia chose not to comment, taking his small hand as they entered the reception room. The decor of Liang Wan's home was distinctly aligned with the aesthetic preferences of contemporary young girls, enveloped in soft pink hues. An unfamiliar television drama played in the background, and a large figure was present in the room. Cao Cao scrutinized it closely, but did not recognize the individual. On the sofa sat a youth, his upper body swathed in bandages. He appeared to be around 16 or 17, with a delicate visage, grimacing as he inspected his own back. From the moment they entered, Cao Cao's curiosity was piqued as he stared intently at Li Siyu. Wuxia noticed this and guided him to stand before Li Siyu, saying, "Come, Li Siyu, let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Cao Cao. He is called Li Siyu." "A person?" Li Siyu, initially focused on Cao Han, was suddenly filled with indignation upon hearing the words, abruptly sitting up and then tremblingly lowering himself back down. "Wuxia, you have a problem. You are the one who is. Ugh, you are not even human." Chapter 63. You are human. Wuxia narrowed his eyes dangerously at him, rendering Li Siyu mute. "Fine, you are human, is that satisfactory?" Wuxia muttered, "Little rabbit." Just then, Wang Meng approached and took Zhao Zhao away, claiming that Xie Yuchen had forgotten to bring something that Xie Jing had prepared. Li Siyu, hesitant to speak, was momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing what he had just said. "Are you saying he is your brother?" Wuxia raised an eyebrow. "What, is there a problem?" Li Siyu glanced at him and then at Zhao Zhao's departing figure. "You might want to take a good look at yourself and then at him." Before Li Siyu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wu Xie's cold snort. Gazing at Wu Xie's frostbitten face, Li Siyu fell silent. In the off-road vehicle leaving Beijing, Wang Meng sat in the driver's seat while Wu Xie and Li Siyu sat silently in the back. Zhao Zhao occupied the passenger seat, securely fastened with a seatbelt, glaring at Wang Meng with a hostile expression. Wang Meng paid him no mind, driving with calm self-assurance. Wu Xie examined the documents in his hands and remarked, "Zhao Zhao, stop staring at the steering wheel. You're not even 1.8 yet, you can't drive." Zhao Zhao protested, "You're not even 1.8. I'm 460 this year." Wu Xie coaxed him, all right, you're so grown up. When we get to the no man's land, I'll let you drive." Zhao Zhao instantly brightened. "Really? Yes. That would be wonderful." Li Siyu, reclining in his seat with a furrowed brow, watched the scene unfold before him. His heart gripped with fear at the thought of Wu Xie taking a 6 or 7-year-old child to a desolate area. Yet, observing the child's innocent demeanor and amiable nature, one could hardly believe he was the offspring of an adversary, leaving the mind in a state of perplexity. Remaining silent, not a word escaped his lips. Wuxia handed the documents to Li Siyu, stating, "This is the information for our current operation. As a photography team, we are to collaborate with an exploration group in the desert. I am the photographer and you, along with Wang Meng, are my assistants, while Zhao Zhao will serve as the young model. From this moment until the plane lands, memorize all of this." Li Siyu accepted the documents without uttering a single word, and Wuxia paid him no mind, as long as his objectives were achieved. Wang Meng glanced back without speaking, while Zhao Zhao reached for a small dragon-patterned stick, crafted from the same material as his own, which had been custom-made by Xie Yuchen, and began to play with it. Upon witnessing this, Wuxia could not help but click his tongue, noting how generous Xiaohua was towards this little rascal. If he was not mistaken, the material of that small dragon-patterned stick was rather expensive. If sold at the Crescent Hotel, it could fetch a handsome sum of several million. Not to mention, it had been specially crafted. Just as he was contemplating this, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw the name Suwan displayed on the screen, clearly indicating that this phone belonged to Li Siyu. Without a moment's thought, he ended the call. Li Siyu, whose attention was already focused on him, immediately grew frantic, exclaiming, "That's my good buddy." Wuxia smirked, "Only I am your good buddy now." With that, he flung the phone out of the window. Li Siyu, no. Following this, he lunged forward, seizing Wang Meng's steering wheel. Startled, Wang Meng gripped tightly, and the two began to struggle, causing the vehicle to skid uncontrollably. Zhao Zhao observed as the vehicle came to a halt. Rising from his seat, he leaned against the backrest, casting a glance at the two individuals behind him. Li Siu's expression bore a hint of fierceness. Having been missing for a day, he feared that if his father discovered his absence, he would report it to the authorities, for his father was not one to be trifled with. Wu Xie, however, remained utterly unconcerned, reclining with his hands behind his head, his demeanor nonchalant, suggesting that if Zhao Zhao wished to leave, he was free to do so. Is what you said true? Zhao Zhao inquired. Indeed, Wu Xie affirmed, before motioning to the front, instructing Zhao Zhao to settle in as they were about to embark once more. Oh, Zhao Zhao replied, taking his seat again. Feeling somewhat bored, he retrieved a small apple from his bag and began to nibble on it. Once he finished his snack, the debate behind him reached a resolution. Li Siu had initially exited the vehicle, but was persuaded back inside by Wu Xie's blend of gentle coaxing and firm insistence. Zhao Zhao mused to himself that things had changed. Days later, they crossed the border of Z country, with Wu Xie and Wang Meng alternating at the wheel. At this moment, Wang Meng was cradling Zhao Zhao in the back seat, both of them sound asleep. When Zhao Zhao eventually stirred awake, he found himself in a dilapidated military factory. Wu Xie and Li Siu were absent from the car, yet Wang Meng sat beside him. Upon noticing Zhao Zhao's awakening, he offered him a cup of water. Here, have some water. They will arrive shortly. All right, Zhao Zhao replied. Now that you're awake, don't fall back asleep. The desert winds are fierce, and we don't want you catching a cold. Zhao Zhao nodded, while Li Siu glanced outside at the blazing sun, letting out a couple of cold chuckles as he sat obediently in the passenger seat. As the vehicle roared to life, Zhao Zhao turned his head and happened upon a striking woman in her 30s, surrounded by a group of burly men, her figure captivating his curiosity. The woman appeared to possess remarkable agility. The moment he glanced in her direction, she immediately caught his gaze, and upon sensing his attention, her lips broke into a radiant smile as she waved at him. Zhao Zhao shivered slightly and turned to observe Wang Meng, feeling a surge of comfort in his heart. The group had ventured out to seek someone, and according to Wu Xie, this individual seemed to be well-versed in feng shui, capable of locating the sea amidst the desert. It was rather intriguing. In truth, he too could have done so, yet when he confided in Wu Xie, he mentioned having his own plans, urging him to relish this adventure. Thus, he decided to treat it as a desert expedition. Oh, by the way, Wu Xie had stated that all the beautiful gemstones discovered on this journey would belong to him. Zhao Zhao's perception of Wu Xie elevated significantly in that moment. He truly was a commendable person. They had set out in the morning, and it was only near midday that their vehicle came to a halt. Zhao Zhao leaped from the car to survey the surroundings. The desolate expanse of the desert stretched endlessly, with a modest earthen dwelling, characteristic of local customs, standing solitary. The house appeared somewhat dilapidated, and not far from there, a yard housed several sheep and camels. In the vicinity, one could discern a few other homes scattered across the vast desert, each distanced from the other. Although the scene exuded a sense of solitude, it also radiated an air of freedom. Li Siu expressed some skepticism. Is this your person? Wu Xie shook his head. No. Then how did you locate him? Wu Xie scrutinized the row of empty beer bottles visible through the windows from the courtyard. Previously, Huang Yan was the one who sought him out. How could you have forgotten? Having spoken, he longed to move forward and observe the camel's offspring, and with that, he pushed the door open. Wang Meng was the first to enter, gazing intently at the photographs of cultural and scenic beauty adorning the walls.